mystic fist that they established a titanic array, gathering over 1,000 floating celestial mountains that had hundreds of thousands of brilliant rainbows soaring between them. Celebration. Phantasmal light filled the air. Beautiful to the eyes. Clan's grand between the magnificent rainbows, there were also glorious jade at the places floating realms continuously tumbling up and down. The ancient Phoenix Clan with 100 million years of inheritance was celebrating an unprecedentedly in full beneath the support. The many elders of the ancient Phoenix Clan, thick heaven and earth origin energy, no matter if they were deep in seclusion, innumerable luxurious spirit ships, out on a mission, dazzling divine carriages, all of them were notified to immediately stop spirit boats and return to the headquarters of the ancient Phoenix Clan, a near infinite seeming number of Saint Beast mounts flew about. Even though the elders bathing in the hazy and ephemeral Phoenix Clan had gathered together energy, none of them were able to stand within the central palace. Everything seemed like a paradise only wait outside. This great array that held so many Empyreans, too many renowned great world kings couldn't be arranged in time. These figures were the rulers of the Phoenix Clan alone, that the ancient Phoenix Clan would have found had obtained nearly impossible to contact. They worked together with several great influences of the all of these people had raised to the ancient and many high-level array and were exceedingly polite. Within these groups of people, there were all the arrangements, great world kings, and even for these arrangements, these great influences had countless heroes of the divine realm had converged upon the ancient Phoenix Clan. This wasn't just for Lin Ming. This was something that but also to help the ancient Phoenix manage the victory celebration and boost humanity's morale. The ancient Phoenix Clan was only a heavenly ordinary holy master. Who would dare to imagine that there would be a day when so many high-level heavenly palace at the ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters, traceless, the level of people no less than those that had gone to the monster emperor's grand longevity feast. Chief disciple of Dark Demon Monarch was not a clan member breaking into the World King realm, the master of ceremonies presiding over this event, taking over, but was because shouted out shocking names. Lin Ming was hosting his marriage here. These people and at the same shocking status. This was also to celebrate Lin Ming's victory. 3,000 good fortune kings could only be lined up in the back within the divine realm. As the disciples of the ancient Ming Phoenix could be said to be known by all. Heard these horrifying names. He was at the height of his fame. All of them, a half-step holy lord, had fought the good fortune saint's son. It had been impossible for them to obtain the cultivation methods to break no matter what they tried. Then, to ordinary martial artists, these figures were like spiritual gods, haughty and aloof. After accomplishing because of this grand event, broken into the holy the ancient Phoenix Clan could be said to be rising to fame. Present, as the elders and patriarchs set off of the other tumultuous beast clans all throughout the divine realm. Even strange feeling percolated in their hearts. The truth was that 100 million years ago, the four god beast clans explored the god beast current strength already surpassed that of and found four incomplete god beast corpses and wasn't too far away from that of an Empyrean. Find had been the foundation that helped them develop to no longer be regarded as a junior. However, but they were also limited to this scale, and their background would one day become a leader of further development. Originally, but now, because of Lin Ming's presence, wanted to hold a victory the ancient celebration, Phoenix Clan had or anything like that into being a top with the great calamity approaching. Time was far even too Empyrean heavenly palaces so where had would to give them thoughts to do such things. But according to Divine Dream, the current human race was filled with too much sorrow and suffering. They truly needed a victory celebration to propagandize the defeat of the good fortune saint's son and inspire the morale of humanity. Therefore, this grand event was held with great gusto and jubilation, and because Lin Ming didn't have much time remaining, he wanted to return to the ancient Phoenix Clan to hold his wedding before he went to the Soul World. Thus, it was decided that he would hold his wedding and this victory celebration at the same time, and this was the reason why so many high-level figures of the divine realm had gathered at Crimson Light World. The current ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters had long been given news in advance far to prepare for the victory celebration. If you continue at this rate, it won't be long until you become an Empyrean. Even stepping into the true divinity realm is just a matter of time. What Vast Universe said is right. Moreover, when Lin Ming becomes a true divinity, he will surely be an outstanding individual amongst all true divinities. Many human Empyreans rushed to congratulate Lin Ming. Lin Ming bowed towards them one at a time like a respectful junior would, although these Empyreans spoke to Lin Ming as if he was their peer. Lin Ming had no choice but to be respectful to them. After all, These people were his seniors, and they were countless times older than he was. Like this, the victory celebrations continued for 3 days. As for news of the grand calamity arriving early, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't reveal this yet. She planned to convene a secret meeting of Empyreans after the victory celebration was over in order to prevent panic from spreading. Thus, at this grand event, many human Empyreans didn't know about the news of the great calamity. They all drank and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. One reason was for congratulating Lin Ming, and another reason was because of the true divinity cultivation methods that Lin Ming had obtained after defeating the good fortune Saint's son. What Empyreans didn't wish to break into true divinity even in their dreams. Moreover, according to what the good fortune Saint's son had said, these 2 true divinity cultivation methods had been obtained from the primeval realm ruins and were no trifling matter. All of them certainly wanted to see them. 5 days later, at nightfall, Lin Ming sat in a beautiful garden surrounded by lush and enchanting spirit plants. In front of Lin Ming was a stone table that had platters of fragrant spirit fruits and 100,000 years spirit wine piled atop it. If a low cultivation-based martial artist were to enjoy any of these spirit fruits or wines, their cultivation would rapidly increase, and their body and inner world would benefit. Big brother, are you planning to leave again? Sitting in front of Lin Ming were 3 women. They were Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, and his little sister, Lin Xiaoga. Because of Lin Ming's reputation, these 3 women who were closely related to him had received endless attention and care over the years. Even the rulers of large influences were respectful upon seeing them. But what was most unfortunate was that even though Lin Ming was the most important man in their lives, he had been gone for a great deal of time. Lin Ming had gone to the Azure Road for 60 years, and when he finally returned, he attended the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast. And soon after he would have to go to the far-off Soul World. Once Lin Ming went to the Soul World, it was unknown just when he would return. Only in the days before the victory celebration was Lin Ming able to enjoy his time with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. For these days, Lin Ming completely laid down all thoughts of cultivation and training and spent all his free time with Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan, enjoying a rare and happy time. Lin Ming sighed. I have to go, but before that I must take a trip down to the lower realms. You should all come with me too. Lower realms? Mu Qinyu was startled. Do you plan on returning to the Sky Spill continent? Yes, I have to return to the Sky Spill continent and take something. For me, it is quite important. As Lin Ming spoke, both Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan were shocked. In their opinion, the world of the Sky Spill continent was only a world of the lower realm, and there shouldn't be anything there that was too valuable to the current Lin Ming. There was only the eternal demon abyss, an ancient ruin left behind by Empyrean Primordius. However, Lin Ming had already gone there. He certainly knew that the Thunder Dominion was risky, but if he didn't take these risks to try for better rewards, how could he establish a foothold amongst the many princes of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom? Just as he was lost in thought, the prince suddenly saw that deep in the Thunder Dominion, where mist filled the air, arcs of blue thunder fell down, seeming as large as a mountain. As the thunder passed through the heavens and earth, it was like the galaxy was falling into the world. Massive star-like runes glittered in the air, bringing with them an unstoppable momentum as they blasted into the Thunder Dominion. Staring into the middle of this dazzling thunder, the young princess suddenly covered her mouth. She raised a shaking arm, pointing towards the direction of the thunder as she shakily said, that in the middle of the thunder, there are some people. The half-step divine, protector, quickly looked towards where the princess was pointing. With vision that was sharper than a hawk's, he could see that in the endless arcs of electricity, there were several vague shadows. What is happening? That is already dozens of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. Could a middle or late divine sea master have arrived? several dozen miles deep into the Thunder Dominion, contained an annihilating thunder that could strike outsiders with the ruinous power of the powerhouses of the Skill-Spill continent. Only middle and late Divine Sea martial artists dared to intrude so arrogantly. At this time, where the mountain-like thunder fell, it was like a giant rock had crashed into a calm lake surface. With a loud eruption, the originally much calmer Thunder Dominion suddenly began violently rioting. The layers of black clouds floating high above the Thunder Dominion suddenly appeared, far more ferocious and sinister. Waves of thunder rose up, piercing into the heavens. Arcs of golden red thunder, as thick as pythons, shot out from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. These arcs of thunder were accompanied with a horrifying destructive aura that swept out with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever this golden red thunder went, the void would tear apart, and the black fog would be annihilated. This is bad. That half-step Divine Sea protector was panic-stricken. The thunder at the edge of the Thunder Dominion was already terrifying enough, but this golden red thunder should originate from dozens or hundreds of miles deep into the Thunder Dominion, and was far more powerful. Without thinking much further, the protector slapped his hands atop the golden chariot. The runes decorating the chariot shined with a golden light that created a golden barrier around it. Bang! The moment after the barrier activated, the golden chariot was submerged in an endless sea of golden red thunder that savagely and continuously attacked the golden shield. A massive human phantom appeared behind the half-step Divine Sea protector that helped support the barrier. At the same time, in the pupils of the protector, he was able to see deep into the Thunder Dominion and clearly make out the figure of the person who had accompanied that mountain-like thunder. The moment he saw the facial features of the black-haired youth who was illuminated in the Thunder Dominion, the protector was horrified. A name resounded in his heart, that of a supreme youth who had once mastered the entire Sky-Spill continent. In the past, the protector was a 6-stage life destruction martial artist that had attended a martial arts meeting for the younger generation. At that time, he had watched with his own eyes as many Divine Sea Supreme Elders, those figures that were considered heaven-shaking existences of the Sky-Spill continent, had surrounded this youth with reverence and awe in their eyes. This was a scene he could never forget. How is this that person returned? The half-step protector shivered and froze where he was. The young prince and princess beside him had rarely seen their protector lose his composure like this. They couldn't help but think, who is that person the protector spoke of? And at this time, that person's lightning-illuminated figure had already disappeared. It was only after a long daze that the protector was able to gather his composure. Flustered, he quickly took out a symbol talisman from his spatial ring and ignited it, then throwing it into the air. Such a major event was absolutely something he had to report to the 9-furnace Divine Sovereign. Lin Ming calmly looked at the raging Thunder Dominion in front of him. He allowed the golden red thunder to crash upon his body as it pleased, all while a golden thunder source crackled and swirled in the palm of his hand. This scene left him sighing with emotion. The events of the past rose up in his mind like a rising tide. This was his home world. Long ago, he had been chased by his enemies into this area, and through a stroke of fate managed to obtain a great lucky chance. With his back against the wall, he had been forced into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp by the Azura Divine Kingdom and had to risk his life several times. Afterwards, he returned here for the Temple of Marvels where he fought Yang Yun and nearly died. These scenes that flashed through his mind seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Xiao Moxin was floating nearby. On her beautiful face was a little bit of curiosity. Big Brother Lin, this is the Sky-Spill continent you were born at. Even though this is just a tiny corner of the lower realms, it actually has such a strange and marvelous land. I can feel that deep in this Thunder Dominion there exists some powerful spiritual treasure. The Thunder Dominion seemed to be disturbed by the sudden arrival of the group. Massive bolts of thunder fell down without end. Flashing within the middle of every volley of thunder were faint thunder runes. It was a strange sight, but as this thunder fell onto Xiao Moxian, it also had no effect at all. Instead, the arcs of thunder were caught by the black nirvanic flames that shrouded Xiao Moxian and were constantly swallowed up. Big Sister Sienna's senses are truly sharp. It's incredible. Lin Xiaoga laughed from beside Xiao Moxian. After the victory celebrations were finished, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoga had become familiar with each other. At the very start, when Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu met Xiao Moxian, all of them were a bit cautious of the other side. Xiao Moxian had a special and unique status, and as the latecomer, it was natural for it to be a little awkward. But afterwards, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan learned what Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming had gone through and experienced in Tragic Death Valley, and also that they were later forced into a dead end in Bai Qi's tomb by Tian Mingzi. Without any way out of that disaster, Xiao Moxian had given herself to Lin Ming. At the intersection of all sorts of coincidences lining up, she had helped Lin Ming break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to launch his counterattack and finally strike down Tian Mingzi. After learning of all this, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan felt nothing but the deepest gratitude towards Xiao Moxian. If it weren't for Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming really might have died to Tian Mingzi. As a result, the relationship between the 3 women had become much closer. For this trip to the lower realms, Xiao Moxian had come with them. Originally, there was an enchantment that surrounded the Sky Spill planet that had been laid down by a peak Empyrean. Powerhouses that didn't originate from the Sky Spill planet were unable to enter this world. However, Xiao Moxian had hidden herself in the magic cube, and within the magic cube that was unrestricted by the laws, they were able to bypass Empyrean Primordius enchantment and smoothly enter the planet. Lin Ming said, "The Sky Spill planet has a massive hollow that pierces through the entire world. One end of this hollow is the Eternal Demon Abyss, and the other end is the Sea of Miracles. The Eternal Demon Abyss was left behind by Empyrean Primordius in the past, and if I'm not wrong, this land is where Empyrean Thunder Punishment left behind his own inheritance, an ancient ruin, when Empyrean Primordius struck out and pierced all the way through the Sky Spill planet. Empyrean Thunder Punishment was struck all the way through to here, and before he died, he conveniently left behind his inheritance, which was the reason why the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and the Thunder Dominion was formed. There are some strange thunder aura fluctuations in this Thunder Dominion. In the end, it is still an Empyrean ruin. Since you are all here, you must be extra careful." Lin Ming nodded towards the others, carefully warning them. Xiao Moxian said, "What could thunder of this level do to me? Big Brother Lin, hurry and go. Me and the 2 big sisters will stay here with Xiaoga to await your good news. The power of thunder here is also quite unique, and the heaven and earth origin energy is rich. I want to study it a little." Xiao Moxian lightly rubbed her stomach, feeling the little life forming within her. After coming here, she actually felt her child stir up a little. Perhaps because this child was Lin Ming's flesh and blood, the little life had an inexplicably incredible affinity to the power of thunder. Now it was actually slowly swallowing up the surrounding thunder, as if it were breathing. As for the black nirvanic flames that surged around Xiao Moxian, the reason they appeared was because the little life within her had triggered them. Chapter 1785, Thunder Punishment's Inheritance. Chapter 1785, Thunder Punishment's Inheritance. Sounds good. Lin Ming nodded. In the past, Empyrean Thunder Punishment was also a superior Empyrean, if not a peak Empyrean. Any place of inheritance he established would not be easy to enter. Xiao Moxian was pregnant, and as for Lin Xiaoga, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan, they were far from his strength. He didn't want them to recklessly experience any dangers by entering deep into the Thunder Dominion. Go early and come back early. The women looked at Lin Ming, a soft color in their eyes. Lin Ming lightly nodded. Then his gaze shifted to deep into the Thunder Dominion. With a wave of his sleeves, he broke into the storm like a bolt of lightning. Time didn't wait for anyone, and with the full Saint race invasion coming faster than thought, he needed to go to the Soul World as soon as possible. Before going to the Soul World, Lin Ming needed to make another breakthrough and increase his strength. And the fastest way to make that breakthrough was to open the third Tao Palace, the Extreme Polar Tao Palace. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Extreme Polar Tao Palace required 2 different types of energy to direct and catalyze the breakthrough. Lin Ming chose thunder and fire, and in order to refine the pill required for the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, he needed an Empyrean-level thunder source and fire elemental. Lin Ming had already obtained the Annihilation Fire Elemental from Empyrean Demon, but now lacked a thunder source. With this, he naturally thought back to Empyrean Thunder Punishment. It was certain that in the past, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had possessed a top-grade thunder source. Otherwise, after he died, there wouldn't be such a massive thunder dominion that appeared above the Sea of Miracles and the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Now, Lin Ming only wanted to obtain the thunder source as soon as possible and combine it with the Annihilation Flame elemental to make his breakthrough. Bang! Arcs of thunder lashed at Lin Ming like endless whips, but they all vanished upon touching him without causing any damage at all. After breaking over 40 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion, the power of thunder became increasingly strong. This was different from the last time that Lin Ming had entered the Thunder Dominion. Now, the true meaning of thunder within Lin Ming had already reached the 7th level boundary. Facing this rumbling thunder, all of it turned into endless thunder runes and source thunder laws within Lin Ming's eyes. The thunder and fire above the heretical god tree within his body began to resonate with this thunder, helping him unconsciously clarify the true meaning of thunder and gladdening his heart. Flying further in, the thunder light began to turn a deep purple. Thunder roared through the world, turning into purple pythons and winding about. A power of thunder 100 times greater than before smashed into Lin Ming. As a result, all of this power of thunder was swallowed up by Lin Ming, intermingling with the thunder and fire that hovered atop the boughs of the heretical god tree. As Lin Ming broke further and further in, the deep purple thunder light turned a destructive black, and then back to gold. This is easy. Arcs of multicolored thunder twined around Lin Ming, finally condensing into traces of dense thunder runes that percolated in his muscles, as if he was a god of thunder being reborn. After delving further into the Thunder Dominion, Lin Ming's understanding and experience in the thunder laws became even deeper. When Lin Ming reached 90 miles into the Thunder Dominion, the thunder turned from golden red to an ephemeral purple gold. Not too far in front was the 90-mile edge of the Thunder Dominion. A purple, white, dreamy light suddenly appeared like a sea amongst parting clouds, seemingly endless. This mystic light was like the glow of a sunset. It illuminated the world, captivating the heart with a breathtaking beauty. Lin Ming could feel that even though this purple white light appeared as calm as a placid sea, there was actually a wild and strange strength contained within it. "We're finally here," Lin Ming whispered. His deep eyes looked through the dreamy mystic light in front of him and sighed. The last time he entered the Thunder Dominion, he was able to sense that the most dangerous place was this 90-mile Thunder Dominion. In his eyes, the dreamy mystic light before him became massive thunder runes that floated up and down like chains of islands. Within these runes was the existence of the true meaning of thunder, making his heart itch. Lin Ming was well aware that this place was the true edge of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's inheritance. As he continued forwards, the dreamy thunder continued washing over his body. the heretical god tree within Lin Ming's inner world rose. Endless thunder dragons hovered above the branches. As more and more power of thunder intruded here, it turned into thunder runes that stayed within him. In the past, this illusionary thunder would have horrified him, but now it wasn't able to harm him at all. In a single breath, he pierced 100 miles deep into the Thunder Dominion. It was like his entire body was covered in a silver-white layer of armor, an extremely ghostly sight. On Lin Ming's normally expressionless face, a rare solemn look appeared. At the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, the thunder here was absolutely still. Thunderballs quietly floated in the air, seeming peaceful. As for Lin Ming, with his current divine sense, he was able to clearly see that the distortions around the thunderballs were shattered space. This space formed a cage around each thunderball, sealing the thunderball at its central point. Deeper past these thunderballs, there were islands that floated up and down, emitting a strong aura of vitality. And even further in there were increasingly intense fluctuations of life. Deeper in there were continuous mountain ranges and snaking rivers, all of them exuding the blood vitality of powerful life forms. Lin Ming had seen these sights before, but as he saw it now, he was even more shocked. In his vision, trillions of runes tumbled about like grains of sand, condensing into thunderballs. And from the rules in which the thunderballs were arranged, he could make out clear lines. These thunderballs were a continuous wall, each thunderball as large as a brick. Within the walls of thunderballs were mountain ranges, rivers, and so forth. Every thunderball contained an inexplicably mystical force, each one resonating and constantly shifting along with the others. With the way these billions upon billions of transformations constantly changed, this should be a heaven-shockingly grand array. Lin Ming didn't doubt that if he tried to forcefully enter past the thunderballs and triggered them, it would set off a chain reaction of explosions. This sort of explosion would be enough to crack apart a planet. Although he wouldn't die, he would be severely wounded, and the initiation of the chain reaction might automatically activate other mechanisms that Empyrean thunder punishment had left within, causing all the inheritances to be lost. The gains just weren't worth the cost. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He calmed his mind and deeply pondered how to deal with this situation. Empyrean thunder punishment's inheritance had been carefully hidden in the deepest depths of these thunderballs. If he wanted to enter, he would need to unravel this thunderball array formation. Lin Ming currently had a ridiculous accumulation of knowledge. The Azura blood had contained a part of the Azura Road Master's infinite memories, and he had also swallowed up the memories of the Dark Divine Runic Grandmaster Shadow Overflow, and several others. In terms of understanding array formations and the structure of runes, he had a vast breadth of expertise. His pupils shined with a brilliant light. Within his gaze, every fluctuation and change of energy in the thunderball array formation was clearly reflected. He sat cross-legged in space and began to rapidly deduce the formulaic structures in his mind. Gradually, an abstract of the entire thunderball array formation appeared in his mind like a divine runic symbol's structural diagram. Through the endless deductions, the innumerable changes were peeled away like threads of a cocoon. Suddenly, a sharp light burst out from within Lin Ming's eyes like bolts of lightning. He stood up and thrust out the phoenix blood spear. As the spear thrust out, a cold red light drew a strange path through the air that conformed to the heavenly Tao laws and instantly arrived in the middle of the thunderballs. The extremely fierce spear light rumbled into a central point of the sealed space. Within the originally perfectly fitted wall of thunderballs, an area began to shake and tear open like a slit in fabric. A sparkling mystical power of thunder gushed out like starlight from the slit. This strange mystic power of thunder was completely different from anything Lin Ming had experienced in the Thunder Dominion so far. It carried with it a vast and ancient aura, as if it had flowed out from the rivers of time, filled with a life of its own. As some thunderballs bumped into the star-like power of thunder, they actually began to form lush branches and leaves that were overflowing with vitality. It was a strange sight to witness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As this small hole appeared, Lin Ming instantly shot out 1,000,000 spear strikes, alternatingly hitting areas all over the thunderball array formation and making the hole even larger. The thunderball array formation began to shake. Finally, an opening the size of a person was exposed with an endless power of thunder wildly surging out of it. It was like a door of light had been opened. Behind this door was still the gruesome roars of ancient beasts that seemed as if they could shake the world. There was also the outlines of massive mountain ranges that stretched out to the horizon, floating up and down within the thunder barrier. Lin Ming's heart chilled. He knew that he couldn't miss this chance, and quickly rushed in. After entering the depths of the 100-mile Thunder Dominion, he could feel the atmosphere of boundless years past. Beneath his feet was ground completely formed by condensed thunder crystals. In the far-off distance, he could make out innumerable islands that floated in the void. And above these islands were giant trees that exuded an immense mystic power of thunder. Every tree had countless condensed thunder dragons that circled around the trunk. The trees were around the height of 2 people. They were surrounded by verdant green grass that shimmered with the power of thunder, making it an extremely strange sight. Lin Ming could see that in the far-off distance, there was a massive mountain range blocking the way that towered into the skies where it was hidden by thunder clouds. At the summit of this mountain range was an inexhaustible mass of thunder clouds that converged into an endless vortex, seeming timeless and magnificent. One could even faintly make out that on the peak of the highest mountain there was a giant palace. This palace was so high that it was impossible to see the end. All one could see was that the mountain-sized golden gates emitted an endless mystic power of thunder. It was like a giant sun was burning without end at the top. The land of inheritance, feeling the aura emanating from the palace, the heretical god tree within Lin Ming, and the many thunder dragons that wound about it began to cry out in excitement. Lin Ming could clearly the 7th level true meaning of thunder. It actually emitted an incredibly desirable aura as if it had a spiritual wisdom of its own, like there was something within the Golden Palace that was calling out to him. Lin Ming was heated with excitement. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard a loud sound. It was the roar of a beast that seemed to echo through the heavens and earth. Lin Ming was startled. After all, this was a land of inheritance formed after Empyrean thunder punishment died. Although it was inferior to Empyrean primordious inheritance, it was still extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Ming had stepped into the Holy Lord realm, he still remained vigilant upon entering here and didn't dare to lower his guard. The roar that shook the world had come from within the Golden Palace. Lin Ming's mind went on alert. His footsteps crossed the void, and he soon reached the summit of the mountain peak, right in front of the grand Golden Palace. Chapter 1786. Entering the Land of Inheritance. Chapter 1786. Entering the Land of Inheritance. The palace of dark purple thunder crystals stretched into the skies. A gate of 2 massive carved doors blocked Lin Ming like twin towers. As soon as he approached the doors of this palace, Lin Ming could feel a suffocating and unfathomably deep aura, one as vast as the sea that was emitted from every inch of the structure. Just as Lin Ming was about to open the doors of the palace, his heart suddenly chilled. Roar! A deafening cry spread out from the golden gate. On this golden gate, the originally lifelike carving of a 1,000-foot thunder dragon came to life. It broke free from the golden gate and clawed at the air. Its body carried an incredibly vast electric current that crackled space. As the thunder dragon hovered in front of the door, a terrifying thunder aura gushed out from its eyes as it regarded Lin Ming as an invader. "I am the guardian spirit beast of an Empyrean holy land. For those that dare tread foot upon this sacred ground and defile this land, all that awaits is death." The dragon's head dropped down, and its lantern-like eyes filled with purple electricity tightly stared at Lin Ming. Its voice was deep and bass, like a roiling thundercloud obliterating everything before it, as if it wanted to suppress the will of everyone it encountered. Lin Ming only faintly frowned, not flinching in the least. Towards Empyrean thunder punishment, he held a little bit of vigilance in his heart. As for things like awe and reverence, he didn't feel any of that. That fellow had once been Empyrean Primordius' sworn brother in the past, but he actually secretly colluded with the saints to betray him. In the end, Empyrean thunder punishment had been struck down and killed by Empyrean Primordius, and the place where he fell became Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Towards an Empyrean who had such a filthy character, Lin Ming didn't have the tiniest bit of goodwill. The only reason he came here was to take away something he needed. If anything dared to stop him, he would cut it down and continue on. After defeating the good fortune Saint's son and stepping into the Holy Lord realm, Lin Ming's combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. So why would he be afraid of some mere guardian spirit that had been deeply slumbering for 100,000 years? The phoenix blood spear released a resonant cry. A crimson flame phoenix flew out, swirling around the phoenix blood spear with an intense fighting spirit. A red light shot out of Lin Ming's flesh and blood, following and joining with his spear strike as it cut a beautiful path through the air that followed the heavenly Tao. Like a rainbow, the spear tore through the void, curling up endless blood-red waves of air. With a loud blast, the spear cut directly into the purple thunder dragon's reverse scale. In an instant, a purple electric light collided with the radiant spear light, causing waves of energy to spread out. In the high heavens, all thunderclouds for 100 miles were washed away by the terrifying waves of energy. This purple dragon that seemed unbearably arrogant issued a mournful scream. A massive number of dragon scales the size of a boulder were instantly shattered into several pieces by the phoenix blood spear. Every dragon scale that fell off turned into pure thunder energy that tore through space before eventually dissipating. It still hasn't died. It truly is worthy of being a thunder spirit condensed through the years by Empyrean Thunder Punishment's land of inheritance. Its strength is about that of a great world king. With a single spear strike, Lin Ming was able to accurately judge the strength of this guardian spirit beast. After all, his spear strike contained over 800 million genes of strength. If this thunder dragon was able to survive his spear strike, it must be considerably strong, although Empyrean Thunder Punishment was someone that lacked any sense of morals. In the end, he had still been a superior Empyrean with an immeasurably deep level of strength in the past. The Thunder Dragon was enraged. For the last 100,000 years, it had guarded this Empyrean land of inheritance. On the Sky Spill planet, there was not a single being that dared to offend its draconic majesty. But now, there was someone that had caused it pain. The Thunder Dragon even perceived a threat to its existence. As a guardian spirit, its instinctual desire was to eliminate this threat. In its sparkling purple pupils, stars began to shine. Thunderballs the size of comets began to appear in the skies, blocking out the heavens. Each thunderball contained a dreadful annihilation aura. Thunderclouds accompanied them, all of them restlessly stirring up. In an instant, these countless thunderballs fell towards Lin Ming like a meteor shower. Lin Ming frowned. The heretical god tree appeared behind him and began to rise, growing taller and towering upwards. In an instant, it became a lofty tree over 10,000 feet high, its crown reaching into the skies. On one side of this tree was a carpet of purple leaves. These purple leaves emitted a terrifying aura and resembled thunder dragons, emitting a true meaning of thunder that couldn't be resisted. On the other side of the tree, fire phoenixes perched on the branches. Heavenly tribulation flames burned, even burning holes in space. The thunder dragons sent out a dreadful dragon majesty as they soared upwards. As the thunderballs came crashing down, the thunder dragons seethed with excitement. They opened their jaws wide in anticipation and began swallowing up the thunderballs. Every time these thunder dragons swallowed up a thunderball, arcs of purple electricity would spark over their bodies, and they would roar in comfort. They would even grow larger. It was clear they benefited greatly from this. As the purple thunder dragon in the skies saw all of this, its heart shook. These thunderballs were a manifestation of its life spirit, and the explosion of a single one was enough to severely wound a holy Lord Realm martial artist. But that strange large tree had appeared, and it was even occupied by countless thunder dragons that could gobble up the thunderballs. This caused the massive purple thunder dragon to be even more enraged. A dragon's roar came bellowing out from its throat. Its massive figure rose up into the air, breaking through the clouds of thunder. Its massive body turned into a bolt of lightning as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes exploded with a sharp light. Ripples of condensed essence energy appeared around his body as his blood vitality began wildly raging like a flooded river. The surrounding void began to tremble with his every gesture. With a single step, the ground split apart, causing a massive gully several hundred miles long to appear. Like an arrow, he shot up into the skies. Without avoiding or evading, he directly collided with that purple thunder dragon. Amongst the human race, the toughness of Lin Ming's mortal body was unparalleled. After opening the 8 inner hidden gates and also breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming had been able to use his mortal body to completely roll over the good fortune saint's son. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his moving body was comparable to a moving planet. Even if he only opened a single Tao Palace right now, he would still be completely fearless of this purple thunder dragon that was formed from countless arcs of thunder. Bang! Lin Ming's momentum was like a planet as he smashed into the purple thunder dragon. In an instant, endless arcs of thunder swirled up from the giant dragon's claw and bombarded Lin Ming's body. Zizi, Zizi, as this endless thunder fell onto Lin Ming's body, all it could do was leave behind the faintest black marks on the surface of his skin. Seeing such a tough body, the purple thunder dragon couldn't help but feel fear. Lin Ming's blood vitality surged. His spear strikes struck out like infinite waves. In an instant, innumerable spear shadows appeared in space as their strengths superimposed upon each other. Finally, the entire phoenix blood spear began to hum and cry. Thunder and fire wove together atop the spear point, like thousands of purple and red solar flares were occurring at once. Massive tracts of space collapsed, and endless space storms howled out from the holes, increasing the potential behind the spear's strike even further. The spear directly nailed into the purple thunder dragon's head. Ka, ka, ka. With a deafening cracking sound, the purple thunder dragon screeched in pain. A slit had appeared in its extremely hard head. After all, this purple thunder dragon had only been formed by a tiny bit of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's essence, energy, and blood vitality before he died. It was because it had been tempered for 100,000 years that it had been able to substantialize its own body. But even with such a body, how could it resist Lin Ming's heaven-shaking strike? The entire purple thunder dragon was finally torn apart through the slit by the phoenix blood spear. Bang! A world-shattering explosion erupted. Endless thunder essence energy spewed out into the world before quietly dissipating. At the same time, the golden gates with the purple thunder dragon carving also dimmed down. Then, in the moments after that, the golden gates began to loudly swing open. As the gates opened, the mysterious sound of the great Tao constantly echoed out from within, accompanied by words that shook the world. Every word inspired the soul and awakened the mind to truth. Every word absorbed the mystical power in the void and emitted a faint trace of thunder energy. All of this floated in space. This is someone explaining the source great Tao of the power of thunder. As Lin Ming listened to these sounds, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He had already grasped onto the 7th level of the true meaning of thunder. In terms of the thunder laws, he possessed a profound understanding. After listening for just a little bit, he immediately understood just what this strange language was trying to say. These were all things he had never heard of before. They were an understanding of the essence of the great Tao of thunder that was far deeper than what he knew. This is the great Tao of thunder left behind by Empyrean thunder punishment. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. After intruding into the thunder dominion, it was extremely important for him to obtain the thunder source left behind here. Chapter 1787, Thunder Punishment's Remnant Soul. Chapter 1787, Thunder Punishment's Remnant Soul. Here, in the darkened hall, the figure in front of Lin Ming that he originally thought was a corpse suddenly rose up, its eyes flashing open. For a time, 2 green lights lit up the hall. Those sharp eyes pierced through the darkness like twin bolts of lightning. Lin Ming was aghast. He took a sudden step back. To encounter such a situation here would leave anyone creeped out. Thunder punishment hasn't died. This thought raced through Lin Ming's mind, causing a cold chill to crawl up his back. Lin Ming had originally suspected that Empyrean Primordius hadn't died. If that were true, then it wouldn't be strange for Empyrean thunder punishment to have not perished either, but instead be severely wounded like Empyrean divine mist, and have sealed himself away to maintain his life. If so, then this situation wasn't good at all. Facing this person, who had once been sworn brothers with Empyrean Primordius and whose strength reached the upper levels of Empyrean powerhouses, Lin Ming didn't dare to take any rash actions before understanding the situation more. After so many years, someone was finally able to enter here. What a rare sight! Empyrean Thunder Punishment's voice constantly fluctuated, but the tone remained slow and deep. Lin Ming silently looked out at Empyrean Thunder Punishment as he rapidly assessed his strength. He could faintly feel that Empyrean Thunder Punishment was currently in a very poor state. Is he a remnant soul? Lin Ming wondered. If only a remnant soul remained that had attached onto Empyrean Thunder Punishment's corpse, then to the current him, this wouldn't be too terrifying at all. Is Senior the one who created the Thunder Dominion? Could this place be the land of inheritance that Senior left behind? Lin Ming falsely asked. Indeed, this Thunder Dominion was created by me 100,000 years ago. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's heavy voice droned on. For you to arrive here is your good fortune. As Thunder Punishment spoke these words, his eyes blazed at Lin Ming, wanting to completely see through Lin Ming's inner world. Feeling the probing of Empyrean Thunder Punishment's divine sense, Lin Ming's thoughts chilled. He hurriedly hid away things that shouldn't be seen by Empyrean Thunder Punishment, like the Black Dragon Egg, Primordius Martial Intent Energy, and other things. Even the overly powerful Azura laws and the black hole created by the Divine Seal art were covered up. This was because if Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to find such things, it would naturally arouse suspicion. It was impossible for a normal martial artist of the divine realm to possess such things. After hiding these away, Lin Ming's inner world became far more ordinary. Even so, his more ordinary inner world left Empyrean Thunder Punishment shaken, just as it was. He looked at Lin Ming with amazement in his heart. He originally assumed that Lin Ming might be some interstellar wanderer who had accidentally stumbled onto the Sky Spill planet and who also possessed ordinary talent. Even so, Empyrean Thunder Punishment still had to leave his inheritance with Lin Ming because asking for a top talent to come to some remote place like the Sky Spill Planet was just impossible. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment could hand down his inheritance, he would be more than content. But he never imagined Lin Ming's talent would be so extraordinary. Your talent is much better than expected. Empyrean Thunder Punishment felt this was unbelievable. In truth, his ability to sense talent was limited, and because he was only a leftover remnant soul, the force behind this divine sense was also ordinary. If Empyrean Thunder Punishment were to know what Lin Ming's true battle strength was, he might have been shocked unconscious. Senior's praise is too much. This junior's talent is mediocre. It's only through some lucky chances that I've found some heavenly materials to consolidate the foundation of my blood vitality and obtain my current achievements, Lin Ming casually explained. Heavenly materials? Empyrean Thunder Punishment repeated, startled. He immediately nodded. Yes, your blood vitality billows into the sky, and it even seems to contain the aura of a god beast. Without many heavenly materials to support you, it would indeed be impossible for you to reach such heights. This proves that both your destiny and foundation are outstanding and that you are sufficient to become my descendant. Empyrean Thunder Punishment leaned forwards a little, his gaze focusing on Lin Ming's face, as if waiting for an elated expression to show up on it. However, Lin Ming's face remained stiff, without any response at all. This left Empyrean Thunder Punishment frowning a little, but thinking about it further, perhaps this youth simply didn't know who he was, so he wouldn't be aware of what the significance behind his inheritance was. Thus, Empyrean Thunder Punishment lightly coughed and said, "You probably don't know my identity. In the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, I am the Empyrean of Thunderlight World, Empyrean Thunder Punishment. In the past, I freely roamed the divine realm, and my strength was also amazing even amongst Empyreans. The Thunder Punishment Heavenly Palace that I established was a peak Empyrean influence of the divine realm that had gathered countless outstanding geniuses. My heavenly palace even approached the number 1 Empyrean influence of the divine realm, Mount Patala. If I choose you as my descendant, then that is completely different from taking you as a disciple. A disciple is someone to be taught my inheritance, but as a descendant, not only would I teach you my complete inheritance, but you would also possess all my treasures and take on my legacy. That is the same as inheriting the entirety of an Empyrean. Since you have already cultivated to such a boundary, you should understand the meaning behind my words, right?" As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, he looked at Lin Ming expectantly. Lin Ming stiffly nodded. Understood. Empyrean Thunder Punishment dragged on his word, seeming a bit reluctant to continue. For you to not panic in the face of such a lucky chance proves that your disposition is quite good. It's no wonder you've achieved such achievements at such a young age. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his figure suddenly rose up. He stepped through the void, 1 foot at a time, until he arrived right in front of Lin Ming. That old and solemn face stopped just a foot away from Lin Ming's own. From this distance, Lin Ming could feel a massive pressure slowly press down on him, as if a god of thunder had traversed the river of time, walking through 100,000 years to meet him. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment only had a wisp of his remnant soul remaining, and not much strength left, this was the pressure of an Empyrean. Lin Ming raised his guard. He could feel that the remnant soul in front of him contained the source of thunder. Although it was just a remnant soul, he couldn't underestimate it. "Are you willing to inherit the whole of my legacy?" Empyrean Thunder Punishment slowly spoke, his words drilling into Lin Ming's ears. Although Empyrean Thunder Punishment was secretly unwilling, he had still once been a supreme martial artist. He didn't want his lifetime of knowledge to be lost to the world, vanishing without a single successor. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He asked, inheriting seniors' inheritance shouldn't be so simple, right? May I ask what conditions there are? Ha ha! Smart young boy. Empyrean Thunder Punishment laughed out loud. The pupils that he stared at Lin Ming with emitted a strange light, becoming increasingly hazy, like a dream. If you want to inherit my legacy, you must make an oath. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his pupils became increasingly profound and tinged with a deep hatred. I want you to vow that after you inherit my legacy, in your lifetime, you must seek out all the roots and branches of that old dog Primordius and kill them all off. If you cannot complete this task, then you will be punished by the heavens, and your divine soul will be annihilated. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, he couldn't hide the strong killing intent behind his words. A strange color filled Lin Ming's complexion. In truth, he already expected this kind of oath. Kill off all the roots and branches of Empyrean Primordius? Isn't that just wanting me to commit suicide? I am the only one who inherited Empyrean Primordius' legacy after all. As Lin Ming was thinking, Empyrean Thunder Punishment continued to say, in addition to that, in the future, you must gather soul-restoring heavenly materials for me. I only have a wisp of remnant soul remaining. And although my body has been preserved for 100,000 years using a secret technique, it has already reached the point of decay and cannot be further used. You must help me in my rebirth. I have a secret skill that can use the power of thunder to refine a living soul and suck out their soul essence to make up for my own lacking soul force. You must gather souls for me, the more powerful the better. Those souls that possess talent that can fight past their levels, those have the best effects. The power of thunder was originally the nemesis of souls. If a powerful soul was struck by thunder, it would be turned into soul force essence. As for spirit marks, and so forth, all of that would be turned to nothingness, and there wouldn't be any side effects to absorbing the leftovers. And Empyrean Thunder Punishment was a master of thunder arts. This sort of demonic, soul-restoring devil arts could be said to perfectly suit him. If I am to understand it, then after inheriting seniors' inheritance, I must endlessly kill people to help restore seniors' soul. Lin Ming asked, that's right. The road of martial arts is a path of murder and destruction to begin with. Not only must you help restore my remnant soul, but after doing so, you must find me a suitable body so that I can seize it and be truly reborn. The moment you accept my inheritance, my remnant soul will also temporarily reside in your body. I will plant a curse seal in your spiritual sea, so don't think of violating the oath you made. As Empyrean Thunder Punishment spoke, his remnant soul suddenly surged upwards. A mass of pale green soul force began to rise up from his body, forming into runes. These runes seemed to swim around like fish. Wrapped in Thunder Punishment's remnant soul, they appeared in the skies of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. After some time, Empyrean Thunder Punishment's remnant soul slightly dimmed. At the same time, a cruel and chaotic soul force appeared. Hoo hoo hoo. Ghostly cries swept through the air. Above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, rows of grisly green curse seals appeared. These curse seals were formed by soul force. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had divided a portion of his remnant soul strength to carve curse seals into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A martial artist's spiritual sea was an extremely fragile and delicate place. Once someone else intruded upon this area, there were all sorts of dangers that could happen. Empyrean Thunder Punishment believed that by taking the initiative to come here, he could control the situation. With his own soul force submerged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, this would make it so that Lin Ming wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Now you can be considered my descendant. From this point on, my remnant soul will reside in the middle of your soul. If you violate your oath, then I will energize the curse seals in your spiritual sea and destroy your mind and soul. The phantom of Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul slowly said. At this time, Lin Ming possessed an extremely powerful soul force. He could clearly detect that these pale green curse seals were, in fact, a part of Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul. In order to completely control him, Empyrean thunder punishment didn't hesitate in further splitting apart his extremely incomplete remnant soul. Now, I shall pass my inheritance to you. After planting his curse seals in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Empyrean thunder punishment didn't worry about Lin Ming anymore. It was clear he was highly confident in his remnant soul curse seals. My inheritance is contained within a spirit treasure called the Thunder Punishment Sword. In the past, this sword cut down countless powerhouses and has become incomparably formidable. I placed a spell on it, so it recognizes only my aura. If anyone else were to approach that sword and try to use outside force to influence it, it would self-implode. The entire Thunder Dominion would also no longer exist. Empyrean thunder punishment spookily said. After listening to this, Lin Ming felt a chill shoot up his back. Luckily, he hadn't recklessly acted just now. If he had truly extinguished Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul first, then the consequences would have been inconceivably dire. At this moment, information in the form of memories passed out from thunder punishment's remnant soul. In an instant, Lin Ming knew the location of the thunder punishment sword. Moreover, he discovered something even more important. The foundation of the Thunder Dominion was the top-grade thunder source he was searching for. It was also sealed beneath the Thunder Punishment Sword. Lin Ming followed the routes in his mind and flew through the Thunder Dominion for half an incense stick of time until he reached a broad, open hall. This hall had countless murals of Empyrean thunder punishment in the past, images of him leading armies and expeditions to slaughter in all directions. It was an incredibly majestic sight. It was clear that this was a palace that Empyrean thunder punishment had personally built in the past. Here, mountains of thunderstone shined down onto the hall like suns. The most primal aura of the source thunder laws filled every nook and cranny of this hall, and the richest aura of source thunder laws originated from the grand throne in the center of the hall. 9 dragons circled above this throne, emitting an inexhaustibly frenzied power, inspiring awe and fear. Lin Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He tore through space and instantly arrived in front of that 9-dragon throne. He had been acknowledged by Empyrean thunder punishment, and Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul also existed in his spiritual sea. Thus, the strange thunder aura of Empyrean thunder punishment also exuded from his body. Those 9 dragons wildly roared as Lin Ming approached, but almost immediately they sensed that Lin Ming was emitting the aura of Empyrean thunder punishment. Like obedient little dogs, they drilled back into the throne. The entire throne seemed high and lofty, a dignity and honor that rose above mortals. But Lin Ming actually knew that this was only a representation of the Thunder Punishment Sword. The truth was that this throne was formed by the melted dragon bone hilt of the Thunder Punishment Sword. 2 arms climbed up the giant throne. Then Lin Ming focused strength into his dantian, and endless blood vitality swelled up his arms. The 9-dragon throne had been firmly planted into the hall of carved thunder crystals, but with strength approaching 100 billion genes, Lin Ming forcefully ripped it up. The mountain-like hall violently shivered. Finally, a dazzling sword blade showed itself. An incomparably great and distant aura emanated from the great sword. Shrill hisses filled the air. Several hair-thin dragons dissipated from the sword blade and into space, immediately piercing holes into the void. Just by drawing up a little of the blade, the Thunder Punishment Sword showed just how powerful it was. It was absolutely a top Empyrean spirit treasure. Lin Ming's body surged with more and more blood vitality. A bit at a time, he constantly pulled out the giant thunder punishment sword. The entire hall wildly shook, quaking without end as the walls and ground groaned. It seemed that the entire structure could collapse at any moment. Bang! With a final pull, the 1,000-foot-long thunder punishment sword was completely drawn out from the ground by Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding onto a raging thunder dragon, one that desperately wanted to escape. But immediately, Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul sent out traces of his aura. As this remnant soul aura brushed against the thunder punishment sword, the sword seemed to fear it and began rapidly shrinking, its atmosphere of resistance also weakening. Lin Ming couldn't lose this chance. He spread out the power of the heretical god tree, letting it trickle out of him like streams of water. Ka. Along the way, thunder dragons roared and fire phoenixes burned. Lin Ming constantly fused as much strength as he could into the thunder punishment sword, wanting to leave as much of his mark in the sword as possible. Empyrean thunder punishment's main body had long perished, and in a sense, this sword no longer has a master. The only problem had been that Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul had left a bit of his will inside the thunder punishment sword, but beneath his own initiative, Empyrean thunder punishment had taken back this will himself. With this, before long, this sword had completely become Lin Ming's treasure. Chapter 1789. Inheritance in Hand. Chapter 1789. Inheritance in Hand. Kia. After the thunder punishment sword was pulled out by Lin Ming, the entire hall seemed to come to life. Pata. The beating sound like that of a heartbeat began to originate from beneath the thunder punishment sword. With every beat, every inch of the hall seemed to resonate with it. Thunder source. This is the top-grade thunder source that Empyrean thunder punishment used to use. Seeing the object beneath the thunder punishment sword, Lin Ming took a deep breath. To him, this thunder source was far more important than the thunder punishment sword. Empyrean thunder punishment's thunder source was like a little thunder dragon. It burrowed deep within the hall, glowing with a scintillating silver-white luster. Its little form moved up and down. With every fluctuation, a destructive source power of thunder seemed to gush out from its body, piercing through the void and escaping into space. All around the thunder source were also countless thin thunder plants, all of them brimming with life. Life and destruction were two sides of the same coin. This was why the power of thunder was so terrifying and strong. It was clear that the existence of this thunder source was why the Thunder Dominion had existed without end for 100,000 years. This is it. Lin Ming carefully stretched out his hand. Before he touched the thunder source, he could feel threads of silver-white lightning jump up and shoot onto his arm. Even though Lin Ming had a mortal body more formidable than some god beasts, this silver-white lightning still caused a needle-like ache to spread through his arm. Feeling this pain, Lin Ming was instead overjoyed. The more powerful the thunder source was, the more satisfied he was with it. Leaning down, the blood of a true dragon surged within Lin Ming. Layers of dragon scales appeared, wrapping around Lin Ming's arm. He directly grasped the small thunder source. With true dragon scales protecting his arm, the powerful arcs of lightning that leapt out from the thunder source only smoothly slid over the scales instead, leaving nothing but the shallowest of marks. After taking hold of the thunder source, Lin Ming discovered that wanting to lift it up was the same as wanting to pull up a tiny star. The energy within this thunder source could be imagined. Soon after, the thunder source turned into a massive thunder vortex that began resonating with the massive amount of power of thunder around it. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Inside the golden hall, from within every piece of thunder crystal, faint traces of the power of thunder continuously leaked out. The source of thunder contained in the surrounding murals released a dazzling light. Then, from outside the Golden Hall, from the endless depths of the Thunder Dominion, thunder began to restlessly stir. Purple, gold, golden, red, silver, white. The color of all sorts of thunder began surging towards the Golden Hall. The endless power of thunder completely poured itself into the thunder source. Seeing this turbulent flow continue for over an incense stick of time, Lin Ming could sense that the thunder source was becoming increasingly heavy and increasingly pure. The little traces of lightning that dissipated from the thunder source began to directly tear open the void and cause terrifying space storms to run out. Whew! Only when the thunder source finally fell still did Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. As for the grand Golden Hall that was releasing a magnificent glow of heavenly thunder, it now resembled a sickly patient that had all of their essence, energy, and blood vitality sucked out and had lost all its previous shine. The entire hall had dimmed down. The thunder crystals still glowed with a faint light. The surrounding murals that depicted Empyrean Thunder Punishment's previous exploits and accomplishments no longer seemed like fierce demons in the dimmed light, but like mortals instead. Even outside the Thunder Dominion, the infinitely rolling thunder that filled the world began to rapidly fade away. Lin Ming knew what was happening. All of this had been created by the Thunder Source. The Thunder Source could be called the origin of all the strength within the Thunder Dominion. Now that he had pulled out the origin, all of that previously scattered strength was also returning to the Thunder Source. The thunder phenomena outside naturally weakened by a tremendous amount. My lifetime of inheritance is contained within the Thunder Punishment Sword. Since you have now obtained the Thunder Source, do not delay any further and begin inheriting my legacy. Hold that sword and stab it into the 9-dragon throne, and allow all the strength within your body to resonate with it, as long as you can become one with it and commune with it. Then you have succeeded. The Thunder Punishment Sword is also the mystic key to take control of the Gold Thunder Temple. You will inherit my everything, of course, at that time. The cursed seals I placed into your spiritual sea will completely activate, and the mark will enter your soul. Empyrean Thunder Punishment's ghostly voice echoed out from behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The Thunder Punishment Sword and also the texts within it that were related to the source of thunder were all marvelous treasures, inferior only to Empyrean Primordius inheritance. However, the curse that Empyrean Thunder Punishment placed within him was extremely problematic. After all, Empyrean Thunder Punishment had once been a superior Empyrean with an incredible level of strength. Even though all that existed of him now was a wisp of his remnant soul, this was still a terrifying existence to deal with. Focusing his thoughts, Lin Ming finally firmed his decision on what to do. He seized the Thunder Punishment Sword and then inserted it into the 9-dragon throne he had just pulled it out of. Bang! Strength began pouring out from every inch of Lin Ming's body, rumbling as it entered the Thunder Punishment Sword. The Thunder Punishment Sword began to release a brilliance as bright as a sun, a milky white radiance completely wrapped around Lin Ming and the Thunder Punishment Sword. At the same time, a strange sensation spread up from the Thunder Punishment Sword and into his body. It was like the Thunder Punishment Sword had become a part of his flesh and blood. Soon after, every piece of material in the hall began to merge with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. Boca, boca, boca. Lin Ming could feel that his heartbeat was following the energy fluctuations of the entire Gold Thunder Temple. As these fluctuations became increasingly intense, the energy shooting out began to latch onto the Gold Thunder Temple and aggressively fuse with it. Shou, the heretical god tree, appeared behind Lin Ming. It broke into the skies, emitting mystic strength that sparkled as if began fusing with the hall. The color of the entire Gold Thunder Temple began to resemble that of the heretical god tree, becoming deeper and darker in color. A true dragon winded out from Lin Ming's body, soaring into the heavens. The power of an azure-colored god beast began filling up the surrounding space. All of these strengths were drawn out by this strange resonance, bringing about slight changes to the Gold Thunder Temple. Gold Thunder Temple, so it was this all along. The moment Lin Ming's thoughts completely fused with the Gold Thunder Temple, he was able to make out the entire internal structure and image within the Gold Thunder Temple. With this, he was able to confirm one thing. This Gold Thunder Temple was in truth the Temple of Marvels that floated above the Sea of Miracles. In the past, when Lin Ming still ventured through the Sky Spill planet, he had killed Xian Wuji and had gone to the central 4 divine kingdoms of the Sky Spill continent. There, he had received an invitation from the 9-furnace crown prince, Yang Yun, to attend the feast upon 9-Flower Lake. This 9-Flower Lake was where Lin Ming first heard about the Temple of Marvels. From the rumors, the Temple of Marvels was a living mirage, vague and phantasmal, incomparably mysterious. Even a divine sea supreme elder couldn't hope to approach it. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels floated out from the Sea of Miracles. Yang Yun took the chance of exploring the Temple of Marvels as bait and lured all the heroes of the world to enter the Temple of Marvels, where he could capture them in his net. To the Lin Ming of that time, the Temple of Marvels could be said to be filled with rare treasures, but it was also steeped in perils at every step. Lin Ming never thought that there would be a day when he would receive the entire Temple of Marvels into his own inner world. As Lin Ming was about to receive the Temple of Marvels, suddenly, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the curse seals that Empyrean punishment placed within him began to sink down. According to the terms of the curse contract set by Empyrean thunder punishment, the moment Lin Ming received the inheritance was when the curse would activate. The instant Lin Ming felt the curse about to rush into his spiritual sea, he focused his thoughts towards his inner world. He no longer concealed the energy of his inner world, but allowed all of it to gush out like a raging sea. And amongst this turbulent strength, the most eye-catching was a grayish-black cube. This was the magic cube. The magic cube was the divine tool of the soul, and was the object most able to restrain soul force in the universe. The curse seals formed by Empyrean thunder punishment just happened to be created using a part of his remnant soul. No matter how powerful Empyrean thunder punishment had been in the past, it was impossible for a fraction of a remnant soul to resist the magic cube. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the curse seals that Empyrean thunder punishment placed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea were all destroyed. At the same time, from the depths of Lin Ming's soul, all of the strength contained within erupted outwards. This was an aura that seemed to resemble the origins of the universe. It spread out with an unstoppable momentum, rolling over everything in its way. What? Empyrean thunder punishment cried out in alarm. This sudden change left him panic-stricken. He originally thought that he would use the curse seals to immediately control Lin Ming, but he never imagined Lin Ming would use some unknown methods to burst out with an incredible strength that directly destroyed his curse seals. The curse seals were connected to Empyrean thunder punishment, and their destruction caused a backlash against the remains of his remnant soul. His figure violently shivered as it became blurry. Who are you? It is impossible for you to be a Holy Lord realm martial artist. In Empyrean thunder punishment's opinion, it was utterly impossible for any Holy Lord realm martial artist to fight with him. At the start, he had carefully verified that Lin Ming was indeed just a Holy Lord martial artist, and this was the reason he believed that Lin Ming could never escape his control. Lin Ming simply didn't bother with Empyrean thunder punishment's nonsense. The myriad demon karmic will slowly revolve, floating beneath his feet. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? With Empyrean thunder punishment's cold cough, a strange sound emitted from his body. All around him, runes that contained the world laws began to continuously appear. These runes formed thunder dragons in the sky. As they soared into the wind, it seemed as if the entire world had become one of thunder. In an instant, these infinite thunder dragons opened their bell-like eyes, dark and gloomy and emitting bursts of thunder light. At the same time, meteor-sized thunderballs appeared in space, all of them exuding a strange mystic power. Countless invisible hands seemed to appear in the air. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt as if he couldn't control his body. This is a force field. With just a wisp of a remnant soul, you can spur the power of the laws as well as form this thunder force field. Lin Ming was surprised. Empyrean thunder punishment was indeed far too powerful. His mortal body had been destroyed, and his inner world no longer existed. Yet by just relying on his remnant soul, he was able to form such a formidable thunder force field. Although Empyrean thunder punishment put on a brave front, the truth was that he was in a critical situation. He no longer possessed the power of his past, and this strange young man in front of him simply had far too many strange secrets. Thunder punishment thrust his hands out into the void. The power of thunder drawn out by this soul force began to wildly rage about. 10,000 thunder dragons howled. The void began to shake and contract upon Lin Ming as if it wanted to thoroughly swallow him up. Lin Ming remained unworried. Without expression, he calmly stretched out a hand. Motes of black light condensed in his palm, sparkling. Then, these motes of light gathered together on Lin Ming's palm, turning into a black cube that exuded an ancient and vast aura. As the magic cube appeared, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence. Although the magic cube was currently just the size of a hand, it gave off an extremely offsetting feeling. It was like a black universe, encompassing all, terrifying and dense. Every mote of black light was like an endless black vortex that emitted endless mystic strength. Any soul force-condensed thunder dragons that approached were mercilessly pulled in by an invisible hand and swallowed up, completely disappearing. After they disappeared, their connection with Empyrean thunder punishment's soul force was severed. Seeing this black cube appear, Empyrean thunder punishment began to shiver, and his complexion completely changed. His current form was nothing more than a remnant soul, making his existence sensitive to the magic cube. As a remnant soul, he felt an instinctual fear towards this divine tool. Just by looking at this black cube, it felt as if the last dregs of his soul would be sucked up. What is that? Empyrean thunder punishment didn't recognize the magic cube. Although he knew about the Grand Miss Spirit bead, he had no knowledge of the magic cube. From the middle of the magic cube, an all-annihilating black light suddenly erupted outwards. As this black light expanded in all directions, it swept through the world. The thunder force field that had been suppressing Lin Ming collided with the black light. Then the thunder force field began to rapidly break down and be destroyed. Empyrean thunder punishment's spirit mark within it was also wiped away. It was all swept up by the black light and then swallowed. Seeing this, Empyrean thunder punishment began to show visible panic. His soul force was so incredibly fragile in the face of the black light that it would collapse on the first strike. Finally, he could feel the terrifying strength contained within that black light, one that seemed as vast and deep as the endless seas. If you were a ruined body, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Too bad for you. You are nothing but a remnant soul. And this thunder force field is also formed by you using your soul force to move the laws. After all, you don't have an inner world, so the amount of heaven and earth origin energy you can use is limited, thus of no threat to me at all. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. He directly summoned the magic cube. For a time, a horrifyingly great energy vortex appeared in the skies. Black light swept out. Empyrean thunder punishment felt a terrifying strength cover his body. This was a power of laws that no one could resist. He wildly shouted out, but the black light had completely covered him. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The magic cube began to expand. Empyrean thunder punishment roared out, "What is that? Just who are you?" Empyrean thunder punishment was terrified. Although he hadn't seen the magic cube before, he had seen the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He had a faint feeling that this cube was in no way inferior to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead divine tool. Everything that occurred today had completely surpassed his imagination. He had inexplicably encountered this terrifying youth who had come out of nowhere. Not just that, but this youth was in possession of an incredible divine tool that perfectly suppressed him, one which possessed a power he could not fathom. This didn't make any sense at all. "Just die as a confused ghost," Lin Ming coolly said. He poured more strength into the magic cube. From the black vortex, Empyrean thunder punishment's pitiful wails could be heard. He maliciously cursed out all the hatred in his heart, unwilling to die here. His ending was just far too miserable. His inheritance had been stolen away by the descendant of his blood enemy, and now even his remnant soul was being eliminated. How could he not hate this? However, no matter how much he cursed or struggled, a mere wisp of a remnant soul wasn't able to cause a ruckus in front of the magic cube. Time marched on. After an incense stick of time, Empyrean thunder punishment's words slowly died down. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry at all. He leisurely activated the magic cube to continue refining for a quarter hour before ordering it to stop. At this moment, the spirit mark within Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul had been completely erased by the magic cube. He was indeed worthy of being called a top Empyrean. His wisp of remnant soul didn't even possess a tenth his original soul force intensity, and had even been weakened over 100,000 years. Yet I still had to summon the magic cube to subdue him. Otherwise, I fear that just relying on the myriad demon karmic will alone wouldn't have been enough to kill him. Lin Ming tranquilly stated as he slowly took back the magic cube. He knew that the moment he finished fusing his energies with the thunder punishment sword and the gold thunder temple, Empyrean thunder punishment would begin integrating the curse into his soul. At this time, Lin Ming would have no choice but to reveal his strength and also his status as Empyrean primordial successor. Thus, Lin Ming had already kept the magic cube prepared. After starting the battle with Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul, he summoned the magic cube. The magic cube was a divine tool that was the ultimate nemesis of all masters that used soul force. Even the remnant soul of a top Empyrean wasn't its match. As Empyrean thunder punishment's remnant soul was destroyed, the entire gold thunder temple and thunder punishment sword were carefully put away by Lin Ming. By the time Lin Ming finished all of this, several hundred miles from the center of the Thunder Dominion, the terrifying and billowing thunderclouds had mostly vanished. As the thunderclouds disappeared in massive tracks, large swathes of a black swamp were revealed beneath Lin Ming. In the midst of the darkness, Lin Ming grasped the glittering thunder source. The thunder source emitted wave after wave of shimmering arcs of electricity, as if it were a thunder emperor being reborn. "I've obtained the thunder source. With the annihilation flame elemental and some top-grade twin-life thunder crystals, I've fulfilled the conditions to refine the extreme polar pill. After I do that, I can break through the extreme polar Tao Palace," Lin Ming pondered. After he broke through the third Tao Palace, his strength would rise even further. With that, he could go to the soul world and seek out Sheng Mei. Chapter 1791. Opening the Extreme Polar Tao Palace. Chapter 1791. Opening the Extreme Polar Tao Palace. Looking up at the high skies, the stars shined brightly. In the distant periphery of the Thunder Dominion, a group of people from the nine-furnace divine kingdom arrived, riding up in a golden chariot. They didn't dare enter the depths of the Thunder Dominion itself. The uproar coming from the Thunder Dominion was far too great, causing everyone to be alarmed. They could see that in the deepest depths of the Thunder Dominion, dazzling bolts of thunder came rumbling down, as if the entire Thunder Dominion was about to be blasted open. It seemed as if some people were engaged in a fierce battle, but with their strength it was impossible for them to see clearly. Suddenly, everyone saw a blinding eruption occur from the depths of the Thunder Dominion. The light was incredibly harsh and blinding. Just a single glance at the sight caused tears to fall. Afterwards, massive swathes of the power of thunder began rapidly rushing back to the center of that brilliant light like a receding tide. In just half an incense stick of time, the originally perilous Thunder Dominion was extinguished of all light. All that remained in the skies were some scattered thunder clouds. One couldn't feel any power of thunder anymore. This is what's happening. The people from the nine-furnace divine kingdom were dumbfounded. From the most ancient of historical records, the Thunder Dominion that existed above the Sea of Miracles, a place where even divine Sea Supreme Elders would die if they entered, had suddenly vanished. This was simply incredible. At the same time, at a place 30 miles deep in the Thunder Dominion, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xiaoge were watching this occur with happy expressions. Out of the group, Xiao Moxian was the strongest. With her vision, everything that occurred hundreds of miles away was reflected in her pupils. Big Brother Lin has received the Thunder Source. Xiao Moxian could see a dark place in the center of the Thunder Dominion. Lin Ming sat in the midst of the void, his hands each holding onto the Annihilation Flame elemental, as well as the top-grade Thunder Source. From afar, it seemed he was holding a black sun and a purple sun in his hands. A strange and mystical power of fire, heavenly tribulation emitted from the pores of his body, carrying with it a rhythm like a beating lotus flower. Every time this flame flickered, space would be burned away like paper, and massive space storms would howl out. One could see from this just how hot these flames were. Lin Ming's hands were wrapped in electricity as he started to draw in the void. Runes appeared, each of them carrying the true meaning of the Tao as they locked in this part of the world and struck against the strange heavenly tribulation fire. In a moment, the surrounding space distorted as the form of a furnace appeared in front of him. After that, he tossed all sorts of heavenly materials, the Twin Life Thunder Crystals, top-grade Thunder Source, and Annihilation Fire Elemental into the furnace. With this, he began refining. The entire refining process didn't take too long, but in Xiao Moxian's eyes, this sight was more than enough to stir the soul. As Lin Ming reached the end of the refining process, true fire spewed out from every inch of his skin, rumbling into the furnace. 7 days later, a massive explosive sound blasted out. A 100,000-foot thunder dragon and fire phoenix tore through the world, flying in tandem. Even the gray barrier that guarded the entire sky spill planet was struck, the impact almost enough to shatter planets. The momentum of the sound was titanic and without end. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, a fist-sized pill appeared, one that resembled yin and yang fish swimming together. One side was blue thunder, and the other side was red fire, both of them emitting a terrifying energy. Lin Ming swallowed this pill in a single motion. A booming explosion began sounding out in his body like thunderclaps. After some time, his forehead, eyes, nose, everything began to erupt with a blinding brilliance that impacted into the horizons and scattered away the dark clouds. From the originally gloomy skies, it was like some faint summons was being sent out as starlight began to fall down. 9 vast and shining stars appeared high above the endless starry skies, arranged in a strange manner that was filled with profound meaning. Their light tore through the infinite dark shining down and creating a separate world. One of these stars in particular shined like a sun at noon. Its radiance was dazzling, seemingly carrying with it an incredible mystic strength. This star was named Cherished Kismet and was one of the 9 stars. As it bloomed with a brilliant divine light, the starlight fell down like a silver waterfall that contained a dreadful strength. Even Xiao Moxian felt goosebumps rise on her arms. From the void, lines of the great Tao appeared, condensing into a strange pattern that blocked out the dazzling stars above. The true meaning of 2 peak strengths filled the space around the Tao diagram, like a dragon and a phoenix protecting it together. This was the heavenly Tao array diagram that hindered humanity from breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This Tao diagram was filled with an inexplicable charm, as if it were alive. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. Big Brother Lin is finally starting his breakthrough. Seeing this occur, Xiao Moxian was both nervous and happy. In her eyes, Lin Ming suddenly erupted with an incredible strength that was accompanied by the thick smell of blood. Loud explosions occurred nonstop within his body like endless thunderclaps, as if a true dragon were awakening within him. His figure rose, and pitch-black scales emerged from his body, forming armor around him. His aura climbed, becoming increasingly wild and swift, fierce with a brutal savageness. Behind him, a massive 6-armed and 3-headed Azura phantom appeared. This Azura phantom seemed to have crawled out from a blood pond of hell. Its 2 pupils burned like twin suns, releasing a dreadful light. Lin Ming looked up towards the most brilliant star in the sky. Then, at this time, a towering tree began to rise behind him, as grand as a mountain. This tree stabbed into the skies. Countless thunder dragons flew around it, and innumerable fire phoenixes twined around its branches. The momentum it released was astonishing. A pitch-black spear appeared, like an ancient vicious dragon tearing through time to arrive here. The power of the world and all the surrounding laws twisted around this black spear and were torn apart. As this spear appeared, the numerous thunder dragons and fire phoenixes around the tree flew down to twine around it. Waves of blood vitality also began gathering at the spear point. Then, this black spear began to roar like a demon god. A blinding light erupted from the spear point, like thousands of supernovas occurring together. Bang! Lin Ming shot up from the ground, his feet stepping on space. Beneath the tremendous impact of his strength, the space under his feet shattered like glass. Man and spear shot upwards, becoming one. All that was seen was the black spear in Lin Ming's hands. Like a black dragon, it endlessly attacked the Tao diagram in the starry skies. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike of the black spear caused all the power of the world within 100 miles to be drawn towards it. It swallowed all of this power, every strike impacting the Tao diagram with the force of a burning star. The entire Tao diagram began to ripple. Waves of dazzling grand Tao lines fell down with starlight. As they struck Lin Ming's body, the impact was as heavy as a planet. Time passed quarter hour after quarter hour. During this time, parts of the Tao diagram would shatter and starlight would fall down. There were also times when Lin Ming approached exhaustion. He would open the Purple Temple Tao Palace to stimulate his potential and begin rushing upwards once more. Shock waves tore through the void, causing the black starry skies to collapse like glass. Lin Ming's figure was completely covered with starlight and blood. As he collided with the Tao diagram again and again, everything seemed to blend together as one. Just as Lin Ming's strength reached its limits, there was an explosion and a heaven-shaking noise that echoed through the world. The Tao diagram above Lin Ming loudly shattered, and the lines of the great Tao dissipated like clouds of smoke. From the void, the glittering, cherished Kismet star shined, its starlight flowing into Lin Ming's body. his broken bones and torn flesh began to visibly mend. Extreme Polar Tao Palace. I broke through. Lin Ming took a deep breath after breaking past 2 Tao palaces before. Breaking into the Extreme Polar Tao Palace was much simpler. One reason was that he had made sufficient preparations. Whether it was the annihilation fire elemental that Empyrean Demon Dawn gave him, or Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Thunder Source, both were top powers of thunder and fire. Another reason was that Lin Ming was stronger than before, and he had also broken past the shackles of the heavenly Tao. In breaking into the 3rd Tao Palace, it was far more familiar. The 3rd Tao Palace, the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, corresponded with the cherished Kismet star. This palace was located in Lin Ming's inner world. After opening the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, Lin Ming could guide the power of the 9 stars to enter his inner world and fuse with the energy within. And the energy within Lin Ming's inner world was mainly thunder and fire. This was the equivalent of adding the power of a star into the power of thunder and fire. With this, Lin Ming's thunder and fire origin energy would rise to another level. As Lin Ming examined his own inner world, he found that at the central point of his inner world's planet, the giant heretical god tree was bathing in the endless mercurial starlight, beautiful to the extreme. Because he had broken into the Extreme Polar Tao Palace, the heretical god tree had benefited from this and had become even more verdant and hardy. Thus, Lin Ming's strength rose again. For him to enter the soul world alone, this provided him with more confidence. There wasn't much time left before the great calamity truly began. Chapter 1792, Towards Soul World. Chapter 1792, Towards Soul World. 3 days later, Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming's actions at the Thunder Dominion were far too gargantuan. It was impossible for him to not arouse the attention of the 4 great divine kingdoms. In addition, some people had already notified the high-level figures of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Thus, when Lin Ming finished breaking through the 3rd Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and left the 8,000 miles black swamp, a group of divine sea powerhouses was already waiting for him. Lin Ming returning to the Sky Spill continent once more was a momentous event. No one wanted to miss it. However, none of these divine sea powerhouses ever imagined that after arriving at the 8,000-mile black swamp, they would witness such a ridiculous scene occur. The entire Thunder Dominion, along with the Temple of Marvels, had been taken in by Lin Ming. This was an absolute life-forbidden zone of the Sky Spill planet that had existed for 100,000 years. And now, because of Lin Ming's return, it had completely vanished in a single night. The Sea of Miracles, also known as the Ocean of Endless Storms, had turned into a normal sea. This sort of strange phenomenon caused many divine sea powerhouses to be dazed for a long time, as if they were living in some sort of dream. Lin Ming didn't bother much with these dazed, high-level figures of the Sky Spill planet. He simply politely greeted them and then brought Mu Qinyulin Xiaoge, Qin Xingxuan, and Xiao Moxian to fly straight towards the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was one of the 4 divine kingdoms of the Sky Spill continent. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, his sense could already easily cover the entire divine kingdom. He flew as fast as a bolt of lightning. In less than a quarter hour of time, he arrived above a grandiose jade palace. This was the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's imperial palace. Lin Ming's sense covered the entire imperial palace. Right after, his figure flashed as he fell straight down, followed by the others. He landed in a courtyard. The courtyard was quiet and tastefully decorated. Several species of spirit bamboo were planted, their fragrance warming the heart and mind. In this courtyard, there was a middle-aged man sitting down at a stone table, brewing some tea in the shade. Lin Ming's sudden arrival caused the man to be startled for a moment. Right after, a woman also heard the commotion and came outside. As she saw Lin Ming, she was inexplicably surprised. Seeing this middle-aged man and woman, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. "Father, mother, your son has returned to visit you." Since the last time Lin Ming returned, 70 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, Lin Ming once had the thought of bringing his parents up to the divine realm. However, as he realized that the great calamity would soon erupt in the divine realm and the fate of humanity was also unknown, he decided it was better to have them stay in the lower realms where it would be relatively safer. Lin Ming's parents had already missed their chance to cultivate. He also didn't have any desire to have his parents cultivate martial arts. Instead, what he could do was use a variety of heavenly materials to lengthen their lifespans to several thousands of years. Thus, as Lin Ming saw his parents now, the two of them still looked like a husband and wife in their mid-30s. Even the wrinkles on his mother's face had vanished beneath the revitalization of so many heavenly materials. After Lin Xiaoga ascended to the divine realm, Lin Ming's parents also had another baby boy. This boy was Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoga's little brother. For these highly traditional parents, if they didn't have their children and grandchildren around them, then even if they lived for several thousand years, they would still feel lonely and empty within. Even after 70 years passed, the Lin family didn't have many descendants. Even so, they were undoubtedly the #1 family of the entire Sky Spill planet. Whether it was Lin Ming's parents of the descendants of their family, all of them had extraordinary statuses. Currently, the Lin family had developed to 7 or 8 people. At this speed, the Lin family would soon grow into a flourishing family tree. As for Lin Ming's parents, this was the happiest scene for them. In particular, after the two parents met Xiao Moxian and learned she was carrying Lin Ming's flesh and blood, they were even happier than before. As for Xiao Moxian, she was a bit wary. She never imagined the scene would unfold this way when she met Lin Ming's parents. Xiao Moxian's sense was extremely keen. She could clearly feel the abundant love and care coming from the gentle eyes of these two elders. Then she thought back to her grandfather. No matter when it was, Empyrean Demon Dawn had always maintained his dignity and grandeur. Although it was true that he loved Xiao Moxian, his love was deep and heavy, sometimes to the point of leaving her gasping for breath. Such a contrast naturally had Xiao Moxian feel a heartfelt closeness towards Lin Ming's parents. As Lin Ming saw the smiles of his parents, his increasingly prosperous family, and also the respect and fear of the juniors, he felt comforted. He increasingly realized just how great the burden on his shoulders was. Humanity had to cross the great calamity and survive no matter what. Only then could such a peaceful happiness be sustained. Otherwise, if the divine realm perished, it would only be a matter of time before disaster reached the lower realms. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming enjoyed a rare time of leisure and joy. Besides only doing the necessary meditation every day, he would accompany his mother to discuss cooking recipes and play chess and brew tea with his father. These days continued for a full month. Then, Lin Ming bid his farewells to his parents and embarked on his journey once again. The day that Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, all of the Lin family members and nearly all the divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent, including many high-level figures of all 4 divine kingdoms, gathered to see him off. The scene was grand and even festive. After all, in the eyes of many, the divine realm was a land filled with lucky chances everywhere. But no one knew that as Lin Ming left this time, he was in truth shouldering a life or death mission for humanity. His journey was one that was doomed to be filled with incomparable perils. It's time. Lin Ming looked towards Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu Qin Xingxuan, and also Lin Xiaoga, who was still crying in her mother's arms. He took out Primordius Heavenly Palace, and all of them flew inside. Right after, they broke through the void and flew straight to the divine realm. After Lin Ming returned to the divine realm, he flew towards Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Empyrean Divine Dream was already waiting for him. "You've finished your matters?" Empyrean Divine Dream looked towards Lin Ming, and her thoughts stirred. She could faintly feel that after leaving for just over a month, Lin Ming's aura had become even more intense than before. "I've finished." Then, let us go." After Empyrean Divine Dream finished speaking, a beam of light covered Lin Ming. Without using a spirit ship, the two of them simply stepped through space. If they didn't use a spirit ship, that also meant the entrance to the soul world wasn't too far away from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this. The entrance to the soul world was far too important, and it was natural that Empyrean Divine Dream would want to protect it. When she was choosing the area to establish Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, she likely considered the entrance to the soul world first. "Take this." Empyrean Divine Dream gave Lin Ming an ancient transmission symbol. Strange runes were engraved atop it, and Lin Ming was in fact quite familiar with these runes. They were Azura Law runes. "This is the transmission symbol I obtained from the Azura Road in the past. It will protect you in the transmission." I understand." Lin Ming probed the transmission symbol with his sense and soon understood how to use it. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream had brought Lin Ming to a place where space was completely twisted. In this space, she continually used arcane space techniques, seemingly shuttling through the complex space labyrinth. This space route was incredibly puzzling. If there wasn't someone leading the way, then even for Lin Ming, it would take an immense amount of time to find the way out. He also had no idea how Divine Dream had arrived here in the past. Perhaps she had some sort of jade slip map. As Lin Ming was thinking, he discovered that along the way he could make out some ancient array formation ruins, and even the skeletons of the dead. Lin Ming didn't know who these skeletons had once been. If they were truly characters from billions of years ago, that was truly shocking. These skeletons had managed to be preserved here for billions of years without turning into dust. From this alone, one could imagine the cultivations they possessed when they were alive. But these powerful existences had all perished here. Just what was the reason for that? Here it is. Empyrean Divine Dream stopped in front of her, and Lin Ming was an ancient altar. This altar was covered with mottled lines. After so many years passed, no matter how powerful an array formation was, it would still slowly weaken until it completely faded. This transmission array before him clearly wouldn't last for much longer. Lin Ming stood before the altar, feeling its vast and ancient aura. The dust here had fallen into a thick layer. As he stepped into it, the dust covered his foot. Lin Ming slowly approached the altar, mounting the steps one at a time. When he reached the top of the altar and saw what was there, he was shocked. It turned out that the middle of the altar was hollow. As he looked down into the altar, all he could see was a fathomless abyss, an abyss that had no light and no bottom. It was unknown just what was inside. Lin Ming tried to probe it with his sense, but discovered that as he sent his sense inside, it was difficult to take back. His heart chilled. He finally realized that this abyss was not some ordinary pit, but a place that was constantly flooded with a fierce and violent power of space. This meant that the abyss itself led to a different space, and the abyss itself was the space channel. In other words, this was the entrance to the soul world. This was also the so-called weak point of the god lamenting wall that Empyrean Divine Dream had mentioned. An ancient true divinity had forcefully established a connection between the two universes and turned that connection into a transmission array. Even so, for what reason had the ancient true divinity created this transmission array? Lin Ming, is this really what you have decided? At the other end of this abyss is the soul world, but the runes of the transmission array have become incredibly frail, on the verge of collapse. I have no idea how much more energy it can withstand, and the transmission array itself hasn't been used for tens of millions of years. If you wish to go to the soul world, it will be far more perilous than when I used this transmission array in the past. Moreover, even if you go to the soul world, it is unknown what you can accomplish. It's also unknown whether you can find Xing Mei or even form an alliance with her. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head. Although she hoped that humanity could form an alliance with the Spiritas, probability and common sense didn't favor them. What could Lin Ming offer that would tempt the heart of Xing Mei? If humanity was compared to the Spiritas, then humanity was just far too weak. Lin Ming stood before the abyss for a long time, silently probing the transmission array. Using his own knowledge of array formations, he constantly calculated the risks involved. Then Lin Ming slowly drifted upwards. He looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream and said, "I humbly request Senior Divine Dream to please take care of my family. I must go to the Spiritas no matter what, regardless of what the result will be." As Lin Ming spoke these words, he turned towards the black, fathomless abyss and leapt down. Chapter 1793, Dream Soul Heaven. Chapter 1793, Dream Soul Heaven. Cardinal Sky World was one of the larger great worlds within Dream Soul Heaven's 3,600 great worlds. The main continent of Cardinal Sky World was an incredibly vast area, but most of the land here was covered by snow and ice at all times, similar to the snowfall world within the divine realm. Because of the snow that covered the entire world, many martial artists of Cardinal Sky World cultivated the power of ice. Of course, they were different from humans. Spiritas lived here, and they communed with the ice laws through soul force. Moreover, their ice laws were used to supplement the effects of their soul attacks, making them strange and nearly impossible to defend against. In Cardinal Sky World existed a large influence called Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace didn't have many disciples, but they had produced extraordinary individuals since time immemorial and were a highly reputed sect. At this time, at the outside edges of Zenith Palace, wind and snow drifted about, making the entire landscape misty. A group of Zenith Palace disciples were exploring an ice field. There were over 20 disciples. Half of them were women and half were men. The one in the lead was a white-browed old man. Beside him followed a peerless woman. She wore white clothes and her face was hooded by a veil. Her temperament was ethereal, like a blooming ice lotus. "Hi, Master. I don't know if the previous intelligence was accurate. We've searched for several days already, but haven't found any traces of the hornless ice dragon. The bloodline of a hornless ice dragon was inferior to that of a true dragon, but it was still a peerless spirit beast. A hornless ice dragon was an absolutely important creature. If an influence could obtain it and raise it into their guardian god beast, the advantages could be imagined." The old man shook his head. "We've only been speculating. Several days ago, north of Zenith Palace, the power of space suddenly turned chaotic, and the cold energy there increased, even affecting the land for 10,000 miles. The palace master has an extremely sharp sense. According to what we know, an existence that can stir the space and ice laws as well as possess such momentum should likely be a hornless ice dragon." Seeing the woman still frowning with doubts, as if this explanation didn't seem too likely, the old man smiled and said, "This sort of lucky chance can only be found through a stroke of fate. Even if we do find the hornless ice dragon, it's not necessarily true that we can subdue it. This sort of spirit beast might not be willing to surrender itself to our sect, and if it doesn't then, that will be extremely troublesome." As the old man spoke, a disciple suddenly spoke up, "If we can't subdue, then we can kill it, and use it for alchemy. The medicines produced from a spirit beast like a hornless ice dragon must surely be the most precious kinds. However, the disciple's opinion caused the old man to maliciously glare at him. "You damned bastard idiot! Do you know how much good fortune of the world has to gather, and for destiny to accumulate over time, for such a divine being to be bred? How could you dare think of killing it for alchemy? That will only draw disaster upon our sect." As the old man reprimanded, the disciple shrunk back, not saying a word. Many martial artists possessed an incredible strength that could shake the heavens and earth, but they also held onto a firm faith of destiny, karma, and samsara. Many of these martial artists wouldn't want to do something that could harm their own destiny. "Look, the glacier in front of us has been destroyed again." The old man pointed at a glacier not too far away. This glacier had originally been massive, but it had been sheared in half by something. The top had completely vanished. This situation couldn't be considered too amazing. The old man from Zenith Palace could easily accomplish this, but to encounter this same situation again and again for the entire surrounding 10,000 miles was out of the ordinary. Just where would there be such a strong person that was so bored they would shear off the tops of 1,000,000 glaciers for 10,000 miles just for fun? That would just be a great joke. The veiled woman nodded. This didn't resemble the actions of a martial artist, but a vicious beast experiencing heavenly tribulation, nirvana, or some other similar phenomena, and then leaving behind these traces during their furious struggle for survival. As she was thinking this, not too far away, a disciple cried out in alarm. Did you discover the trail of the hornless ice dragon?" The sect elder's heart stirred. If the hornless ice dragon was present, there would surely be some more movement than this. If they could just find a scale of the hornless ice dragon, that would be wonderful progress. Everyone hurried over. All they saw was a female disciple that looked around 17 to 18 years old, staring and pointing at a bulge in the snow. She said, "There's someone buried there." "Person?" The old man was disappointed upon hearing this. He shook his head with the peerless woman beside him. In the great desolate glacier, it was common to find the corpses of those who died here. It might be a mortal who had perished from the cold or starvation, or even a martial artist who fell here. Every year, countless lives were lost within the great desolate glacier, and many of them were forever buried beneath the snow, sealed for eternity. It's just a dead person. There's no need to make such a fuss about it. Someone admonished the young girl, who cried out in alarm. The female disciple looked a bit aggrieved. She said, "I thought it was a corpse without any life force, but then I saw his finger move." He's still living?" The old man was amazed. The veiled woman was also startled. She said, "Rescue him from there." Several disciples hastily dug out the snow, revealing a pale young man. It's a young man. He looks around 20 years old, and he really is alive. The veiled woman was astonished. The youth wasn't breathing, but his blood vitality was still running through him, and it didn't seem weak either. However, he seemed to have been injured by something, so his state was a bit messy. It was impossible to see what his cultivation was. Bring him back to the spirit ship and give him some medicines. Whether or not he can continue living will depend on his good fortune. The veiled woman ordered. Then she continued with the others to search for the hornless ice dragon. Several days ago, the massive space storm that swept out for 10,000 miles had even changed the surrounding climate. In the eyes of Zenith Palace, even if it wasn't a hornless ice dragon, there should be some rare treasure being born. Since they came here with such fanfare, they might as well return with some harvests. Several maids brought the freezing youth to a room. They acted according to the orders of the veiled woman and fed him medicines, attending to him with the utmost care. Miss and the 12th elder are too kind to rescue this unknown person. Who knows if he is a good or bad person? Maybe he did something extremely evil and was only reaping the consequences of his actions. That might be true, but why would our Zenith Palace fear any evil people? In the entire Cardinal Sky world, there isn't a single influence that dares to move against us. The two maids spoke. They were certainly annoyed at having to care for an unknown youth. Zenith Palace, Cardinal Sky world. This should be the soul world. Lin Ming thought to himself. The youth that Zenith Palace rescued was the recently arrived Lin Ming. The truth was that for these last several days he had been lying in the snow and wind. Although it seemed as if he was in a coma, he knew what was happening around him with absolute clarity. He also saw the scene of the old man and veiled woman rescuing him. In fact, without these people rescuing him, he would have recovered in a few days anyways. As Lin Ming recalled the space storms he encountered when traveling from the divine realm to the soul world, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. That had been an utterly terrifying journey, one that had far surpassed anything Empyrean Divine Dream had estimated possible. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream would never have allowed Lin Ming to take such a risk. Not even Lin Ming had thought such dangers were possible. Initially, Lin Ming was able to use his own strength to deal with the space storms. This wasn't too difficult. Lin Ming's cultivation of laws was extraordinarily profound. He had already practiced using the least amount of energy possible to display the maximum effect. However, the transmission array had decayed for far too long. It was already weakened to the point of ruin. When Lin Ming was halfway through the transmission journey, the fallout of energy shockwaves had just happened to strike upon a weak point in the space channel. Although these energy shockwaves weren't too strong, them hitting a weak point caused a crack to appear in the space channel. As this crack appeared, it was like the widening maw of a death god, leaving Lin Ming in a cold sweat. With that, the space storms became even more crazy and fierce. This was the annihilation storm that existed in the gap between two universes. Once one was struck by it, flesh and blood would melt away, and all things would be destroyed without even dust remaining. Lin Ming had struggled with everything he had, and was forced to use more and more strength. This caused the already cracked space channel to repeatedly expand. Lin Ming hastened his speed. He had to rush out of the exit before the entire space channel collapsed. But in the end, he hadn't been able to make it in time. Just as Lin Ming was close to the exit, the entire space channel began to cave in on itself. This caused Lin Ming to take desperate action. He summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. The summoning of Primordius Heavenly Palace meant the appearance of an Empyrean level strength. This caused the space channel to collapse even quicker. Although Lin Ming entered Primordius Heavenly Palace, the power of that horrifying space storm still gushed out from the space channel like a mighty torrent, wildly attacking the shields of Primordius Heavenly Palace and rapidly consuming its energy. In the end, even the energy of the shields had been completely exhausted. Although Lin Ming was hidden within Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had to face the direct baptism of the space storm. No matter how high Lin Ming's cultivation was, having to withstand the strong astral winds that existed in the gap between two universes was impossible for him. He was swept out, receiving severe wounds that caused him to vomit blood, and his meridians were also torn apart. In the final moments, Lin Ming received the extremely damaged Primordius Heavenly Palace and then summoned Empyrean Thunder Punishment's Temple of Marvels. Only with the Temple of Marvel's final bastion of support was Lin Ming just barely able to make it out of the exit. But at the end, even the Temple of Marvels had been depleted of energy, and it also lost a great deal of its spirituality. It was clear from this just how terrifying the space storms that existed in the gap between two universes were. This was a power that not even an Empyrean could contend with. Only a true divinity could sacrifice a part of their cultivation and break through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall. When the energy of the Temple of Marvels was depleted, Lin Ming was heavily wounded yet again. He grit his teeth and broke into the soul world. But when he entered the soul world, a space storm spread out for 10,000 miles, causing destruction everywhere. 1,000,000 glaciers had been blown apart and instantly evaporated. Luckily, no one had been in this part of the Great Desolate Glacier. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. In one trip, the energy of 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had been used up without a long period of allowing them to repair and also supplying them with energy. These 2 Empyrean spirit treasures wouldn't be able to be used for some time. But this wasn't a problem at all. These spirit treasures could be slowly nourished back to their original state. The crux of the problem here was that Lin Ming had received heavy wounds. This left Lin Ming feeling bitter. His adventure to the soul world hadn't gotten off to a good start. Chapter 1794. The Human Race of the Soul World. Chapter 1794. The Human Race of the Soul World. You're awake. As Lin Ming sat up on his bed, thinking about what his next step should be in the soul world, a young girl pushed open the door. She carried a basin of hot water with a white towel hanging from it. This young girl only looked to be around 15 to 16 years old. Her small face was flushed red, and her skin was smooth and vibrant. Her large eyes shined brightly, looking quite lovable. However, as Lin Ming saw this young girl, he was actually quite shocked. He rubbed his chin, a strange expression on his face. As Lin Ming stared at this young girl, his behavior caused her to blush. She wasn't sure just what to do. "Sir, you—" For a young girl who had no experience between the sexes to be stared at by a man in such a manner was considered impolite. However, due to her young age and low status as a maid, she wasn't sure just what to say. Luckily, Lin Ming had already withdrawn his gaze. He asked her, a bit puzzled, "You are a human?" Just a moment ago he had been looking at the young girl's stomach and had clearly seen the existence of a dantian. Only a human cultivation method would form a dantian. This was the basis of the essence gathering system. However, there was something strange here. For human martial artists of the divine realm, even if they solely cultivated the essence gathering system, they would still start with the first 6 stages of body transformation. It would begin with strength training, then flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and finally pulse condensation. All of this was to form a foundation for the future Hotian, Xiantian, and later phases. But this young maid in front of him clearly cultivated a dantian, and yet her bodily strength hadn't been trained at all. She was a weak, normal woman, and this left Lin Ming feeling a bit strange. Was the soul world's essence gathering system cultivation method different? Moreover, to see a human maid in the soul world. What about it? The young girl's dark eyes were wide open, shining as she looked at Lin Ming. From her expression, she was confused about what he had said. Oh, Lin Ming didn't ask any further, instead falling deep into thought. This small discovery brought Lin Ming a great deal of information. As he organized this information, Lin Ming felt as if he had encountered a considerably bad situation. During this trip to the soul world, wanting to see Sheng Mei would be more difficult than he anticipated. He looked at the young maid and asked, "Are there many humans here? What % of the population are they?" The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise, not sure why he would ask such a bizarre question. "There are many humans, but I'm not sure what % they make up. It is likely less than the Spiritas, and especially true on the Cardinal Sky world. This is the central region, and most people here are Spiritas." The maid's reply confirmed Lin Ming's speculations. However, to confirm, he continued to ask, "Have the humans here formed any large influences? For instance, World King level influences?" The young maid thought for a moment and shook her head, a bit lost. "Humans aren't good at cultivating. We cannot compare with the Spiritas. For a World King powerhouse to appear in our people is far too difficult. Sir, Are you a Sciention or revolving core martial artist? Unfortunately, it will be extremely difficult for you to cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction. And if you can reach the divine sea realm in the future, every step after that will be far more difficult than the last. The young maid mumbled, secretly blaming Lin Ming for having her talk about her vulnerable points. These sorts of things were common knowledge, so why did she have to explain them? However, this was strange. This young man looked as if he had a decent level of cultivation, so how come he didn't know anything at all? Had he just popped out of a mountain somewhere? Perhaps he was really the hand-taught disciple of a hidden master who had just recently come out of the wilds, but it was far too rare to see a powerful hidden human master. As the young maid thought this, she laid down the basin and began wringing out the towel. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in his thoughts. From what the young maid had said, Lin Ming could confirm many things. First of all, this was indeed the soul world, but not the core universe of the soul world. Lin Ming recalled the words that Empyrean Divine Dream had once said to him. Billions of years ago, humanity had truly been one of the 3 peak races of the 33 heavens, unlike now when they were one of the 3 great races in name only and had long since been in decline. When humanity was at their peak, they had occupied several of the 33 heavens. It had been more than the divine realm. But afterwards, as the God-lamenting wall vanished again and again, and great wars with the saints and spiritas broke out repeatedly, the human universes were slowly eaten away. Finally, all that was left to the humans was a single divine realm. The other universes were all conquered by the spiritas and saints. Without a doubt, this universe that Lin Ming came to was one of the human universes that the spiritas had seized billions of years ago. This world had once been part of humanity's territory. After it was captured by the spiritas, they established their influences here, began developing the resources, and grew in population. However, the spiritas weren't cruel or merciless. They allowed the indigenous human race to continue living on. However, as massive numbers of spiritas migrated here and then multiplied over 6 billion years, they slowly took full control of this universe. In terms of population size, they even surpassed the humans. And the key point was that the spiritas had seized control of all main sources of resources in this universe. Humanity had devolved into mostly common mortals that held on to remote lands. And amongst the humans, very few masters were born. Although many humans entered sex, they were all reduced to the role of a servant like this maid. If one had to put it in pleasant terms, they were simply janitor disciples. Because too much time had passed, humans themselves thought that they were weak, inferior to the spiritas. As the young maid had said, humans believed they weren't suited to cultivating and could never compare to the spiritas. If their strength couldn't compare to others, then they were on a lower level than the spiritas. For their core resources to be taken was also normal in this situation. No one would revolt, and no one would think to revolt. Moreover, from the tone of the young maid, it was also extremely difficult for human martial artists to cross life destruction. This made Lin Ming feel as if he had returned to the Sky Spill planet. Only on a lower realms world like the Sky Spill planet would human powerhouses worry about crossing life destruction. And the reason for all of this was undoubtedly because the humans of the soul world lacked the very core of a race's prosperity: inheritances. Lack of inheritances and cultivation methods would make it increasingly difficult for humans to cultivate. This was because humans possessed a dantian, and their spiritual sea was relatively weak. To have them cultivate the spiritas' cultivation methods was simply a waste of effort. Lin Ming didn't need to ask to know that billions of years ago, when the spiritas seized this universe, they also severed humanity's inheritances here. Then they seized all the core resources and established great influences all over. In the subsequent generations of humanity, when they lacked resources and inheritances, just what could they do? It was even possible that all their history was lost. In the mortal worlds, it was already unclear what happened several thousands of years, or even hundreds of years ago, much less something that occurred billions of years ago. Without those sects with incomparably glorious inheritances, it was impossible to maintain historical records that stretched back millions and billions of years. Perhaps amongst the humans of the soul world, there still existed some vague legends about how humanity had once been glorious beyond compare, with kings appearing amongst their ranks. But if these stories were still spoken of then, they were likely considered nothing but fantastical myths and bedtime stories. After several billion more years, perhaps the human race in the soul world would further degenerate until there was nothing left but a few sparse pockets, and finally even they would vanish. Thinking of this, Lin Ming wasn't sure just what taste was in his mouth. This was the sorrow of a race being captured by others. Would the divine realm also follow in the footsteps of this world and turn to dust? In fact, the saints might take an even more drastic method. After seizing the divine realm, they might recklessly start slaughtering all humans upon sight, causing the process to be even shorter. Lin Ming gripped his fists. He did not want to see this occur. The divine realm was already humanity's last bastion of hope. And as he thought of his mission here, to see Xingmei, Lin Ming also worried about this. According to his speculations, this was not the Spirida's core universe, but was a universe that the Spiridas had wrested away from the humans billions of years ago. If so, then Xingmei might not even be in this universe. Of the 33 heavens, it wouldn't be strange if the Spiridas controlled 6 or 7 or 8 of them. Although he had entered the soul world, the chances that he had entered the same universe that Xingmei was in was extremely low. And such a character like Xingmei likely kept her whereabouts a mystery to begin with. To search for her in such a massive possible area wasn't that easier said than done. Moreover, Lin Ming also didn't know how difficult it was to pass between the several universes of the soul world. Hopefully, it wasn't as ridiculous as crossing from the divine realm to here. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the young maid had already cleaned the towel and was about to wipe Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming took the towel and looked at the naive and innocent girl in front of him. He softly said, "I'll do it myself." The young girl was embarrassed and let go of the towel. Her large, watery eyes looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "I hear that Sir was buried in the snowlands for a long time. Did you happen to run into your enemy there?" "No, I met a storm," Lin Ming casually explained, not wanting to deceive this naive young girl. Oh, could it be that space storm that enveloped a 10,000-mile area several days ago? That was scary. At the time, someone who was standing far away said they saw a deep purple dragon pierce through the skies. I really mean it when they say it pierced through the skies. It descended from the highest heavens like some spiritual god, causing all glaciers for 10,000 miles to break in half. The elders of Zenith Palace say that it was the sign of a hornless ice dragon being born. That's likely some ferocious saint beast. The reason that Zenith Palace sent an elder out here is to subdue this hornless ice dragon. Hearing the girl say these words, Lin Ming held onto the towel in a daze, not able to say anything. When he forcefully broke through space barrier to arrive here, his entire body had been wrapped in the temple of Marvel's power of thunder as he pierced through the void. He never imagined that others would see this as a giant dragon and cause such big stir that they also mistook his arrival as the birth of a hornless ice dragon. Really, he had no idea whether to laugh or to cry. No wonder the people from Zenith Palace had come wandering around where he fell and even found him. They never would have dreamt that he was the hornless ice dragon they were looking for. Chapter 1795, Akashic Dream Battlefield. Chapter 1795, Akashic Dream Battlefield. Zenith Palace is searching for the hornless ice dragon to subdue it and make it their guardian beast? Lin Ming thoughtlessly asked, not expecting the young maid to know anything. The young maid nodded and said, yes, but the most important reason is because they wish to have the hornless ice dragon fight in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Akashic Dream battlefield? Lin Ming was startled. He never imagined this young maid would know such information. Just what sort of place was this Akashic Dream battlefield? Could it be the Spirida's battlefield against the saints? Lin Ming earnestly wanted to know just what the current situation was between the saints and the Spiritas. As he was thinking about it, the young maid asked with some envy in her voice, Sir, if you can survive that terrifying storm, your cultivation should be quite fierce. Could you be a life-destruction martial artist? The young girl originally wanted to say revolving core, but she thought this young man should be a little better, and thus she asked him if he was at life destruction. In her eyes, if Lin Ming could reach life destruction at such a young age, then that was already extraordinary. In the future, there would be high hopes that he could break into the divine sea, divine transformation, or even divine Lord realm. To humanity, this was a rare level of talent. As she spoke, she peeked at Lin Ming's expression and discovered that he didn't seem to be denying it at all. To her, this immediately confirmed her speculations. This youth was indeed a fierce young man. Looking at the girl's expression, Lin Ming felt a bit sad. He thought back to how humanity was said to have once been one of the 3 great races of the 33 heavens and was incomparably glorious. Billions of years ago, there appeared many unrivaled heroes like Empyrean Divine Seal. Even in present times, with their inheritances severed and the hopes of reaching true divinity nearly suffocated to death, there were still peerless masters that appeared like Emperor Sakya, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Dream. These characters were all just a single step away from stepping into the realm of true divinity. But now, in the soul world, they had fallen to such depths. This was because humans here lacked confidence in themselves. Once a race lost all belief in their own strength, then there was only a single fate left for them: to be slaves. However, Lin Ming couldn't blame this on the humans of the soul world, because this was an environment created for them, that they were born in. Lin Ming lightly sighed. Looking at the young maid before him, he could see that her road of martial arts would be long and rough. He took pity on her and took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring. The pills in this bottle were those used by low-level martial artists. To the current Lin Ming, they were of no use, and there was no reason for him to hold on to them. He kept these pills in his ring because he planned to give them to his juniors as a greeting gift during the times he returned to the Sky Spill continent. However, even though these were pills for junior martial artists, with Lin Ming's current level of vision, they were still priceless medicines that these low-level martial artists could only obtain through a stroke of fate. This is for you. Lin Ming passed over the pill bottle. This is... The young maid took the pill bottle in a daze and blankly opened it. A heartwarming fragrance spread out. Without a doubt, these were all top-quality pills that Lin Ming had given her. This is too precious. The young maid was at a loss. But at this time, the door opened and 2 young girls walked in. The young maid was shocked. She quickly put away the pill bottle in fear that it would be seen. You're awake," the 2 maids casually said as they looked at Lin Ming. These 2 maids were both Spiritas, and their cultivations were equal to a human Xiantian realm martial artist. Compared to the young human maid, they were considerably stronger. It was obvious they also had a high status amongst the maids. The human maid appeared meek and cautious in front of them. Lin Ming remembered the voices of these 2 Spiritas maids. They had been the ones complaining about being ordered to take care of him. "Since you've awoken, follow us. Miss wishes to see you." Oh, Lin Ming nodded. Since he had just arrived at the soul world, there were many things he didn't understand. How to find Xing Mei, what the situation was between the Spiritas and the saints. He was completely in the dark about all of this. Not just that, but he was even wounded at the moment. His best route would be to find a considerably large influence to stay at for a little while and unravel his current conundrums before leaving again. Thus, Lin Ming didn't refuse the summons of this miss at all. After he rose, he spread out his sense like a web. He discovered that he was within an ice spirit ship. When everyone in the ship, including the maids, was counted, there were just several hundred people. It seemed that this was a team that Zenith Palace had temporarily sent out to look for the hornless ice dragon. On the spirit ship, the strongest ones were the old man and the veiled woman. The woman had an elegant temperament and was a beauty. Her skin was fair, and her 2 eyes were icy blue, seeming to be as smooth as crystal jade. And sitting beside her was a 50 to 60-year-old looking white-robed old man. He had a benign appearance, and his aura was restrained. At this time, these 2 people were talking about something. They didn't lay down any sound-insulating enchantments, thus the content of their conversation all fell into Lin Ming's ears. Although Lin Ming was injured, his soul and the intensity of his divine sense hadn't been affected. He could easily spy upon these 2 people talking without any worries of being discovered. Elder White, it doesn't seem that we can find this hornless ice dragon. Perhaps we were mistaken, or perhaps the hornless ice dragon has already dug through the glacier and escaped. Either way, it will be increasingly difficult for us in the sect wars a month from now. Currently, our sect is accumulating battle merit points at a worryingly slow rate. If this continues, our situation will be troublesome. A year ago, our Zenith Palace was nearly completely annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe. Besides you and Jade Hall, the other disciples did horribly. On average, they all received less than 10 merit points. Even amongst influences of the same rank, this is too embarrassing. I fear that if this continues, we won't be assigned many resources from Cardinal Sky World. As Elder White and the veiled woman spoke, Lin Ming had a strange complexion on his face. Zenith Palace was nearly annihilated in the Akashic Dream universe. Then could the people searching for the hornless ice dragon be ghosts or something? Naturally, none of this made sense, but slowly, the more Lin Ming listened, the more guesses he had. These guesses caused his heart to leap into his throat. He anxiously wanted to confirm them. Hey, make sure you don't let your eyes just wander about. The one you're about to see is the direct disciple of our Zenith Palace master, Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River, someone who possesses a postnatal spiritual ice body. Although Senior Apprentice Sister Jade River currently has the status of a disciple, she is already treated on the same level as an elder. In the future, she might even become the next Zenith Palace master. Do you have any idea just what kind of concept the Zenith Palace master is? The young maid looked at Lin Ming's listless expression. With his stupid appearance, she was afraid he would randomly cause a ruckus with the high-level figures of Zenith Palace. Thus, she gave him a warning. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered arguing with this kind of maid. His eyebrows arched up, and he asked, "Is Zenith Palace a world king influence?" After investigating that Elder White's cultivation just now, he should be a half-step world king. If so, then he could infer from this that the Zenith Palace master was most likely a world king. Moreover, it was possible that Zenith Palace had more than one world king. On a great world, such an influence was considered not too shabby. That's right. The young maid looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She didn't expect this fellow to know that much. "Miss, I've brought the human here." Another maid notified the veiled woman. This veiled woman's thoughts stirred. She paused the conversation she was having with the old man. "You've already rescued this human, but instead of having him leave, you summoned him here? Are you hoping to learn news of the hornless ice dragon from him?" Elder White shook his head, clearly not thinking Lin Ming would have any valuable information. "Not only that, I just think that this person has a formidable blood vitality, and his inner world is also extraordinary. It's a bit strange to me. Perhaps he is some amazing character." As the veiled woman said this, the old man was about to respond, but eventually didn't, and shook his head instead. By now, Lin Ming had already walked into the room. The room wasn't too large, but the decor was extremely unique and wonderful. There were ice crystal objects everywhere, and abundant spiritual energy filled the room. The chairs that the veiled woman and Elder White sat on were crafted from ice jade. A faint mist dissipated from them. It was clear they weren't ordinary treasures. As Lin Ming entered the room, the veiled woman bid the maid pour Lin Ming a cup of spirit tea, and then waved for him to take a seat. "Sir, may I know your name?" "My name is Lin Mook." Lin Ming casually made up a name. "Ah, then it is Sir Lin." "Sir Lin, for what reason did you come to the great desolate glacier? And why were you injured?" As the veiled woman asked this question, her eyes stared at Lin Ming as if she wanted to completely understand his cultivation. With Lin Ming's severely wounded state, his cultivation seemed to be between the divine sea and divine lord realm. Lin Ming said, "I will answer all of Mrs. questions, but before that, I have some questions of my own that I hope Miss can cast light on." "Oh, what questions does Sir Lin have?" Lin Ming said, "I am someone from the wilds. I've been training with my master since I was a child, and just recently left his protection, so I know nothing of the outside world. As I was adventuring through the world, I heard someone mention the Akashic Dream battlefield, and that sects of the soul world would be engaging in sect wars within this place. May I ask what this Akashic Dream battlefield is?" Lin Ming guessed, and rightfully so, that his question sounded extremely stupid, and might even rouse the suspicions of this Mississippi. After all, if this was something that even a young maid knew, then it should be common knowledge. However, he couldn't care about this much. After all, in a mere world king influence like this, there was no need to have too many scruples. With his regenerative abilities, although his current wounds were serious, they wouldn't take too long to recover from. And indeed, that veiled woman looked at Lin Ming with surprise. "You haven't heard of the Akashic Dream universe?" Lin Ming shook his head. "Your master actually never told you about this." The veiled woman thought this was bizarre. Although Lin Ming had said he was someone who lived in the wild mountains and had never left before, still, his master should have taught him such common knowledge. The Akashic Dream universe is a dreamland universe shared by all people of the soul world. There, everyone exists in the form of soul energy. This universe is broad and boundless and covers all 7 heavens that make up the soul world. From any place within the soul world's 7 universes, one can use their own spiritual sea to connect to the Akashic Dream universe. In the Akashic Dream universe, a martial artist cultivation, strength, laws, everything will be copied over exactly as in reality, and this even includes weapons and pills. If 2 martial artists fight in the Akashic Dream universe, that is no different from them fighting in the outside world. As the veiled woman explained this, Lin Ming's heart shook. In truth, he had already faintly guessed what was happening. This Akashic Dream universe was in truth similar to the divine dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream had arranged for use in the divine realm first martial meeting. But the Akashic Dream universe was countless times larger than the divine dream world. The number of martial artists that the Akashic Dream universe could hold was trillions and quadrillions times more than the divine dream world. The Spiritas actually had such a place. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He was well aware of just how significant it was for an entire race to possess this sort of universe. Chapter 1796, Zenith Palace. Chapter 1796, Zenith Palace. After understanding what the Akashic Dream universe was, there was no need to ask about the Akashic Dream battlefield. Lin Ming had originally thought that the Akashic Dream battlefield was a place where the saints and spiritas fought each other, but now it seemed that it was clearly a specified area within the Akashic Dream universe where sects fought against other sects in massive wars. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, one could freely slaughter at will, like the divine dream world. Even if a martial artist were killed on the Akashic Dream battlefield, they wouldn't die in reality. At most, they would suffer some damage to their soul force that might take days or weeks to recover from. However, the significance behind all of this was beyond the ordinary. To a martial artist, the fastest method of growth was to fight endlessly. In an intense battle, their cultivation would be tempered, and their foundation would become more solid than before. And to a sect, holding a war that involved nearly all of its disciples would have the disciples of their sect be even more united with each other, as well as enhancing their collective combat strength and teamwork abilities. It was impossible for such a chance to train the members of an entire sect to appear within the divine realm. Once a sect war broke out in the divine realm, that was a true life or death slaughterfest where oftentimes entire lineages were exterminated. As for depending on the divine dream world, that wasn't a realistic option. This was because every time Empyrean Divine Dream opened the divine dream world, she had to pay a heavy price to do so. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had the support of a nearly infinite audience, as well as profits from ticket sales and other such item sales. And other than that, Empyrean Divine Dream herself was ridiculously rich. Even so, it was impossible for her to frequently open the divine dream world. But with the support of the Akashic Dream universe, the various great influences of the spiritas could often engage in mass war exercises. Their combined combat strength could be imagined. And from what the Veiled Woman had said before, when she was speaking to Elder White, it seemed that this Akashic Dream battlefield also had some sort of battle merit point system. The more merit points one accumulated, the richer the rewards they could obtain. Even a sect's resources were dependent on the distribution of merit points. Because of this, the disciples of the sects were even more enthused to go to the Akashic Dream universe. No wonder the spiritas were so aggressive and imperious and had managed to gradually become a peak race over the billions of years. The Akashic Dream universe must have played a large role in this. Lin Ming felt that as humanity slowly declined, it wouldn't be strange for them to eventually lose to the spiritas. How was the Akashic Dream universe formed? Lin Ming asked again. It was impossible for such a mystical universe to have been formed by a spiritas, Empyrean, or true divinity, or even groups of them. They simply didn't possess the required amount of energy to do so. The Veiled Woman said, I fear the Akashic Dream universe has already existed for 10 billion years by now. As for how it was formed, there are several different theories. A common one is that 10 billion years ago, the first ancestor of all spiritas was a being that surpassed the realm of true divinity. He established the Akashic Dream universe and evolved it into a spiritual world with its own set of independent laws, allowing it to be passed down through the generations of his people. The Veiled Woman's words caused Lin Ming's heart to skip a beat, an existence that surpassed a true divinity. He concocted a background where he used the inheritances of the ancient Phoenix clan and where his master was fairy foam. Lin Ming answered in accordance to what a life destruction or divine sea martial artist should know of. Not just that, but he naturally downplayed his talent, making his story seem seamless. Then Jade River asked about the hornless ice dragon. Lin Ming stuck to his original story. He stated that he had never seen the hornless ice dragon and that he had landed in his current predicament because of the terrifying space storm that appeared out of nowhere. Lin Ming's answers left Jade River frowning a little. She originally believed that if Lin Ming was able to survive the space storm, there was likely something special about him. And even after trying to ask some trick questions, she still hadn't been able to dig anything out of him. It appeared that Lin Ming was just an ordinary human youth with talent. She looked at Lin Ming after some time and asked, "Do you have any interest in staying at Zenith Palace?" Lin Ming was surprised. Zenith Palace recruits human disciples? Occasionally. Lin Ming thought for some time. Thinking about the words of the young human maid, it was true that Zenith Palace had some human disciples. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Didn't the core inheritances of Zenith Palace only suit Spiritas? What was the reason for bringing in humans? After all, it was impossible for humans to study the inheritances of Zenith Palace. Jade River smiled. "If you join Zenith Palace, then Zenith Palace will provide you with resources. I believe that it will be far better than you cultivating by yourself. I'm positive these resources will tempt you." Hearing Jade River's words, Lin Ming felt even more doubtful. Humans shouldn't be welcomed anywhere in the soul world. As they were considered an inferior race here, it was normal for them to be discriminated against. Humans that were janitors and servants likely made up a great deal of the population. So, why would Zenith Palace actually help bring in humans instead? Jade River could see Lin Ming's thoughts. She chuckled. "I know you think this is strange." "Good. Then let me be honest with you. The Zenith Palace Master has created a dual soul and energy cultivation method. By implanting a virtual dantian into the body of a Spiritas martial artist, they can use this virtual dantian to cultivate the essence gathering system. I've also practiced this sort of cultivation method. Now, what we need are some human geniuses so that we can reference the way energy revolves in your dantian to perfect our virtual dantian." Jade River's explanation caused Lin Ming to frown. So this was actually dual soul and energy cultivation. Although humanity's ancient inheritances had been severed by the Spiritas, they should have kept the most outstanding of the inheritances. The large Spiritas' influences didn't completely destroy these inheritances, but rather retain them for future use. If certain heaven-shocking rare geniuses were to appear amongst the Spiritas that could dual cultivate soul and energy, then they could use these inheritances to their advantage. Lin Ming himself was the greatest beneficiary of the dual cultivating system. After taking the best inheritances of humanity, the Spiritas then caged in the geniuses of humanity to observe their dantians. This was treating them no differently than animals to be experimented upon. After being inspired to create their virtual dantian method, they were then able to cultivate the essence gathering system. This was a well-thought-out plan. Even so, this sort of situation was something that many human martial artists wished for in their dreams. Jade River had already stated that the resources of Zenith Palace were precious beyond compare. "Okay, then I will join you," Lin Ming agreed. His original idea was to enter a small human sect, recovering from his wounds, while looking for a chance to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was the only place where Lin Ming thought he could find Sheng Mei. As long as he caused a great enough commotion in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this would bring the attention of the high-level Spiritas figures upon him. Now Zenith Palace was trying to win him over. With this, Lin Ming could skip a step and use his status as a disciple of Zenith Palace to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was likely the easiest route. As for observing Lin Ming's dantian, if they wanted to discover anything useful about it, then they could continue dreaming on. Great! Seeing Lin Ming agree, Jade River was in a good mood. The more talented a human disciple was, the more value there was in referencing their dantian. As for the humans of the soul world, their cultivations and strengths were each worse than the last. Amongst the humans with their weak foundations and low levels of talent, wanting to find good seedlings was far too difficult. Although Lin Ming's talent wasn't too extreme, it was still much better than that of the previous human disciples they had found. Then, on the same day, the disciples of Zenith Palace started their journey of returning to base. Lin Ming also calmly trained in his own chamber, rapidly restoring his body. As Lin Ming was quietly cultivating, he noticed that a divine sense had locked onto him and was continuously monitoring him. Soul Lord Realm Martial Artist. Lin Ming could look at the intensity of this divine sense to judge that the person spying on him was no more than a tiny minion, someone no stronger than a human divine lord. Lin Ming lightly laughed, not caring much at all. He was a stranger that had suddenly joined in on this spirit ship. It was normal for someone to monitor him in this situation. Rather, he would feel disturbed if that didn't happen. Then, Lin Ming sent out his divine sense. He observed the changes all around him, as if he were avoiding someone trying to take advantage of him. In the end, he was on the spirit ship of an alien race. He couldn't help but remain guarded. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open, and he frowned. Just now, the divine sense that Lin Ming had cast out had witnessed an extremely uncomfortable scene. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking through the door. The divine sense monitoring Lin Ming also continued following him. Chapter 1797. Dispute. Chapter 1797. Dispute. Hand it over. Otherwise we'll mess you up. A cold girl's voice sounded out. Her words had a bullying tone to them. At this time, in the maidservant's room, 3 beautiful young girls were holding their arms against their waists as they surrounded a small and weak 15 to 16-year-old looking girl. This young girl was pale, and her fists were tightly clenched together. She subconsciously guarded her chest, clearly indicating just how much fear she was feeling right now. "You lowly slut! Delay any further, and we'll kill you. Hurry up and hand it over. When we entered the room, we saw you panic and hide the pill bottle, and we even smelled the medicinal fragrance. Don't try to deny it." These 3 beautiful young girls were all Spirita's maids. The young human girl they were bullying was the maid that Lin Ming had given a bottle of pills to. To Lin Ming, these pills didn't have any use at all. But to these young maids who were still struggling at the Hotian or Xiantian realm, these medicines were incomparably precious treasures. When these maids had entered Lin Ming's room, they had smelled the light medicinal fragrance and were able to discern just how precious these pills were. They were definitely pills that could nourish one's energy and soul. Whether it was for a human or a Spirita's, they were highly beneficial. Thus, they began to form thoughts of stealing them. However, they naturally couldn't reveal these thoughts in front of Lin Ming. After all, even though Lin Ming was only a mere human, he seemed to be a martial artist at the life-destruction realm or above, and they were not his match. But now that these pills had fallen into the hands of this young girl, the situation was different. One couldn't only look at the demeanor that these Spirita's maids adopted in front of their superiors. Normally, they arrogantly rampaged around. The human maids were instead the ones forced to wash their clothes and do other tasks. Hurry up! Those pills aren't something that a low-class human like you should have. The maid with the highest status amongst the 3, and also the leader of the maids, grabbed onto the young girl's collar and slapped her face repeatedly. Her tone was threatening as she said, "So, you want to do this the hard way, right? Be careful, or I might rip your face off." The head maid began to pinch the young girl's cheeks and slowly twisted the skin into a circle. Even as the head maid smiled, the young girl's face was already twisted red. The young girl held back her tears. She forcefully opened her eyes, not allowing any tears to fall or showing any pain. She clenched her fists and grit her teeth, saying, "This is something that the young sir gave me. It is not yours." "Ha ha, you little slut. You must have formed a crush on that human and thought that he would take you in as his concubine, right? Just who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but an inferior human maid. Even if you died, no one would care. If you died, we would simply toss you off the side of the ship like we would a dead dog, let alone you. Even that, sir, you speak of is only some human that was found frozen outside. Although he might be considered a master amongst us, in Zenith Palace amongst the elders, protectors, and core disciples, he is just a dog. The maid shoved the young girl over. The young girl wobbled and fell to the floor. Her head hit the wall behind her with a thick thumping sound. The young maid had started cultivating the essence gathering system before training in the 6 stages of body transformation. Because of that, this strike caused her sight to blur. Even so, she grasped her fists and didn't say a single word. In this universe where spiritas ruled, it was common for humans to be discriminated against and bullied. This young girl was clearly aware that strength was everything. Because she was weak, she could only allow herself to be pushed around like this. For a young human girl to be killed by others and have her treasure stolen, that was a commonplace scene. But now, she had managed to seize an opportunity with these medicines that the young sir had gifted to her. This allowed her to see the light of hope for making a breakthrough. How could she give up this chance and resign herself to her fate? Perhaps in her entire life. This would be the only chance for her to crawl onto her feet and walk as a proud human. Oh, what a stubborn bitch. I can take it from you whether you want to or not. But if I do, then your fate will be miserable. The head maid sneered as she spoke. And at this time, another young maid said, "There's nothing in her ring." As the maid spoke, she grabbed an extremely low-quality spatial ring from the young girl's finger and crumbled it. From inside fell out a pile of clothes, ordinary weapons, and some medicinal herbs. These were the entirety of the young human girl's possessions. The head maid crushed these inferior medicinal herbs beneath her feet, jeering as she said, "Then she must be hiding them on her body. It's impossible for her to have the time to refine such high-quality pills or to swallow them all in one go. Tear apart her clothes until she's naked. We'll slowly look for what we're searching for." Okay. As the other 2 maids spoke, she rushed forwards and began to pull the young girl's clothes. With a ripping sound, part of her clothes tore apart, revealing her belly band. Ah! The young girl screamed out loud. But the 2 maids' actions became even more fervent. "I found it!" A young maid raised a pill bottle. After opening it, several jade-green, bean-sized pills rolled out. "What great pills! Are these blue miracle pills or something else? It seems that almost frozen humans' wealth isn't too poor." The maids laughed and looked towards that young girl. "Finish her up. Tear off all her clothes and lash her." As the head maid spoke, she felt a sudden chill rush over her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly leapt backwards and turned around in midair. Who? The 3 maids were immediately vigilant. They discovered that a man had appeared behind them. This man's face was dark and was emitting a thick killing intent. "It's you." The maids naturally recognized Lin Ming. However, they weren't afraid of him. In this spirit ship, there wasn't anything that Lin Ming could do to them. "Sir." At this time, the young girl cried out as she saw Lin Ming appear. Sadness, injustice, grief, all sorts of feelings rushed up in her chest before they came out as scalding tears in her eyes. Her knees seemed to give out as she tumbled over like a broken kite. Her pills were taken and her clothes were torn. There was nothing in her heart but shame. "You're fine," Lin Ming suddenly said. He didn't know what he was feeling in his heart. He had only crossed paths with this young girl once and didn't even know her name. But right now, because of her bitter and painful experiences, he felt nothing but anger for her. The reason might be because they were both from the human race. From this young girl's bitter experiences, he was able to see the future of the divine realm. This was the sorrow of a race that had their lands fall into enemy hands. "You want to save this little slut? I never imagined you would be interested in such trash. Fine, to show you some face, we won't press this issue anymore." As the head maid spoke, she received the pills. The maid simply didn't fear Lin Ming's threats at all. Even if Lin Ming was strong, he was nothing but a mere human. This was a Spiritus spirit ship. Just what could he do here? You are courting death. Just as Lin Ming said these words, he took great strides forwards and punched out, smashing the head maid in the face. Pung! With a dull thump, the maid screamed out loud as she hurtled backwards and smashed into a wall, vomiting a great mouthful of blood. You hit me? The head maid said, as she spat out blood. Her teeth had been knocked out, and her face was filled with disbelief. The other two maids were stunned. They never imagined that Lin Ming would be so reckless to attack them on this spirit ship. As well as you two, Lin Ming unfolded his arms like an eagle opening its wings. The two young maids were unable to put up even the slightest bit of resistance as they were smashed backwards. They screamed out loud and vomited mouthfuls of blood. This was the first time that Lin Ming had struck women who weren't able to fight back at all, and where he also didn't show them mercy. With the premise that he didn't take their lives, he tore apart their meridians. With a low-level martial artist's restorative abilities, it would take at least a month of recuperation before they healed from this. Pa! Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the head maid's spatial ring exploded. He took back the pill bottle he had originally given the young girl. These pills didn't have any value to Lin Ming to begin with, but he would rather feed them to dogs than give them to these three Spiritus maids. Insolence! How dare you? At this time, a man's icy voice resounded in the air. Lin Ming frowned. He knew that someone had been monitoring him the entire time. Now that he wounded someone, the people from Zenith Palace would immediately know of this. He calmly untied his outer robe and draped it over the ragged young human girl. The young girl grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, alarmed. With that shout of insolence, she immediately understood that a high-level Spiritus had arrived. It was likely Lin Ming would be sucked into a mess because of her actions. Sir, the young girl's eyes were filled with guilt. In this situation, Lin Ming would definitely suffer a loss. Put on some clothes first, Lin Ming calmly said. Then he slowly turned around. Behind him, a youth with red eyebrows walked in. This youth was thin and had freezing cold eyes. His temperament seemed as if his entire being was carved by an ice saber, and his cultivation was at the late Soul Lord realm. As the red eyebrow youth appeared, the three Spiritus maids perked up as if they saw their savior. They all cried and crawled over to him. Lord, find justice for us. The several maids sobbed, their tears overflowing. That senior apprentice brother, he looked over the injuries of the three Spiritus maids. Then his expression became increasingly cold. You ride my ship and yet strike my people. Just who gave you the courage to do this? You want to fight? Lin Ming frostily said, not wanting to drag things on. It was true that he was injured, but a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. To deal with this unimportant figure in front of him wouldn't take any effort at all. It was just that if he were to fight with this senior apprentice brother, there was no way he could continue to stay at Zenith Palace. Currently, Lin Ming still wasn't able to contend with the peak masters of Zenith Palace. His wounds left him unable to fully call upon the energy in his inner world. Ha ha ha! Did I hear correctly? Senior apprentice brother, he loudly laughed. You actually asked if I want to fight? You aren't my match. You can't even see through my boundary. All I would need is my little finger to crush you to death. Senior apprentice brother, he coldly sneered, readying himself to attack. But at this time, from not too far away, an old man walked up and whispered something in his ears. Senior apprentice brother Yi's red eyebrows wrinkled. What? This human garbage was chosen by senior apprentice Sister Jade River? Yes, Miss believes that his talent is adequate and wants to borrow him to further perfect her virtual dantian. Thus, it would be best if you don't injure him. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain the situation to the Mississippi. As the old man spoke, he looked at Lin Ming and disdainfully said, Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, I will make sure you walk around without any teeth. Empyrean thunder punishment's inheritance could only be considered a superior, transcendent, divine might. Its grade wasn't too high, but the key factor was that it was extremely well suited for Lin Ming. Moreover, he also had the support of Empyrean thunder punishment's ready-made memories and his experience. With this, Empyrean thunder punishment's inheritance provided a good deal of inspiration to Lin Ming in controlling the power of thunder, as well as perceiving the thunder laws. Simultaneously, Empyrean thunder punishment's memories allowed Lin Ming to further understand what happened in the war 100,000 years ago. The start to end of the war was almost exactly as Lin Ming had speculated. Unfortunately, Empyrean thunder punishment's memory of events only lasted until he had been struck by Empyrean Primordia's strongest attack and sent piercing through the sky spill planet. After that, his soul had been scattered and his origin energy completely exhausted. All that was left over of him was a wisp of a remnant soul. All matters that occurred afterwards, Empyrean thunder punishment had no idea of. Like this, a month passed. On this day, the meditating Lin Ming suddenly stood up. He wanted to leave the human residential area. "Sir, is there some matter?" Wang Yue asked with surprise. Lin Ming didn't speak further. He flew up and towards the peak of Zenith Palace. He had already understood from Jade River and that Zenith Palace elder that the sect wars within the Akashic Dream battlefield would be occurring in a few days. And in truth, in Zenith Palace, many disciples had converged in the main square before the central palace. These disciples were all outstanding individuals of Zenith Palace. Among them were the elites from the core disciples, as well as some people who were considerably older. These older people tended to be at the Holy Lord realm or above, and were the backbone of Zenith Palace. There are 3 more days. That is when the war within the Akashic Dream battlefield begins. When you enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, you will need to stay there for a full 3 years. Standing in front of all the disciples of Zenith Palace was a grandiose, white-robed old man. This old man was Zenith Palace's vice palace master. During these 3 years, you will run into all sorts of enemies. This includes opponents from other sects as well as nightmare beasts. Cut them down to gather merit points. And the more merit points you gather, the more unimaginable the rewards you can exchange them for. Besides the resources handed down by Zenith Palace, the most important factor of all are the heaven-shaking rewards from the Akashic Dream universe. The rewards of the Akashic Dream universe are no trifling matter. In the legends, the Akashic Dream universe was created by the first ancestor of all Spiritas, and the lucky chances within are incomprehensibly great. The highest rewards can even move the heart of a true divinity. Of course, this is all far too distant for you. If any of you can open yourself just a small space within the cardinal sky world, then that is more than enough to be proud of. This will allow your future road of martial arts to be free from many troubles. All of you should be aware that today is your good fortune as well as your opportunity. In these past years, amongst the world king influences of Cardinal Sky World, the results of my Zenith Palace haven't been too great. Your results this time are directly correlated to the destiny of the sect. Empyrean Cardinal Sky has already sent out a proclamation that anyone who has outstanding results in the Akashic Dream battlefield will be personally taken in as a disciple by him. All of you should be well aware of what it means to become a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky. Not to mention the other benefits. Just being a disciple of Empyrean Cardinal Sky will make you a candidate to be the next Zenith Palace Master. And as long as you can break into the World King realm in the future, that is a highest elder. The white-robed old man passionately spoke out. As the disciples of Zenith Palace heard this, all of them began to bubble with excitement. If one could be received as a disciple by Empyrean Cardinal Sky, they could be the next Zenith Palace master. In addition, there was also the heaven-shaking rewards of the Akashic Dream universe and the support of Zenith Palace's resources. This was a golden chance. Just who would miss out on this opportunity? This was all because Zenith Palace had started to decline in these last years. The two world king masters of Zenith Palace were well into their old age. Not only could they not enhance their cultivation boundaries anymore, but instead their vitality began to dissipate further with every passing day. According to this trend, in less than 100,000 years, the two sex-stabilizing world kings of Zenith Palace would drop to the weakest of world kings in terms of fighting strength. At that time, the grade of influence that Zenith Palace was would surely drop down by one. And to train another world king powerhouse in these 100,000 years seemed far too unlikely. This was the reason why Zenith Palace spared no expense in raising the younger generation. The accumulated inside background of the sect, their many resources, all of these things were used up without hesitation. Zenith Palace had staked everything in this gamble in the hopes that they would be able to produce an outstanding junior that was able to support them in the future. I ask the Vice Palace Master and all other elders to feel at ease. Within the Akashic Dream battlefield, we shall write our own legends. That's right. For the sect and for ourselves, we'll slaughter our way through the world. The disciples of Zenith Palace all shouted out together, their ardent chants filling the skies. But at this time, there was the sound of splitting air. A blue-clothed youth cut through the vast blue sky at an incredible speed, flying straight towards the meeting square. This youth was Lin Ming. Who is that? The disciples of Zenith Palace were just starting their chant when an uninvited guest broke his way in. The high-level figures of Zenith Palace frowned. Just where had this human come from? Moreover, to be so public with his actions and fly high in the skies was an extremely impolite action. Lin Mook. Jade River was certainly present. She immediately recognized Lin Ming and was stunned for a moment. Where had he come from? Lin Mook, what are you doing? Hurry up and come down. Jade River began to develop a headache. Just what was going on here? Lin Ming fell down. The reason he came here was to borrow one of Zenith Palace's spots to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Since he came here to request help, he naturally couldn't be too reckless in his actions, nor could he start a fight. Chapter 1799, Stealing the Stage. Chapter 1799, Stealing the Stage. Hey, brat, so it's you again. A red eyebrow youth looked up at Lin Ming. This youth was Yifan, the young man who had come into conflict with Lin Ming aboard the spirit ship. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually show up out of nowhere during the assembly meeting for the Akashic Dream battlefield. It seemed that he was tired of living. According to the rules of Zenith Palace, if a low-level disciple were to interrupt the speech of the Vice Palace Master during an important occasion, that was a sin of tremendous disrespect. Jade River, Yifan, you know him? The white-robed elder looked towards Jade River, frowning. Yes. Jade River braced herself and nodded. She looked at Lin Ming and glumly said, Lin Mook, how come you aren't training in your residential area but instead came to the high peak? Miss Jade River. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. I heard that the Akashic Dream battlefield will be opening soon and would like to be granted a spot to enter. I wonder if the Akashic Dream battlefield has any limits on race for entrance? Lin Ming's words caused the entire audience to die down. He wanted a coveted spot to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield? Who the hell did he think he was? Ha ha! Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? You are nothing but a human, and yet you're so arrogant. Only 9,300 people can enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, and the list of names was decided well over 3 months ago. Besides 3,000 disciples that were predetermined, the 6,000 some leftover spots were all decided by a grand tournament held between the disciples of Zenith Palace, passing through layers upon layers of competition before they were able to win a spot. Every Zenith Palace disciple that could obtain a spot is an outstanding individual that can dominate martial artists of the same level and look down upon their peers with disdain. And yet you actually spoke of wanting to take a spot from these people. What an idiot! Ifan recklessly laughed. Although his words were contemptuous, this was also what the other Spiritas martial artists present were thinking. They all thought that Lin Ming was just some brain-addled idiot. Oh, the list of people has already been determined. Lin Ming hadn't expected this. Before, Jade River said that they could enter the Akashic Dream universe from any place in the Spiritas 7 universes. Now it seemed that only location wasn't limited, but as for wanting to enter the Akashic Dream universe, there were inevitably other restrictions. Not just anyone could casually enter as they pleased. Zenith Palace could only send 9,300 people. Then, smaller influences were likely able to send in even less. Lin Ming's voice lowered. He said, "Then I would like to know, is there a limit to races that can enter the Akashic Dream universe? Who cares if there isn't? You don't have the qualifications to begin with." Ifan sneered. "Then, give me your qualifications," Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Ifan. "Since the spots are decided through competition within the sect, and I am also a disciple of the sect, once I defeat you, I should obtain your qualifications, right? You want to die?" Hearing Lin Ming's brazen words, Ifan was enraged. With a ringing sound, Yifeng's sword left its sheath. He pointed it straight towards Lin Ming. "Since you're in such a hurry to die, let me help." Yifan flew into the sky as he spoke. His eyes locked onto Lin Ming's dantian. Because Lin Ming had been injured before, his inner world had been in chaotic tatters. But now Lin Ming had completely recovered, and there was no need for him to conceal his inner world. Thus Ifan was clearly able to discern Lin Ming's cultivation. "What, early Holy Lord Realm? So, you are a Holy Lord Realm human?" Ifan's words startled all the Zenith Palace disciples present. They all looked towards Lin Ming's dantian and could feel the light aura of a micro-universe from within. In other words, his inner world had developed starry space and even bred planets. "Early Holy Lord." Jade River's eyes flashed with astonishment. So the Lin Mook that she had rescued was actually an early Holy Lord Realm martial artist. In the soul world, human Holy Lord Realm martial artists were extremely rare. Generally speaking, a human had to possess great talent and come across many lucky chances, as well as have an extremely high degree of talent to just barely be able to break into the Holy Lord Realm. Moreover, the Holy Lord Realm was the terminus of human cultivation. To take a further step into the World King Realm was impossible. Humph! Who cares if you are a Holy Lord? No wonder you have the guts to rush to the highest peak. Do you think that just because you are a Holy Lord you are that great? In Zenith Palace, a Holy Lord isn't anything at all. Moreover, you are nothing but a human Holy Lord. You don't even enter my eyes. What Ifan despised the most was human martial artists. In the soul world, human martial artists were in a miserable state, and it was nearly impossible for them to keep up with Spirita's martial artists of the same level. In fact, even when facing a Spiritas that was a small boundary lower, they still might lose. Moreover, Ifan was an extraordinary core disciple of Zenith Palace, and his cultivation was at the peak of the late Soul Lord Realm. He wasn't too far from the Holy Lord Realm. The reason he was able to obtain a spot to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield was not because he competed through the tournament, but because he was elected and directly granted an entry token. A talented disciple of a world king, Holy Land possessed more than enough skill to jump ranks to fight. Even a Spirita's Holy Lord might not be his match. much less a human holy lord. Senior apprentice Sister Jade River. This person wants to walk down the road of death. Me killing him is also within reason, so you should look for some other human to perfect your virtual deity on instead. As Yifan spoke, he slashed his sword down at Lin Ming. His sword chopped towards Lin Ming's forehead. Sword light shot out. Yifan had also combined a soul attack in the strike, going for a one-hit kill. In this situation, many of his fellow sect disciples were watching. If he couldn't destroy Lin Ming in one strike, then even if he won, he wouldn't have any face to greet them. And at this time, Lin Ming also retaliated. Facing someone like Yifan, Lin Ming had no need to use any transcendent divine might. Rather, he formed a spear with 2 fingers and cut downwards, sending out a brilliant divine light. In that moment, many Zenith Palace disciples were forced to shut their eyes. That dreadful divine light was a nearly substantialized spear light. Just by looking at it, they felt as if it would pierce their skulls, and even their souls shivered. Pung! Blood sprinkled down. Yifan cried out in pain and was flung backwards, his sword also sent scattering away. His figure flew back 1,000 feet before slamming into the ground like a meteor. He continued tumbling backwards until he crashed into an ice sculpture, causing it to explode into countless shards. All of this happened in a split second. The entire audience was left in a silent daze. The result of this brief exchange was completely unexpected. Senior apprentice brother E. Several disciples quickly ran over to help Yifan. Lin Ming had held back. In Zenith Palace's territory, he certainly wouldn't take Yifang's life, but this strike was more than enough to keep him bedridden for a long period of time. Since Lin Ming had already said he wanted to substitute for Yifan to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, severely wounding Yifan so that he would have to spend a few months recuperating was the most appropriate decision. What was that? What happened just now? Many Zenith Palace disciples hadn't been able to clearly see just what Lin Ming did. This human instantly struck down senior apprentice brother Yifan. Moreover, he didn't even use a weapon, he just used his fingers. The Zenith Palace disciples all looked at each other in shocked dismay. They couldn't believe that a highly ranked core disciple had been defeated in such a manner. Although Yifan was only a late soul lord martial artist, he could easily jump ranks to right. If one said he was equal to a Holy Lord Realm Spirita's martial artist, no one would refute that. But in front of this human, he had been utterly devastated. The disparity was just far too great. This human martial artist is also a genius, a king amongst his level. Perhaps he might not be much worse than a middle Spirita's Holy Lord, or even late Spirita's Holy Lord. That's too exaggerated. If so, then isn't it likely he'll break into the World King realm? To the disciples of Zenith Palace, the World King realm was a legend. For the last 1,000,000 years of the sect, they had arduously accumulated a total of 2 World Kings, and in the future, it would be difficult for them to raise another World King to succeed the previous ones. To break into the World King realm wasn't that easier said than done. No matter what, he is absolutely a master. He might not be any weaker than senior apprentice Sister Jade River. Perhaps he might barely be able to compare with senior apprentice Sister Jade River, although it was a holy lord against a soul lord with a boundary difference dividing them. It was still incredible that he could win so easily. A human was actually able to grow to such a degree. That spear light Lin Ming shot out just now was only aimed at Yifan, but even so, the other martial artists who saw it felt as if they themselves had been pierced by the spear light and had been left panic-stricken. And at this time, Yifan was also lying in a sludge of ice and bloody water. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were blurry. I only want your qualifications. I have no interest in killing you, Lin Ming gloomily said. He no longer looked at Yifan, but instead turned to the approaching Vice Palace Master. Senior Vice Palace Master, This Ifan had said that there was no limit to race in entering the Akashic Dream universe, right? After being questioned by Lin Ming, the white-robed old man's complexion turned ugly. If Lin Ming was a Spiritus, then the Vice Palace Master would have been overjoyed. If he had defeated Ifan with a single move, he would have regarded Lin Ming as the most precious of treasures. But the situation was different. Lin Ming was a human. A human disciple might be part of Zenith Palace in name, but the truth was that none of them existed in the high-level ranks of Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had always regarded humans as not being a part of their own, and felt a bias towards them as those of an inferior race. Yes, there is no restriction. The Vice Palace Master's voice was low and deep. He looked towards the approaching Jade River. Jade River also felt this entire situation unbelievable. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed her estimations. As she recalled the location where she first found Lin Ming, a strange feeling surged in her heart. Why had Lin Ming appeared at the same time that the hornless ice dragon had? And why had he been injured? Was all of this a coincidence? Third High Master, the situation is like this. Jade River's lips moved as she quickly explained to the Vice Palace Master about Lin Ming's status using a sound transmission. The white-robed old man carefully listened, his eyebrows shaking. Such an outstanding disciple was actually not a Spiritus. This left him feeling a deep melancholy. If Lin Ming had been a Spiritus, then he could be raised with their full support, and he might even become a world king in the future. The white-robed old man looked at several Zenith Palace Masters that were standing nearby. These people were all high-level elders of Zenith Palace. They glanced at each other, wanting to form a consensus of opinion. Finally, the great elder of Zenith Palace spoke up. Allow him to join the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although he is a human, as long as he carries a battlefield token of my Zenith Palace, then he is also a disciple of my Zenith Palace. This time, there will be 9,300 people participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield, besides Jade River and a few others. I fear no one else can keep up with this human. Let him enter, so he can also help support the ranks. Support the ranks? Aya, even a human is stronger than us. Has Zenith Palace declined so much that we have to rely on a human junior to support us? This is just too pitiful. Zenith Palace elders began to speak amongst themselves. Their words were the same as stating that Lin Ming had the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Chapter 1800. Entering the Battlefield. Chapter 1800. Entering the Battlefield. Like this, it was decided that Lin Ming would enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The rest of the Spiritus disciples present felt as if they were living a dream. What happened today was far too strange. A human had rushed into their meeting site and instantly defeated core disciple Ifan without using a weapon, thus obtaining the qualifications to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Their Zenith Palace would actually be sending a human into the Akashic Dream battlefield. This was something that hadn't happened for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Mook, what were you doing on the great, desolate glacier? Don't try and tell me you only passed by. Jade River felt the situation was strange. Lin Ming was mind-bogglingly strong and had also appeared in the same area as the space storm. She couldn't help but link them together. It's true, I was just passing by. I had just left the mountains not too long before that. Lin Ming had no intentions of revealing anything related to the divine realm. The existence of a space channel that crossed the 33 heavens was far too important a secret. Jade River shook her head. There had been far too many flaws in Lin Ming's words. No matter what the situation is, the reality is that I brought you into Zenith Palace. In the eyes of all present, you suppressed Ifan, let alone slapping his face. You completely tore down any face he had. Since you high-handedly demanded a spot into the Akashic Dream battlefield, I hope that when the time comes you will listen to orders and try your best. After all, this is a war between sects, and the strength of an individual is limited. If you can gather enough merit points and contribute a decent amount to Zenith Palace, then that will be greatly beneficial to you. Jade River seriously said. Lin Ming hummed in agreement. Right now he still had to rely on Zenith Palace. Afterwards, the name list for those entering the Akashic Dream battlefield was revised. Yifan wasn't kicked out. Rather, Zenith Palace used their connections to abruptly add on another entry spot. Even though Yifan had been injured by Lin Ming, he was still a strong soldier of Zenith Palace. His combat strength couldn't be underestimated. After being struck silly by Lin Ming, whenever Yifan saw Lin Ming walk around, he felt a deep sense of hate, but also fear. The 9,000-plus disciples of Zenith Palace that were participating in the Akashic Dream battlefield were divided into groups. Lin Ming was placed in the first squad of the first group, and the captain of this squad was impressively Jade River. Miss Jade River, before I heard the Vice Palace Master say that those who obtain enough merit points in the Akashic Dream universe can exchange them for heaven-shaking rewards. And some of these rewards could even tempt a true divinity. Would you happen to know what sort of rewards these are? When the Vice Palace Master had been vividly speaking in order to muster excitement, Lin Ming had heard all his words with his sharp hearing senses before he rushed into the meeting site. After hearing all of this, he had become curious as to the details of the matter. Jade River rolled her eyes at Lin Ming. What are you asking about these things for? These simply aren't things that you nor I can hope to reach for. Certainly, if there was something that would tempt true divinities, then these true divinities would send their disciples to take them. But in the last several billion years, there have been many disciples from true divinity-level influences entering the Akashic Dream universe, and yet they haven't been able to take out too much. Oh, then that means there have been people that have taken rewards out. Lin Ming asked, sensing the meaning behind Jade River's words. Just because someone can take out such a reward every billion years doesn't mean you can too. Stop dreaming. Ew. At this time, a female disciple standing near Jade River suddenly interjected. Her name was Xiaoqi, and she was also a core disciple of Zenith Palace. I was just curious. Lin Ming's eyes twitched. He really wanted to get to the end of this question. Jade River helplessly shrugged. She said, "It is rumored that within the Akashic Dream universe there are many treasures that are deeply buried. Amongst these treasures are top divine objects. For instance, legends state that there are divine soul springs, golden pages, undying divine medicines, and so forth." Lin Ming perked up. Golden pages? They are parts of an incomplete ancient text. I heard they are something that can even move the hearts of true divinities. There are other things that can tempt true divinities, of course. For instance, undying divine medicines that can lengthen the lifespan of a true divinity-level powerhouse. If a true divinity were to refine these medicines into pills, then they could create pills that surpass a transcendent divine pill. In other words, pills of a true divinity level. These pills contain the perfectly exquisite laws of the Great Tao, and after swallowing them, one can perceive the Great Tao laws. For an Empyrean trying to break into the true divinity realm, they are an immeasurable boon. Jade River had only heard some rumors and didn't know the exact details of things. But her words caused Lin Ming's heart to shake. Golden pages. Undying divine medicines. Was it possible that these golden pages were from an incomplete version of the Spirida's Holy Scripture? The possibility was high. If the Spirida's Holy Scripture and Akashic Dream universe both originated from the hands of the first ancestor of all Spiridas, then these golden pages were extremely likely to be related to the Spirida's Holy Scripture. And the Spirida's Holy Scripture was of utmost importance to the true divinities of the Spiridas. Besides the golden pages from something that might be the Spirida's Holy Scripture, There are also divine soul springs, undying divine medicines, and other treasures. It seems that everything within this Akashic dream universe is quite extraordinary. It's worth looking forward to. As Lin Ming was thinking this, his thoughts began to heat up. The reason he was going to the Akashic dream universe was not just to search for Sheng Mei, but also to struggle for lucky chances. There were still 3 days until the Akashic dream battlefield opened. During this time, Lin Ming didn't do anything at all. Rather, he sat in meditation and adjusted himself to his peak condition. 3 days afterwards, the Akashic dream battlefield officially opened. All disciples participating in the Akashic dream battlefield convened at the highest peak. Each person was given a token. Pour your energy into the token, and you will be able to sense the existence of the Akashic dream universe. Afterwards, your spirit will enter while your mortal body will be sealed in a separate space. It is an extremely safe procedure. A white-robed elder loudly proclaimed as he stood atop a high platform. Lin Ming felt much more relieved upon hearing this. To have his spirit enter the Akashic dream universe and his mortal body sealed away in some separate space was perfect for him. If his mind entered the Akashic dream universe, he wanted to ensure that no one would be able to harm his mortal body while he wasn't there. Very good. The time has arrived. Everyone, prepare to enter the Akashic dream battlefield. Not too far away from the white-robed elder, there was a massive incense burner. This incense burner had a thick coiled incense burning within it, and this incense had now burned to its end. All disciples of Zenith Palace, listen to orders. Open the Akashic dream universe. As the white-robed elder spoke, every disciple of Zenith Palace poured their energy into their token. Lin Ming also did this. 9,301 tokens began to emit a dim halo after absorbing the energy. As these halos gathered together, they combined as one, becoming an extremely brilliant and beautiful sight. The entire sky was lit up by the multicolored energies. And at this time, the 9,301 tokens projected thin beams of light. These thin blue beams shot into the endless skies, forming a bridge that spanned the heavens and earth, penetrating hundreds of thousands of feet upwards. Chi, chi, chi. For a time, the skies were pierced through by these 9,301 beams of light. The power of space dissipated outwards, forming a massive dark red and purple space gate. This space gate was like an ephemeral dream. The constantly shimmering purple and red surface changed again and again, as if a kaleidoscope of whole new worlds was within it. For a time, all of the disciples of Zenith Palace that carried a token felt an irresistible traction force lift up their bodies and send them flying towards the space gate. Lin Ming felt himself hurtle forwards faster and faster. As he flew, everything seemed to become further and further away. A tremendous tearing power started to work upon his spiritual sea. His mortal body began to separate from his soul. He stared helplessly on as his mortal body grew further and further away until it was sealed in a chaotic space. At the same time, his soul form was sucked into that red and purple space gate. After this, everything turned hazy in his mind. This space gate was extremely mystical, and there were countless exquisite laws contained within that Lin Ming couldn't understand at all. But it was clear that these laws were connected to the soul forging system. Lin Ming couldn't bother with delving deeper into this. All he felt was an agonizing headache, as if his soul was being constantly distorted by some great strength. He didn't know how long these feelings continued for. In the next moment, Lin Ming's body shook and he had arrived in an unknown world. This area was bleak and desolate. The ground beneath him was sparse wilderness. The skies were high and far and covered in thick layers of clouds. It was a depressing sight. This is the Akashic dream universe. Lin Ming closed his eyes, allowing his sense to spread out like a web. All he felt was that there was an ancient and vast aura flooding this land. This sort of feeling caused Lin Ming to think as if this universe was a world left behind from ancient times. Even through billions of years, it had maintained its once glorious scenery. And at this time, Zenith Palace disciples began to pop up all around Lin Ming. As they appeared, some of them stumbled to catch their footing. All of them were pale. It was clear they were feeling queasy from traveling through that space gate just now. No matter how powerful one's soul force was, one wouldn't feel comfortable upon entering the Akashic Dream Universe. This was because the stronger one's soul force was, the greater the backlash they would receive upon entering the space gate. As the many Zenith Palace disciples appeared, the curtains for the sect wars had officially been lifted. At this distance, they could see many martial artists tirelessly moving forwards, as well as some others meditating beneath it. They are cultivating, trying to use the pressure of the Emperor God Wall to aid in their breakthrough. A Zenith Palace elder explained, by being beneath the Emperor God Wall, one would have to withstand a terrifying pressure. This pressure could burden one's soul and spirit essence, and even directly work upon the martial artist's body that was sealed away in a separate space to further temper their blood vitality, allowing them to make a breakthrough. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. This cultivation isn't too bad. There are also some characters on the God Wall. A Zenith Palace disciple exclaimed. Lin Ming looked up, able to clearly read the runes written atop the Emperor God Wall. These runes were ancient and mysterious, consisting of the Spirida's language from billions of years ago. Not even Lin Ming could fully understand them. These carvings are, a Zenith Palace disciple asked. They are the rules as well as the divine objects within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Look at the third row. That is the Wild God Creed. In the legends, it's said to be a holy text left behind by the first ancestor of the Spiritas. The fourth row lists the Weeping God Springs. It is said to be a deep spring that can even help cleanse the marrows of a true divinity supreme elder. If one could obtain that God Springs water to use for alchemy, they could make true divinity-level medicines. As for the fifth row, the one speaking was the white-robed Vice Palace Master. His understanding of the Akashic Dream battlefield was more deep than J Driver's, and as he slowly introduced the various objects, everyone who listened to him was left dumbfounded. Although they clearly knew they couldn't obtain any of these things, just hearing about it was more than enough to cause their blood to boil over with excitement. How do we obtain these things? Lin Ming asked. As for the other disciples of Zenith Palace, although they didn't think they could ever obtain these treasures, they were still curious about how one obtained them. The Vice Palace Master said, some of these divine objects can be exchanged for using an incredible amount of merit points. As for some other things, they require achievements, lucky chances, or various other items to exchange for them. As he spoke, another Zenith Palace disciple said, look, there are also names carved upon the God Wall. Hearing this disciple shout, many people looked down. As he said, there were indeed names of powerhouses left behind on the Emperor God Wall. These names were all written in different handwriting styles, and they emitted a dreadful aura. One could instantly see that they weren't left behind by ordinary mortals. Those that can leave behind their names are mostly Empyreans, as well as a small number of great world kings. They are all proud children of heaven that have existed through the history of the Spiritas. There are some people that weren't Empyreans when they left behind their names, but they would eventually become Empyreans in the future. Rather, It should be said that most of them became extreme Empyreans, and a few of them even managed to step into the realm of true divinity. The Zenith Palace elder's explanation left everyone bewildered. Even amongst the Spiritas, true divinities were a mythical existence. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to imagine what they were like. Shengmei. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Amongst the many names, he could make out Shengmei's. Shengmei had also carved her name above the god wall. Soul Empress Shengmei, her talent cannot be imagined. Through the vast 33 heavens, no one can surpass her. Jade River thought that Lin Ming had come from the wild mountains and didn't know about many matters. Thus she briefly introduced Shengmei. Shengmei was absolutely the heroine of the Spiritas, and as Jade River mentioned her name, she felt awe and pride. Not everyone can leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. These people have all achieved some peerless accomplishments or have accumulated merit points to a terrifying degree. Only then can they leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. Another Zenith Palace elder explained. At this time, everyone was startled. They watched as a decrepit, one-legged old man with scattered hair walked towards the Emperor God Wall. Because this person only had one leg, he seemed to hop as he walked. In addition to that, his entire face was marred with horrifying scars, making him seem like a ghost walking around during daytime. Just who is that? What a scary-looking old man. Standing beside Jade River, Xiao Qi couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Stop spouting nonsense, a Zenith Palace elder hurriedly said. However, Xiao Qi's words had already been heard by the one-legged old man. The old man's hearing was extremely sharp. He suddenly turned his head, revealing a grisly and humorless smile. With this, everyone could see that he had a great world king cultivation. All of the disciples from Zenith Palace paled. Hee. The one-legged old man diabolically grinned. As he stared at Xiao Qi shivered and a cold chill ran up her back. She felt as if she were being stared at by some viper. Our junior was being foolish. Senior, please forgive her. Whatever. I am someone that bears deep grudges. The one-legged old man simply didn't place the Zenith Palace vice palace master in his eyes. As he turned back and walked forwards, he left behind an endless killing intent. For a time, Xiao Qi's face turned as white as funeral paper. Elder, No one thought that in Emperor City, just a few words could draw a catastrophe upon oneself. The several elders of Zenith Palace all had ugly complexions. That one-legged old freak had a bizarre personality. If one annoyed him, they definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. And at this time, a gloating laugh rang out. Ha ha! Congratulations everyone from Zenith Palace. You just arrived, and yet you've already drawn a winning ticket. Looking at your expressions, it seems you'll all be wiped out sooner or later. These words caused the disciples from Zenith Palace to frown. They turned to see a middle-aged fat man jovially walking towards them, laughing all the while. Behind him was a large group all wearing the same uniform. It was clear that they came from the same influence. There's even a human. Has Zenith Palace degenerated so much that they must even send a human to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield? The fat man openly mocked Zenith Palace as he saw Lin Ming. Forget about him. Let's go. The vice palace master was clearly acquainted with the fat man, but their relationship seemed extremely bad. He didn't want to have any accidents occur. Chapter 1802, Empyreans Involved. Chapter 1802, Empyreans Involved. More and more martial artists began gathering at Emperor City. Many large sects had several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples arrive. Among these people, Lin Ming saw a great deal of half-step Empyreans. However, he didn't see any true Empyreans. There are so many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. This is my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, and my cultivation is just at the early Soul Lord realm. If I face opponents like these, won't I be instantly evaporated? A young Zenith Palace disciple timidly asked. The Vice Palace Master shook his head, saying, "Our war will occur within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The laws there are special and will suppress everyone's cultivation to the Soul Lord realm. As for those that haven't reached the Soul Lord realm, their cultivations will be forcefully enhanced to that boundary, making everyone's cultivation the same. Even so, a half-step Empyrean powerhouse isn't someone you can deal with because their comprehension of laws and their skill in cultivation methods have reached an unimaginable degree. Even if you are both at the Soul Lord realm, it will only take an instant to kill you. But that doesn't mean you have no chance of escape. If dozens of you see a half-step Empyrean, you can all scatter in different directions. This will give you a chance of survival." The Vice Palace Master explained. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. So there were such rules. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming had seen many inheritance lands in the past that had similar rules. To lessen the disparity brought about by age, everyone's cultivations would be equalized. In order for the most outstanding individuals to obtain the inheritances, all that would be tested was one's talent and potential. As everyone was speaking, howling winds suddenly rose up. Turbulent black clouds came roiling over from the horizon, blocking out the sun. In this extremely gloomy environment, ghostly howls filled the air. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of fear. As they all looked up into the skies, they seemed to see endless ghosts dancing about amongst the dark clouds. For a time, all the disciples of Zenith Palace were frightened. Even the Vice Palace Master had an extremely ugly complexion. It's Empyrean Myriad Ghost, that old geezer. He's here to make a mess. Empyrean. Even an Empyrean came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Zenith Palace disciples looked at each other, panic etched in their eyes. Even an Empyrean had arrived. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to the Soul Lord realm, an Empyrean-level powerhouse was far too powerful in existence and could instantly wipe out their group. This Akashic Dream battlefield was truly a convergence of masters. Normally, there is no desire for Empyreans to come here. After an Empyrean is a true divinity, and only the tiniest minority of Empyreans have been able to take this final step. Coming here for them is just a waste of time, and there isn't anything they can learn through messing around with you juniors. But this Empyrean Myriad Ghost has an extremely eccentric and strange personality. I wonder just what he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield for. All of you, make sure to hide from him and have no contact with him at all. The Vice Palace Master urgently said, "It's a waste for an Empyrean to come? Since they are strong, wouldn't it be easier for them to gather merit points and achievements to exchange them for rewards?" Lin Ming asked. Some Zenith Palace disciples who had come to the Akashic Dream universe for the first time also perked up their ears. This information was extremely important to them. The Vice Palace Master simply shook his head. Merit points are for the young. They aren't something us old fellows can obtain. This is because after the 3 years are over, the final amount of merit points after being settled is based upon age. For instance, if an Empyrean that has lived for tens of millions of years enters the Akashic Dream battlefield and slaughters their way to 1 billion merit points, their merit points are divided by their age. Thus, they might have a measly several hundred left remaining. There just isn't anything they can exchange for with this amount. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened about the situation. All things considered, the Akashic Dream battlefield was a stage set for the younger generation. And this was also a reasonable premise. If the Akashic Dream battlefield was a land of inheritance, then inheritances naturally had to be passed on to the young. If old fellows like the Vice Palace Master came, They came not for the merit points, but for the experience of fighting with martial artists of the same level. After all, in the real world, these older martial artists rarely had the opportunity to fight with other martial artists of the same age and boundary. And without fighting, it would be difficult to hone their cultivation. He can't obtain any merit points, nor can he find anyone of his level to fight. Is that Empyrean myriad ghost really here to cause a ruckus? The Vice Palace Master mumbled. Some Empyreans had extremely peculiar personalities. For instance, there might be some Empyreans who didn't obtain any advantages from the Akashic Dream battlefield during their youth. Thus, they also didn't want anyone else to obtain benefits. It was true that an Empyrean couldn't obtain merit points, but they also possessed the ability to ensure that no one else did either. For instance, they could do this by continually slaughtering everyone else. If this were true, then during this venture into the Akashic Dream battlefield, the low-level disciples would truly be having a miserable time. As the Vice Palace Master was lost in thought, at this time a vast slaughter energy, as deep as an ocean, covered the entirety of Emperor City, enveloping everyone. For a time, a horrifying pressure spread outwards, and all the light within the city disappeared. The martial artists were stranded in this thick black chaos, leaving them suffocating. This is the Chaos Force Field, the signature domain of Chaos Demon God, another Empyrean. I understand now. The reason Empyrean Myriad Ghost came to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield this time is so that he can fight with Chaos Demon God. Both of them don't like each other to begin with, but if they fought in the real world, then that would be an earth-sundering battle between two Empyreans. Moreover, if there were any wounds, those would be losses that neither side could afford. So, the two of them must have agreed to meet in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Like this, there won't be any problems with the two of them fighting. The Zenith Palace elders wryly smiled to each other as they realized this. A battle between two Empyreans was bound to affect the little fish. The low-level disciples of Zenith Palace were in for a tragic time. If they were sucked into the battle, they wouldn't even have ashes left over. All of you must be careful after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. Make sure you avoid those two old monsters at all costs. What horrible luck this is. The Vice Palace Master sighed with emotion. At this time, Lin Ming had regained his composure. He asked, Senior Vice Palace Master, Junior has a question he would like to ask. What is it? Seeing the one asking another question was Lin Ming, the Vice Palace Master faintly frowned. It seemed all this disciple did was ask questions again and again. Junior would like to know just how many merit points are required to exchange for a golden page. On the Emperor God wall, the rules for obtaining rewards from the Akashic Dream battlefield were listed. However, because these rules were all written in the ancient language of the Spiritas, Lin Ming found them difficult to read. The Vice Palace Master was speechless. This disciple was far too curious. Just why did he want to know all of this? You sure have many worries. What you should be concerning yourself with is thinking about how to survive. The honest method of these sect wars is to kill as many enemies as possible. As for that golden page, that is something that hasn't been exchanged for in the last several hundred millions of years. It requires 1 billion merit points, so don't get your hopes up about obtaining it. The Vice Palace Master impatiently responded. Lin Ming smiled. Thank you, Senior, for the guidance. All of you rest early and don't bother caring about such meaningless things. At dawn tomorrow, we will be entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. At that time, I also hope that you all will be able to fight for a little bit of glory for our Zenith Palace. The last several times that Zenith Palace participated in the Akashic Dream battlefield, their results had been ordinary at best. This left the high-level figures of Zenith Palace feeling anxious. Like this, all disciples of Zenith Palace looked for a place to rest. Although Emperor City was large, there were even more martial artists. Most rooms were already occupied. Spirit ships, cave dwellings, and other such magic tools couldn't be brought in. So many martial artists spent the night sitting in meditation in the air. At the dawn of the next day, the morning was misty and bright. Rays of morning light sprinkled down, reflecting from the Emperor God wall and shining upon all the martial artists present. Everyone was covered in this sunlight. Finally, this sunlight turned into countless motes of light that converged into everyone's tokens. "What is this?" a young disciple asked with surprise. "This is elementary spirit source. In truth, this is what the so-called merit points consist of. By killing your opponent, you can plunder their token's elementary spirit source and take it into your own. This is what merit points are." As people were speaking, at this time the entire Emperor City began to tremble. The great earth seemed to be split apart by a titanic divine sword. From the area where the land had split open, purple divine fire gushed out, burning up the skies. A giant space gate slowly appeared above the sundered earth. It was like a purple sun had appeared in the world. "The Akashic Dream battlefield has opened. Let's enter." Throughout all of Emperor City, countless disciples launched their movement techniques and flew towards the space gate. This space gate was several hundred miles wide. The martial artists present all appeared like tiny specks in front of this massive space gate. From afar, it was like infinite locusts migrating towards the space gate. Lin Ming also joined in. And at this time, the Vice Palace Master lit a rune. With it, all disciples of Zenith Palace were covered in a halo of light. Covered in this halo of light, Lin Ming passed through the purple space gate. Chapter 1803, Bait. Chapter 1803, Bait. Who? Endless beams of light passed over Lin Ming's sight. After an unknown period of time, his environment brightened. He had arrived in some unknown world. Emperor City had vanished. All around them was bleak and desolate earth. The land was marred with gaping scars, as if a terrifying war had occurred here. Mountains and rivers had been sundered in half or leveled off, and massive craters marked the land. There were even dreadfully deep abysses, as if some mighty supernatural being broke open the earth with their weapon. And in the skies, there were numerous listless planets. These planets lacked even a little bit of life and resembled barren stones. This was the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was but a minuscule portion of the Akashic Dream universe. After entering this land, one needed to stay for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, no one would be able to probe what was happening within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Only when all the martial artists completed their journey into the Akashic Dream battlefield 3 years from now would the results be known. The disciples of Zenith Palace were all gathered here. As for the disciples of other influences, they had vanished. They had been transmitted to other locations. This sort of situation clearly occurred because the Vice Palace Master had crumbled a talisman before he entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. Lin Ming had glanced over this talisman. It was an inscription symbol, and its use was likely to make the disciples of Zenith Palace be transported to a location far away from the others. The Spiritas were a race skilled in inscription symbols. Many Spiritas martial artists even carried inscription symbols on them in battles. "Everyone listen to my orders. We are a whole. Do not separate from the group, otherwise you will be eaten up without any bones remaining. This is a war of sect against sect. The strength that an individual can display is limited. Obey all orders. For those that can obtain merit points, my Zenith Palace will never be stingy with rewards." As the Vice Palace Master spoke, everyone began to set off in droves. The Akashic Dream battlefield had special rules. Here, Lin Ming could already feel his cultivation being suppressed by the laws. His inner world was imprisoned, and the true essence he could erupt with was greatly limited. Even the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been restricted. Although he could still open 3 Dao Palaces, he could only gather a 20th of the previous power of stars he was able to. My cultivation has been suppressed to the early divine Lord realm, Lin Ming thought to himself. Looking around, he could see that everyone was in a similar situation. Only some low-level disciples were an exception. For them, not only did they not weaken, but they felt a strange power that wasn't theirs pour into their body, causing their strength to rise. This was a never-before-felt feeling. These conditions are even more advantageous to me. As Lin Ming thought this, he slowly moved away from the crowd. Slowly, he submerged into the darkness, his figure disappearing from the crowd without a trace. No one present had been able to discover this. It was only when the disciples of Zenith Palace reached their destination did someone ask, Lin Mook? Jade River was startled. Lin Ming had disappeared. Lin Ming was a member of her squad. When they first entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, just now she had also seen Lin Ming, but he had disappeared from sight not long after. J Driver's words caused the elders of Zenith Palace to immediately release their divine senses to search for him. After they swept their senses through the crowd, their complexions turned ugly. Zenith Palace had a large troop of over 9,000 people. If they all moved together, it was really too difficult to detect. If a single person disappeared, a foreign human indeed isn't reliable. A Zenith Palace elder indignantly said, "He took up one of our spots just to run away as soon as he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. Could he have betrayed us?" Several elders glanced at each other, their complexions ugly. Although Lin Ming was a human, they all had to admit that his strength was excellent. He would have been a great boon to Zenith Palace in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and would have helped them obtain many merit points, but before any fighting had started he had already disappeared. "I apologize. Jade River was at a loss for words. She was the one who had introduced Lin Ming to Zenith Palace, and when he had asked to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield later, she had also supported him with her manner. But now that such a situation had occurred, she clearly wasn't able to lift her head. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he betrayed us. The token he used to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield is provided by our Zenith Palace, so his merit points will also contribute to the total merit point score. Even so, we should be a little more careful. He might have been bribed by some other influence to disclose information about us." As the Vice Palace Master said this, the other elders present appeared depressed. "Let's go somewhere else then. If that human reveals our position and we are ambushed here, then the situation will be bad for us." Someone proposed, "All right, it seems that's all we can do." At this time, 1,000 miles away from where the Zenith Palace group was, Lin Ming was flying over a vast wilderness. He released his sense, investigating the surrounding area. According to the Vice Palace Master's explanation, Lin Ming was considering how many merit points he needed to obtain. His skeletal age had yet to reach 130 years. In order to exchange for the golden page, one needed 1 billion merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, at the very end of the 3 years when merit points were being calculated, the total would be divided by the martial artist's skeletal age. In other words, Lin Ming needed to obtain almost 130 billion merit points in order to exchange for that golden page. 130 billion. Lin Ming didn't know what sort of concept that number was, but what he was sure of was that this was a truly terrifying number. He would need to endlessly slaughter in order to reach it. Moreover, listening to the Vice Palace Master's words, this Akashic Dream battlefield was not as simple as killing others to obtain merit points. There were also other lucky chances to be found. Whether it was for the golden page or other lucky chances, Lin Ming was doomed to not be able to follow the mass army of Zenith Palace. They would simply be stones that weighed him down, making his every movement inconvenient. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he had already flown for an hour. This Akashic Dream battlefield consisted of an incredibly broad area. Even though he had been flying for such a long time, all he could see was endless wilderness. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he slowed down. He could see that there was a swamp not too far away, and in this swamp there was some strange flower blooming. This flower had no roots, branches, or leaves, but instead had a lush flower the size of a basin. It appeared exceptionally bright. Lin Ming could sense a light divine soul fluctuation originating from it, as if this flower had a soul, and these divine soul fluctuations were subtly influencing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this was a medicinal herb that would be greatly beneficial in nourishing one's divine soul. Is this a medicinal herb bred within the Akashic Dream battlefield? This medicinal herb in front of him wasn't too precious. He believed this was only the beginning. He began to slowly approach, but at this time he suddenly came to an abrupt stop. After sweeping his sense over the swamp, Lin Ming revealed a sneer. He carelessly walked towards the red flower and reached out to pick it, but just as his fingers were about to touch the flower, from 100 feet in front of Lin Ming, the muddy ground suddenly burst apart. With a loud roar that shook the earth, a giant black lizard that was hundreds of feet long suddenly leapt out from the swamp. This black lizard had blood-red eyes, and its body was covered with scintillating black scales. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a house, and then a tongue as thick as an adult man shot out like a spear, hurtling towards Lin Ming. It wanted to capture Lin Ming and swallow him whole. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ming was already prepared. Without even a change in expression, he waved his hand, and a red spear appeared in his grasp. This was the Phoenix Blood Spear. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot through the skies, carrying with it a howling power of thunder and fire that pierced into the black lizard's mouth with unstoppable momentum. Puff! Blood shot out. The black lizard was pierced through by the Phoenix Blood Spear, followed right after with a shower of blood. Rah! The black lizard roared in pain and anger. After being pierced by Lin Ming's spear, it shot towards him, wanting to use its massive body to roll over him. Lin Ming simply flicked his finger, and the Phoenix Blood Spear reversed as it came hurting back and pierced through the black lizard's back as easily as tofu. At this time, the power of thunder and fire contained within the Phoenix Blood Spear also detonated, and with a loud explosion the black lizard's back was blown to pieces. The explosive shockwaves were accompanied with endless fragments of flesh and blood. The black lizard's spine and ribs were completely shattered, and its massive body was blown in half. Facing this endless rain of blood and flesh, an invisible barrier shimmered around Lin Ming, protecting him from any contamination. After easily killing the black lizard, Lin Ming didn't even pause. He bent down and picked up that deep blood-red flower. After breathing in the rich soul fragrance of the flower, he quietly said, "Come out. I know that lizard was not some wild creature, but your contract beast." Lin Ming indifferently said, a light killing intent in his words. There were powerful nightmare beasts that inhabited the Akashic Dream battlefield, but this black lizard hadn't been one of them. Before landing here, Lin Ming had already felt a group waiting on the sidelines for an ambush. Some people had decided to use this spirit flower as bait to set up a trap to kill anyone who dared approach it. If one was too impatient to pluck the treasure, they were likely to fall for the trap. At that time, with the black lizard attacking from the front, there would also be other martial artists sneak attacking from behind. Unless one was far stronger than those ambushers, they would be sure to suffer a loss here. Unfortunately, Lin Ming had instantly killed the black lizard. This caused the other martial artists lying in ambush to not dare to attack. Lin Ming slowly turned, looking at a grassy area in the swamp. He coldly said, It seems you want me to invite you out." As he spoke, he immediately attacked. He flicked his fingers and spear lights came shooting out. "No, Miserable cries ran out. 8 martial artists came rolling down on the ground. Their bodies had bloody holes pierced through them by the spear lights. They all looked at Lin Ming, panic in their eyes. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had set up a trap here and had laid in wait. But they never imagined their first prey would be powerful to the point of instantly killing their contract beast. Chapter 1804, Reinforcements. Chapter 1804, Reinforcements. The martial artists that rolled out from the tall patch of grass were all covered in blood. They wore similar sect clothing. It was obvious they came from the same influence. Their tactics were to take advantage of the unprepared and to fight with a numbers advantage in order to slowly gather merit points. Although this method wasn't the most efficient, it was far safer. However, in their first attempt, they had really managed to kick an iron wall. This was just their own unluckiness. "Young hero, please show mercy and don't kill us." Seeing Lin Ming overflowing with killing intent, the martial artists were terrified. Although their lives wouldn't be in danger if they were killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, the chance to enter this land wasn't easy to obtain. They didn't want to die just as the sect wars began. After being killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, one's body would be stranded in a separate space and forced to live out the remaining 3-year period there. The taste of this punishment wasn't good at all. Lin Ming didn't say a word. The phoenix blood spear howled and flew back into his hand. Then he indifferently looked at these martial artists and pointed his spear straight at the forehead of a yellow-clothed man. Lin Ming could feel that this yellow-clothed man was the strongest of the group. He should be the leader. "Young hero, our Imperial Beast sect is a great world king influence that has a history spanning hundreds of millions of years. In the history of our sect, there have even been 2 Empyreans that have appeared. It's just that for the last few tens of millions of years, we haven't been able to produce an Empyrean, and thus our influence has been downgraded. Even so, we still have a deep background. Young hero doesn't need to kill us. We have some precious inherited information from our sect if young hero would like to take a look at it." As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his arms trembled as he lifted a jade slip and passed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his mind over it. There wasn't any problem with this jade slip. Then he probed it. After sifting through the jade slip, Lin Ming's interest was piqued. This jade slip recorded many regional materials within the Akashic Dream battlefield. There were even places listed where heavenly materials might appear, as well as danger zones where nightmare beasts appeared more often. Although the records within the jade slip were rough, it was good for referencing. As Lin Ming was looking through the jade slip, his thoughts stirred. He realized that while he was probing the jade slip, the furthest disciple of the Imperial Beast sect had quietly reached out his hand and traced his spatial ring, taking out a talisman. As this talisman appeared, it immediately burned up and completely vanished. "You sent a sound transmission talisman to request reinforcements." Lin Ming immediately thought. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, but he maintained his composure, only looking at the 8 martial artists in front of him. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss. Just looking into his gaze made one feel a shiver crawl up their spine. What do you want?" the yellow-clothed martial artist asked with a fear-tinged voice. They had indeed sent a sound transmission talisman requesting assistance from the sect. Although he thought his actions were discreet, he still felt weak at heart. He was afraid that Lin Ming would discover what they did and kill them all. With them being severely wounded, it would only take Lin Ming a few breaths of time to kill them all. The disparity was too great. Lin Ming didn't respond. He fiddled with the jade slip in his hands, spreading out his sense to the surrounding 100 miles. His actions had the yellow-clothed martial artist exhaling in relief. This idiot hasn't discovered anything at all. Just you wait. You are already dead. The yellow-clothed martial artist clenched his jaws, but on the surface he maintained a timid and terrified expression. Time slowly passed. Soon, on the distant horizon, over 10 small spots appeared in the skies, illuminated from behind by the sun. These small shadows were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they became as large as a palm in everyone's sight. They were actually a group of flying dragons. Each flying dragon had a wingspan that spread out over 100 feet wide. Their claws were sharp, and their teeth were gruesome. Each one resembled a vicious demon, terrifying to the extreme. And standing on the backs of these flying dragons were many martial artists. These martial artists were all wearing sect clothing similar to the clothing that the martial artists who Lin Ming wounded had. These were clearly reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the flying dragons landed, they kicked up a giant sandstorm. On the backs of these flying dragons were more than 30 martial artists. The leader amongst them was a middle-aged man as thin as a string. His eyes were cold and gloomy, and his momentum was intimidating. He obviously had a high status in the Imperial Beast sect. Ha ha ha! Protector Sun, you finally made it. As the yellow-clothed martial artist with the gaping wound saw this middle-aged man, he began to recklessly laugh as if he had seen his savior. Not even the wounds marring his body were able to tamp down on his happiness. Protector Sun really came just on time. The other martial artists struggled to stand up. This included the martial artist that Lin Ming had seen spying on him and who had used the sound-transmitting talisman to send a message. The Imperial Beast sect had come extremely fast. It seemed that they weren't located too far away. It's this little animal. He killed my black lizard and severely wounded us all, even stealing my material jade slip. The yellow-clothed man glared at Lin Ming, his expression full of spite and hate. That's right. This is him. Protector Sun, don't let him die easily. Make sure he suffers before that. You were so arrogant just then, but now we'll plant poisonous bugs in your body so you can experience what a pain worse than death is. As the reinforcements arrived, the originally heavily wounded martial artists all cried out with joy, their faces beaming with a fiendish delight. This is him? A human youth did this to you all. What a useless bunch. Protector Sun looked at Lin Ming, disdain written all over his face. Protector Sun, be careful. This person is extremely fierce. As the yellow-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming remain as poised as before without any panic on his face, he suddenly felt a bit weak at the knees. 12 breaths of time, Lin Ming suddenly said. From the time that you notified the reinforcements to come here, you used a full 12 breaths of time. That was quite fast of them. These reinforcements must have laid down traps elsewhere to kill the martial artists of the Akashic Dream battlefield, right? As Lin Ming swept his eyes over the crowd, he grasped the Phoenix blood spear and pointed it at the ground without any haste or dread in his tone. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Protector Sun looked at Lin Ming with incredulous eyes. He sneered, "You've already stepped on the road to death, and yet you're so arrogant about yourself. Since you attacked my Imperial Beast sect, that is already an unforgivable crime. Allow me to take your life." As Protector Sun spoke, he immediately attacked right afterwards. Although he felt contempt at Lin Ming's words, he still remained vigilant throughout. Thus, with this strike, he didn't hold back at all. Protector Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. With a chop of the sword, a thin purple fog poured out. Lin Ming didn't need to look to sense that this sword contained a powerful inherent soul attack. He used his foot to lift up the Phoenix blood spear. With a sweep of his spear, the power of thunder and fire erupted, like a red and purple wave gushing out together. With a loud explosion, Protector Sun was sent flying backwards. He cried out to the heavens in alarm. Lin Ming's attack power had surpassed his comprehension. His protective spirit essence had been nothing but snow that rapidly shrank in the sunlight. His face turned paper white. He wanted to take out an inscription symbol from his spatial ring, but the turbulent waves of thunder and fire had completely burnt through his spirit essence and had broken into his body, causing his organs and meridians to be damaged. Pung! Another explosive sound rang through the air. Half of Protector Sun's body had been baked black. A pile of broken bones and chunks of meat went flying everywhere. Blood splashed all over the audience. Right now, Protector Sun's breathing weakened with every second. He wouldn't live for much longer. Protector Sun, the Imperial Beast sect disciples were startled. They weren't even able to react to this sudden change. How could this happen? In the eyes of the Imperial Beast sect disciples, Protector Sun was an incomparably powerful existence. Not only was he an outstanding individual, but his cultivation was profoundly deep. After entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, a martial artist cultivation was suppressed. But their comprehension of laws didn't change, and they were something that ordinary martial artists couldn't deal with. Yet Protector Sun had been instantly killed by someone. I was originally hoping you would all call some more people for me to earn some merit points, but in the end you only called 30 or so. How disappointing. Lin Ming's words were like the whispers of a demon. As the yellow-clothed martial artist heard them, he felt all his hairs standing on end. So this human had already realized they had sent a secret message, and the reason he intentionally waited here was to kill people and take their merit points. Everyone run. Scatter and run. The yellow-clothed martial artist screamed, as if he had just been awakened from a dream. But at this time, Lin Ming finally moved. His speed reached an incredible velocity. The long spear in his hands was like the sickle of a death god. With every movement of his spear, someone's head would fall down. These people were all inferior to Protector Sun, so just where would they find the strength to revolt against Lin Ming? Almost as soon as they met face to face, Protector Sun had suffered a most miserable death. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the floor, and many Imperial Beast sect disciples flew away in all directions as they tried to escape. But these people were all pierced through by Lin Ming's spear light. Puff, puff. A flying corpse fell down from the skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. The demon. Just before dying, the yellow-clothed martial artist spoke out some final words as he choked on his blood. Lin Ming picked up his spear and directly pierced through the yellow-clothed martial artist's heart. In just 10 breaths of time, he had solved the battlefield problem. Lin Ming appreciatively held the jade slip in his hands. This jade slip that the yellow-clothed martial artist handed him could be called an unexpected harvest. Chapter 1805. Weeping Blood God Springs. Chapter 1805. Weeping Blood God Springs. After Lin Ming killed the disciples from the Imperial Beast sect, he felt energy dissipate from their corpses and merge into the entry token he carried with him. These energies formed tiny motes of light within the entry token. As Lin Ming probed the entry token with his sense, information reflected back into his mind. He now had a total of 2,100 merit points. Only 2,100 merit points. Compared to the merit points required for a golden page, this isn't even a drop in the bucket. Lin Ming shook his head. These 2,100 merit points would be divided by his total age when the 3-year deadline came. In truth, he had only obtained a dozen some points. And to exchange for the golden page, he needed 1 billion merit points. The difference was far too great. The stronger the opponents I kill, the more merit points I'll obtain. Lin Ming could feel that of the nearly 40 Imperial Beast sect disciples he just killed, the one to give him the most merit points was that Protector Sun. Protector Sun had given him almost 1,000 merit points. As for that yellow-clothed youth, he had given several hundred merit points, and the remaining people had only given several dozen merit points. The worst of all these people had only given him single digits merit points. It was a completely negligible number. In other words, if Lin Ming wanted enough points to exchange for the golden page, then he would need to kill top powerhouses without end. This included the great world kings, half-step Empyreans, and even Empyrean powerhouses here. The higher the original cultivation of the person he killed, the more merit points he would receive. I wonder how many merit points I can get from killing an Empyrean. Lin Ming whispered to himself in anticipation. 2 Empyreans had entered this Akashic Dream battlefield, Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If he could slay these 2 fellows, then they would surely give him a considerable number of merit points. I'm quite lucky. During my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, there were also 2 Empyreans that joined in. I really might be able to collect the full 1 billion merit points required. However, this Akashic Dream battlefield is far too large. It won't be easy to find them. Lin Ming thought to himself, if Zenith Palace were to know of his thoughts, it was impossible to tell what their reactions would be. Zenith Palace would be doing everything in their power to avoid these Empyrean powerhouses, but Lin Ming actually wanted to search for them on his own initiative. The Akashic Dream battlefield is only open for 3 years. I can't just aimlessly wander around. If I continue at my current speed, I won't be able to gather 1 billion merit points before the Akashic Dream battlefield ends. I have to look for some place where many powerhouses gather, so I can go wild and kill them all. For instance, some place where heavenly materials are born. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the merit point token in his hands and took out the jade slip that the yellow-clothed youth had passed to him. As he swept his mind through the jade slip, information rapidly appeared in his mind. Soul Cave, Undying Ruins. Lin Ming soon selected these 2 places where heavenly materials would appear. He chose them because they were the 2 ruins that were easiest to find. In particular, the Soul Cave was in an almost fixed position. Lin Ming activated his movement technique and shot straight towards the Soul Cave. His speed wasn't too fast, and he encountered several ambushes along the way. Those that tried to sneak attack him were all martial artists from small sections. They gathered in groups and had been lying hidden in ambush, wanting to secretly attack martial artists that passed by and take their merit points. Chi, chi, chi. As Lin Ming flew through a mountain valley, several sword lights shot out from the underbrush, forming a web of sword lights that covered him. Lin Ming had already noticed these people long before they noticed him. He flicked his fingers and sent spear lights shooting out, with a cacophony of miserable cries. All of those people who tried to ambush Lin Ming were instantly killed. In a mere moment, he had obtained another 1,000+ merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, after Lin Ming killed a martial artist, he would obtain a fixed number of merit points based on their skills and cultivation, and also a portion of the merit points they had accumulated. Thus, as Lin Ming killed these people who had also slaughtered many others, he obtained more points than usual. Hey friend, your skills aren't too bad. After Lin Ming killed these ambushers, a voice called out to him. Lin Ming turned his head to see a purple-clothed girl flying towards him as she rode a rainbow wand. Following close behind her were 7 martial artists in tight-fitting black combat clothes. These black-clothed martial artists stepped through space, their steps vague and their auras deep and powerful. Lin Ming was surprised. He suspected that before these 7 black-clothed martial artists had their cultivation suppressed, they had been at the World King realm. Although it wasn't easy to distinguish a person's cultivation realm, because their cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield. it was possible to approximate their original cultivations from their auras. 7 world kings. Lin Ming was startled. The truth was that he didn't place any world king powerhouses in his eyes. But if this young girl could have a retinue of 7 world kings following her around in the Akashic Dream battlefield, this meant that she had a considerably high status. Perhaps not even a core disciple of an Empyrean Holy Land would have such a great lineup of guards. Could she come from a true divinity Holy Land? Lin Ming's heart turned cold. The 7 universes of the Spiritas was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with masters all around. It wouldn't be strange if a core disciple of a true divinity Holy Land were to appear at the Akashic Dream battlefield. If she really is a disciple of a true divinity Holy Land, I might be able to find out something about Sheng Mei from her. Lin Ming immediately developed the thought of befriending this young, purple-clothed girl that had come from nowhere. However, he maintained a vigilant guard. "My name is Lin Mook. I wonder who this miss is." Violet Cloud. The purple-clothed girl briefly responded. It was impossible to find out anything valuable from this information. "Good brother, do you plan on going to the Soul Cave?" The purple-clothed girl looked up and down at Lin Ming, sizing him up. She clearly recognized that Lin Ming was a human. For a human to achieve this level of strength was bewildering. Moreover, she wasn't able to distinguish what Lin Ming's cultivation had been before it was suppressed. This left her even more puzzled. Yes, Lin Ming didn't hide anything. This was the road leading to the Soul Cave, and he wasn't too far away right now. How about we go together? Not only are there many masters in the Soul Cave, but there is also a tremendous number of nightmare beasts. If we cooperate, our combat strength will be much higher. Lin Ming originally wanted to get to know this purple-clothed girl and dig out some information about Sheng Mei from her. He readily agreed. Sure. With Lin Ming joining them, the group expanded to 9 people. "Princess, why are you having an outsider join us? And he isn't a Spiritas, nor do we know what his character is like. In this trip to the Soul Cave, he might not be able to play any role, and yet we will have to split a portion of our treasures to him." A black-clothed martial artist asked from behind Violet Cloud. "With another person, that means we are that much stronger. We will have to face many opponents this time, and this human is quite strong if he was able to instantly kill those martial artists. With your cultivation suppressed, you can't do that, right? He will be greatly helpful to our group. As for treasures, those are things that aren't even in our hands. If we can't obtain any harvests, then there will be nothing to divide anyways. It's too early to be worrying about something as trivial as dividing treasures." As the purple-clothed girl spoke, the black-robed world king could only silently nod. In all fairness, this human was indeed strong. After these 7 world kings had their cultivation suppressed, they had to admit that none of them were Lin Ming's match. This is a human genius. I wonder what influence he comes from. What a strange sight. The wilderness was vast and endless. An infinite swamp stretched to the horizon with tall patches of grass littering the landscape. The occasional roar of nightmare beasts resounded through the skies, making one's heart race. In front of us is the Soul Cave. This is an extremely strange spirit land. In the past, a divine object once appeared within it, the Weeping Blood God Springs. The information of the purple-clothed girl was clearly far more detailed than that of the Imperial Beast sect. Lin Ming perked up. Weeping Blood God Springs. He had seen this name on the Emperor God Wall before. It was said to be an incomparably precious divine substance that could be used to refine true divinity-level pills. It was something that could even tempt true divinities. What is the Weeping Blood God Springs? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Something that could stir the desires of a true divinity was no trifling matter. The purple-clothed girl responded, "This soul cave can breed spirit source. In ancient times, because this spirit source was far too dense, it finally gathered together and formed liquid. In other words, a soul springs. As for the weeping blood god springs, it is rumored that in ancient times a peerless god-king mixed in his own blood within the soul springs, transforming it into what it is now. But the weeping blood god springs developed a wisdom of its own and escaped into the earth, completely vanishing from sight. After that, no one was able to find it. The purple-clothed girl shook her head. Lin Ming was startled upon hearing this story. Liquid formed from spirit source? Then just how rich and pure was the spirit source? In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Azura Road's final trial, he had experienced spirit source himself. This was an extremely important source strength for all soul-forging martial artists. Lin Ming didn't doubt that Empyrean Divine Dream Spirit Source was also obtained within the soul world. As for the ancient peerless God King that the purple-clothed girl spoke of, could it have been the one who created the Akashic Dream Universe, the mysterious first ancestor of the Spiritas? Chapter 1806, The Soul Cave. Chapter 1806, The Soul Cave. Although the Soul Cave was called a cave, the truth was that it was a massive canyon. It was situated between two mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high and filled with a faint purple fog all year round. It was an extremely mystical place. At this time, outside of the Soul Cave, a massive number of martial artists had gathered. These people came from influences all over the soul world. Lin Ming glanced over them and didn't see anyone from Zenith Palace. This was just because Zenith Palace was far too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter the Soul Cave. To try and venture into the Soul Cave with their level of strength was no different from seeking death. Violet Sun Divine Kingdom. I knew that the Violet Cloud Princess wouldn't miss such a momentous event. In the crowd of people, a strange-looking creature spoke up. This life form was twice the height of the average person and had golden purple scales covering his body. There was also a pair of curved horns jutting out from his head. Lin Ming was startled. Just what sort of race was this? From looks alone, this being seemed to be from the monster race. But Lin Ming could feel that this golden-purple being was from a race different from the Divine Realms monster race. Rather than monster essence, this creature emitted a dense soul energy. This person is... Lin Ming asked with a sound transmission. He comes from the spirit race, and he is the spirit race's purple chestnut king, Violet Cloud briefly explained. Spirit race? Lin Ming repeated. This was the first time he had heard of such a race. They are descendants of an ancient race. You've never heard of them before? The Violet Cloud Princess looked at Lin Ming with puzzled eyes, not caring about it too much. Every universe of the 33 heavens was occupied by different mixes of races. Besides humans, saints, and spiritas, there were also many other minor races that often only occupied a part of a universe. It wasn't strange if one didn't know about one race or another. The current spirit race was one such example. Even though the spirit race didn't have many members remaining, they were still a very powerful race that had produced many peak Empyreans in the last billion years. Even now, they were being supported by a peak Empyrean. A peak Empyrean was in existence just beneath a true divinity. No one in any universe could underestimate them. The purple chestnut king glanced at Lin Ming once and then ignored him. Instead, he called out to his many followers. These followers consisted of powerhouses from other races, but right now they all obeyed the orders of the purple chestnut king. The members of the spirit race had a talent that surpassed that of the humans, saints, and spiritas. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were favored by the heavens, and this purple chestnut king was a particularly outstanding individual of his race. Behind the purple chestnut king were several powerful influences. Amongst them was a handsome and heroic Spiritas youth who led over 1,000 disciples here. These disciples all had a beyond average level of skill, and when combined together was able to form a terrifying strength. They all noticed the arrival of the Violet Cloud Princess. "We've just enough people. Open the array." The robed Spiritas elite spoke up. Everyone began preparing themselves. The purple fog around the entrance of the Soul Cave was itself a variation of a force field. In order to break this force field, one needed a formidable strength. Right now, everyone present, whether they were a great world king or a young elite, all had their cultivations suppressed to the Divine Lord realm. It was impossible to break through the force field with the strength of a single person. Everyone had to join forces. For a time, the many elites present attacked with their followers. Brilliant beams of light cut through the skies and impacted against the purple fog at the entrance of the Soul Cave. Chi, chi, chi. The purple fog began melting away. A moment later, a giant hole was torn in it. "Let's go!" Many elites began rushing in, their followers right behind them. This Soul Cave was extremely broad and could easily fit several thousands of people walking in side by side. Roar. As soon as people began entering the Soul Cave, ghostly green eyes began appearing in the darkness. These were the shimmering eyes of the wild beasts that lived here. "It's soul beasts," some martial artists said. Soul beasts were also called nightmare beasts and were the energy life form monsters that existed in the Akashic Dream universe. These monsters were divided into the weak and the strong. Those that were stronger even had the strength of a world king. For these martial artists who had their cultivation suppressed to the Divine Lord level, it was impossible to face these creatures. The howls of wolves filled the air, and Lin Ming got a good sight of these monsters. The leader was a gray wolf the size of a giant cow. These were called dream-devouring wolves. Without the need for orders, many of the martial artists directly lashed out. For a time, countless brilliant lights filled the air. Lin Ming was also one of those attacking. He thrust out spear lights with his fingers, piercing through the heads of several gray wolves and instantly killing them. And as he killed these dream-devouring wolves, Lin Ming noticed that the number of merit points in his token was gradually increasing. Killing these soul beasts also gave merit points. Without a doubt, the stronger a soul beast was, the more merit points they would give. The groups of people continued forwards, leaving corpses in their wake. Some martial artists flushed red, the light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. It was obvious they could also feel the number of merit points in their tokens increasing, and this clearly had an intense stimulating effect on them. All of a sudden, Lin Ming noticed a strange aura rushing towards him from up front. Looking up ahead, he could see that at the very front of the group, the purple chestnut king and the robed Spiritas elite had both paused where they were. In the increasingly narrow cave, a massive carved copper gate had appeared. This copper gate seemed to be wet and exuded a mystical aura that seemed to exist all year round. Carved upon this copper gate were the heads of two fierce ghosts, each with demonic features and vile green fangs. Strange ghostly sounds passed out from the copper gate, as if 10,000 fierce ghosts were wildly screaming and crying from within. No one knew why, but they all felt their hearts speed up. Even Lin Ming noticed a strange atmosphere falling over everyone. He noticed that upon arriving here, everyone's eyes became far more focused and cautious. This is the gate of ghosts and gods. It is an extremely bizarre place within the Soul Cave, and the inside is filled with perils. Violet Cloud's sound transmission suddenly popped up in Lin Ming's mind. "Thank you," Lin Ming replied. Out of everyone here, only Lin Ming had an almost non-existent understanding of the Soul Cave. The gate of ghosts and gods has come. After entering, there is a danger that your soul will be torn apart, and your main body's spiritual sea might even be injured If you don't want to die, then hurry up and screw off." The Purple Chestnut King said. From the front, an eerie light shot out from his pupils as he traced the contours of the thick copper gate. The death that waited within also meant that one would be removed from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although this wasn't true death, many of the martial artists present were unwilling to see this happen. Moreover, the Purple Chestnut King even said that there was a chance that one's true spiritual sea would suffer damage upon death. Even so, no one left. Anyone that was able to arrive at this step could be called a hero of their generation. How could they leave so easily? The Purple Chestnut King gave his warning and didn't glance back to see anyone's reaction. Countless runes shimmered in his palm like a galaxy. Slowly, a 10-foot high blue palm materialized in front of him, emitting a vast aura of laws. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up, and he gazed at the Purple Chestnut King's strong and tall back. With Lin Ming's current comprehension of many different laws, he could feel just how mighty the power of laws in front of him was. He made a rapid judgment in his heart. This Purple Chestnut King should have an amazing level of talent to begin with, and his comprehension of laws even surpassed that of an ordinary world king. The Purple Chestnut King raised that great blue palm. Then, like a meteor striking the earth, he repeatedly smashed it onto the ghost heads carved into the copper gate. Pa, pa, pa. Strange sounds rang out. Like something cracked open in the copper gate, the gate began to slowly open. Bang. All of a sudden, a black fog so thick that it was substantialized began gushing out, followed by the roars of maddened and fierce ghosts. Within the black fog were the blurry phantoms of countless dead spirits. These dead spirit phantoms were all cruel and vicious, but among them there were spiritas, saints, humans, and even those from all sorts of different races. Kill. The crowd roared out together. Without any mercy, the groups of martial artists slaughtered their way forwards. These groups of dead spirit phantoms were clearly much stronger than the soul beasts. The heretical god tree swayed within Lin Ming. He reached into himself with his mind and drew out a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire into his palm. A flame lotus suddenly erupted around him, rumbling towards a dead spirit phantom. Beyond Lin Ming's expectations, the dead spirit phantom had thrust out a hand and summoned turbulent fluctuations of soul force. As this soul force collided with the flame lotus, there was a fierce explosion. These dead spirit phantoms are from those who've wandered in here. The dead martial artists here still have their spirit marks. Be careful. Beside Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess began to overflow with layers upon layers of mystical purple energy. As the dead spirit phantoms collided with this purple energy, all of them exploded. Lin Ming remained alert. A light layer of dragon scales covered his fist, and his blood vitality surged within him. He punched out at an incoming dead spirit phantom, causing it to burst apart. As the dead spirit phantom exploded, the Violet Cloud Princess unconsciously glanced at Lin Ming's dragon, scale-covered fist. Just entering the gate of ghosts and gods, over 10 martial artists had perished. However, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and her 7 World King followers were all safe. These 9 people guarded each other, working in tandem to steadily enter deeper and deeper into the Soul Cave. As the fierce killing within the Soul Cave became increasingly savage and unbridled, the difference in strength amongst the various groups began to slowly reveal itself. The Purple Chestnut King, Heroic Spiritas Elite, and Lin Ming and the Violet Cloud Princess group of 9 pushed forwards at the forefront. Following 10,000 feet behind them were other groups of people. As they continued forwards, only then did Lin Ming discover that this soul cave was infinitely deep and profound. It wasn't as simple as a mere cave. In here, there were even underground rivers and underground volcanoes. All sorts of bizarre monsters appeared, challenging them at every step. Along the way, Lin Ming plucked a black and shiny monster spirit flower from a giant fallen skeleton. This was said to be a spirit medicine that could help a spiritus break into the Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming carefully put it away. Although he didn't have any use for it now, he could definitely trade it with a spiritus in the future for some medicine he could use. The Violet Cloud Princess and the others also found their own harvests. What is that? As they continued walking, Lin Ming suddenly saw the peak of an underground mountain in front of him. There seemed to be some great sun shining high in the air, emitting a dim light. This brilliance was shrouded with layers of dim haze and mist-covered clouds. Then Lin Ming froze. He could faintly feel the strength of a mountain pressing down on him, pushing so hard that his spiritual sea shook and his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 1807, Spiritual Storm. Chapter 1807, Spiritual Storm. Gia, what a powerful soul force. Lin Ming's heart raced. With his own eyes, he could see a wild and reckless soul energy violently spinning around, forming a purple storm. Just by approaching the storm, he felt as if his spiritual sea would be shattered by the powerful soul force. Not too far away, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others also stopped where they were, a solemn look on their faces. Their every movement and gesture appeared to be hindered, as if they were mired in some swamp. It was clear that their souls were being suppressed, just as much, if not more than Lin Ming's. This is... Although Lin Ming's soul force was suppressed, his divine sense remained as sharp and formidable as before. He could feel that at the peak of this mountain, there was a dense rain and dew that contained an intense aura of divinity, making every pore on his body open wide with longing. He wanted to step onto the peak of this mountain and obtain that rain and dew. However, just as he took a step forwards, the spiritual storm that enveloped his spiritual sea began to flare up again, becoming increasingly heavy. Lin Ming flushed red, and his breathing turned heavy. We've reached Limitless God Mountain. This is a famous spiritual mountain located in the Akashic Dream battlefield. It is said that there was once an unrivaled powerhouse that stepped atop this mountain and left behind an unsurpassed inheritance. However, this mountain is strange. There is a powerful spiritual storm that wraps around it, and it can even affect your true body's soul source. Once, there was a powerhouse who tried to forcefully make his way up Limitless God Mountain, but his soul source received a grievous wound, and he turned into an idiot. If a human were to try and enter, it would be especially perilous. The Violet Cloud Princess glanced at Lin Ming. Although she acknowledged that Lin Ming was strong and his comprehension of laws was outstanding, as a human he simply couldn't compete with the soul force of a spiritus. In terms of resisting the pressure of this spiritual storm, a spiritus had an immeasurable advantage over a human. Thank you for the advice, Princess. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He sank his energy into his dantian and guarded his divine soul to withstand this massive pressure. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic young spiritus emitted a dim purple halo of light. They used the power of their spiritual seas to resist this spiritual storm. As they stepped forwards, excitement began to appear on their faces. It was clear just how eager they were for this soul rain. The Purple Chestnut King was from the spirit race, thus he had a natural superiority when it came to the soul. In this, he even surpassed the spiritus. On this limitless God Mountain, he had a nearly unsurpassable advantage. At this time, Lin Ming took a sudden step backwards. A black vortex rose up in his spiritual sea. Clang! Like a divine weapon leaving its sheath, Lin Ming erupted with a soul force and momentum that soared into the heavens. Like a spear that was able to penetrate through the world, he pierced a hole through the leaden pressure of this spiritual storm. Lin Ming calmly stepped forwards, 1 foot at a time. Seeing this, the Violet Cloud Princess could tell that some sort of change had occurred within Lin Ming. He was now even able to resist the inexhaustible spiritual storm that was being released from limitless God Mountain. Wung, wung, wung. From within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a blue spear rose up, roaring like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. It howled forwards, carrying with it an overwhelming potential as it smashed into the spiritual storm spinning in the skies. This blue spear carried an incredible spiritual strength and exuded a matchless momentum. It was the large success blue soul battle spirit that Lin Ming had formed in the past. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the laws had suppressed Lin Ming's cultivation to the Divine Lord realm, and even his mental strength and soul force had greatly diminished. Even so, his battle spirit remained just as strong. A battle spirit could attack soul force. It was an extremely strange and powerful tool. In the past, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to cut down many powerful foes. His large success blue soul battle spirit also carried with it grand mist energy. Its quality far surpassed other battle spirits of the same level. Bang! The spiritual storm cracked open. The pressure on Lin Ming's spiritual sea also relaxed. With his blue soul battle spirit cutting a path through his spiritual sea, even though his suppressed soul force was weaker than that of the Violet Cloud Princess and the others, Lin Ming was actually not any slower than them. 1 step at a time, the closer he approached limitless God Mountain, the more intense the spiritual storm he faced was. At the same time, within his spiritual sea, his blue soul battle spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the spiritual force field, slowly supporting Lin Ming's steps forward. In front of Lin Ming, the purple chestnut king already had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Even so, he maintained his brave and daring demeanor. The only difference was that a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he furiously struggled with the spiritual force field from limitless God Mountain. That human is also following. Suddenly, the purple chestnut king noticed that just 3 steps behind him, the white-clothed human youth was following him at a leisurely pace. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of sweat marring his face. Although the human was slow, the purple chestnut king hadn't been able to leave him behind. The purple chestnut king's expression froze as he frowned. How was this possible? A human also arrived at this point. Although the Violet Cloud Princess was a woman, she was still a proud child of heaven. The purple chestnut king recognized her qualifications to walk side by side with him, but now a human also caught up with his pace. In surprise, a gloomy light shined in the purple chestnut king's eyes. He was an incredibly, insufferably arrogant person and was considered a genius of the spirit race. Even so, he was being followed by a mere human, which he felt was simply impossible. A human's advantage lay in their ability to cultivate energy, but they were neophytes when it came to the soul. So why was he able to keep up? From beside Lin Ming, the heroic Spiritus youth also glanced at Lin Ming, an unfriendly light in his eyes. At this point, only a sparse few people were able to make it to this distance. The weaklings of the groups also tried to reach limitless God Mountain, but just as they stepped foot at the base of the mountain, they screamed out loud as they were crushed and swept away by the spiritual force field. There were also some who feared the spiritual pressure coming from limitless God Mountain and hesitated in moving forwards. They looked towards the advancing individuals with envy in their eyes, but they still didn't dare to take the risk of going forwards. Some people could see that at the front of the leading group there was a human youth. How could there even be a human climbing up? That's really, the martial artist didn't know what to say. As Spiritus martial artists, they had lost to a human when it came to soul force. This was like a group of chess masters deciding to play against a checkers master. But the end result was that all those chess masters were defeated by the checkers master. This was an utter shame on their name. None of them had any face left. Don't worry, in the soul world there is no space for a human to enjoy glory. He will likely fail halfway, and even if he can reach the end, he will inevitably consume a great deal of energy. If this human obtains any lucky chances, we can kill him together and steal them away. Someone indignantly huffed. Finally, Lin Ming slowly stepped halfway up the mountain. The scene in front of him had changed. He had stepped into a hazy pall of light rain. This light rain was the dim fog he had seen from the base of the mountain. After being touched by this light sprinkle, Lin Ming felt the rain drill into his body, flooding into his spiritual sea and rapidly restoring his spent soul force. Moreover, it constantly nourished his soul and expanded his spiritual sea. What a rich and potent spiritual strength. This is rain formed from spirit source. Lin Ming immediately understood just what this light rain was. Only spirit source so rich that it had substantialized to rain could rapidly supplement his soul force like this. Even his battle spirit was vitalized by this spirit source. It grew larger, becoming increasingly fierce and powerful. Lin Ming didn't hurriedly rush to the top. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. He discovered that this light drizzle of rain was formed from a murmuring stream on the side of the God Mountain that constantly splashed up. This stream was magnificent beyond compare. Although it splashed into the skies, it didn't emit any sound at all. Wherever the stream flowed, all the mountain stone around it was stained a crystalline jet black and emitted an extremely strong soul force. Those are peak quality soul crystals. Just a little of that is a priceless treasure. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw the soul crystals. Before long, his eyes moved away from the soul crystals. He sat down where he was and began meditating, like a whale sucking in water. He breathed in deeply, breathing in the wandering spirit source mist around him, allowing it to flood into his body, where he absorbed it. As he did this, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others had almost simultaneously chosen the same action. After all, no matter how it was said, this spirit source mist was the most important of treasures. It could nourish and cleanse one's soul force and even enhance one's cultivation. It was far more important than some external treasure. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that the soul force in his spiritual sea had nearly doubled. A great deal of spirit source mist that hadn't yet been fully refined hovered above his spiritual sea, forming something akin to a layer of defense. It cleared his senses, making him feel refreshed. When facing the spiritual force field released by limitless God Mountain, Lin Ming felt much more assured. Humph! At this time, a cold cough sounded out from in front of Lin Ming. The tall Purple Chestnut King coldly jeered at Lin Ming, a disgusted light clear in his blood-red pupils. This limitless God Mountain had been formed through the countless years, and a great deal of the spirit source mist had been absorbed by him, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and the Spirita's youth. If this human wasn't here, then the Purple Chestnut King would have clearly been able to absorb more spirit source mist. At the very least, he was unhappy that he had to divvy up a portion of this lucky chance to a human like Lin Ming. He didn't feel happy about this at all. However, he didn't say anything. He faintly felt that Lin Ming was not a peaceful or kind-hearted individual. There was no point in mindlessly fighting Lin Ming right now. He continued advancing forwards. I never imagined that, as a human, you would have such attainments in the aspect of battle spirits. The Violet Cloud Princess words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had revealed all sorts of peculiarities the longer she traveled with him, leaving her marveling with surprise every time. She thought that perhaps this human had some great secrets on him. She really didn't know where he had come from. If there is another lucky chance, let's join together and fight for it. I'm not on good ground with that Purple Chestnut King. we can be considered enemies. The Violet Cloud Princess tried to pull Lin Ming over to her side. At this time, because of the spiritual storm, her followers weren't able to catch up to them. With an ally by her side, that meant her team would be that much stronger. Lin Ming nodded. Without saying much else, he quickly moved forwards. Chapter 1808 Kirin Fruit. Chapter 1808 Kirin Fruit. The closer one neared to the peak, the more powerful the spiritual storm that was released by Limitless God Mountain. At the end, even Lin Ming felt some formidable strength pressing down in his spiritual sea and trying to force him down the mountain. Luckily, he had swallowed a tremendous amount of spirit source missed just a while ago and was able to support the continued use of soul force, allowing him to slowly climb upwards. Although everyone was trying their best to climb up, they were all within a close distance of each other. As Lin Ming almost reached the peak, he saw a brilliant light splash down at him, as if a sun was rising just up ahead. As this light fell onto his body, it warmed him and nourished his spiritual sea. What light is this? Just by touching me, it can nourish my soul force? Lin Ming was amazed. He followed the path of the light and saw a rumbling stream of water falling down from the top of the mountain. Beneath this great flow of water was a giant rock. In a crevice within the rock, a fist-sized medicinal herb grew. It was covered with dew and emitted a blinding light. Its entire body was crystal bright and dazzling. That brilliant sunlight had originated from this medicinal herb. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The eyes of the four people here, Lin Ming's included, completely fell atop that spirit fruit. They could see shadows wriggling atop the fruit, as if there was a small life being bred within. That is a Kirin. Lin Ming stared at the shadow in the fruit. Because the light was far too bright, he could see through the walls of the fruit and make out the fine scales and mysterious pattern of laws within. He could feel that there was a Kirin being bred within this fruit. Was this a hatching Kirin fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It's far too mysterious. It actually transformed and is ready to evolve into a living spirit body. The medicinal fragrance is terrifyingly rich. Lin Ming's heart began to shake. Soon, he understood what had happened. The faint traces of spirit source crashing down from the spirit stream had washed over this rock for endless days and nights, slowly accumulating atop it. Without a doubt, this fruit contained a massive amount of the purest spirit source strength. Moreover, it also possessed a uniquely divine substance. It was incomparably precious. One after another, more and more people withstood the spiritual storm blowing down from Limitless God Mountain and approached. As they saw the mystical fruit that was breeding a Kirin within, everyone's breath caught in their throats. A greedy light flashed in their eyes. A short, old Spiritas man couldn't restrain himself. He raised his hands and rushed towards the Kirin fruit. But as his hands reached out, a pair of golden-purple arms came drilling out from the center of the old man's chest. Afterwards, the old man cried out in pain and sorrow, and his entire body was torn in half. Blood, muscles, and pieces of intestines were flung to the floor. The one who attacked the old man was the Purple Chestnut King. His purple-red hair danced recklessly in the air, and a severe light shined in his pupils. Spirit race powerhouses almost 10 feet tall stood behind the Purple Chestnut King. As his hands dripped with blood, his aura became swift and fierce, arousing fear and alarm like a wandering death god. You think you are good enough for this treasure? It seems you don't know what it means to die. The Purple Chestnut King disdainfully said, "Ha! The treasure belongs to whoever has the skill to obtain it. Purple Chestnut King, do you think you can obtain it alone?" Those that were able to arrive here were no ordinary martial artists. after the Purple Chestnut King's ruthless and cruel actions. Although everyone remained vigilant, they didn't feel any fear at all. Some considerably strong people almost simultaneously broke through the layers of pressure coming down from limitless God Mountain and hurtled towards the Kirin fruit. In a moment, everyone further approached limitless God Mountain. At this time, the spiritual storm spread out, becoming far fiercer. In this stormy sea, everyone was beaten up and whipped by the wild winds, and the world seemed to shake. Someone cried out in misery as their head exploded. They weren't able to withstand the violent spiritual storm and died on the spot. However, those heroes with true foundations were not blocked by limitless God Mountain's spiritual storm. It seems you all want to die. Seeing so many rush forwards at once, a callous light flashed in the Purple Chestnut King's eyes. He had already seen just how precious this Kirin fruit was. It was absolutely a treasure that would even cause Empyreans to relentlessly battle for it. He wanted to possess this treasure alone, and considered anyone who wanted to take it his enemy. On his back, a strange soul force shimmered as millions of runes appeared. These runes grew up and gathered, forming into a pair of light wings that were 10 feet long. Ping, 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 ping. The light wings flapped. The tall and formidable Purple Chestnut King had whipped up a tornado. At the same time, he sped towards those 6 or 7 people that were rushing forwards and punched out at all of them. Brilliant purple light shot into the world. Soul force surged, and a series of explosions rang out. Some nearby spirit trees and plants were dislodged in the fierce impact, as if they had been cut down by a sickle. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, these spirit trees and flowers hadn't even broken at the top of limitless God Mountain, but in that brief exchange just now, they had been torn down by that horrifying strength. Some people were panic-stricken. The Purple Chestnut King was actually stopping all those who dared to rush forwards, and was eliminating them all. In a one-on-one battle, perhaps no one was his match. Violet Cloud had also been blocked by the Purple Chestnut King's punch just now. Her thin eyebrows pressed together as she felt somewhat insulted. After many years of not seeing him, the Purple Chestnut King's strength had risen even further. She sent Lin Ming a sound transmission. "Brother Lin, let's attack together." The Purple Chestnut King is from the spirit race and is a favored pet of the heavens. It is said that he is at the half-step World King realm, and even then he is able to jump ranks to defeat a great World King. In the future, he is someone that might become a peak Empyrean. If we join forces, we can suppress him together, and after that we can divide the spoils equally. Violet Cloud put forth her conditions. However, Lin Ming shook his head. No need. His figure flashed like gods and ghosts. He fluttered over alone to that Kirin fruit. He had been closely observing the Kirin fruit all this time and didn't rush into action, so the Purple Chestnut King hadn't noticed him. Seeing Lin Ming's movements, the Violet Cloud Princess was dumbfounded. She didn't think that Lin Ming would refuse her reasonable terms and run towards the Kirin fruit alone. Did he think he was stronger than the Purple Chestnut King? Seeing Lin Ming leisurely move forwards, the Purple Chestnut King fiendishly grinned. Killing intent erupted from his body. He had long been wanting to kill this human brat. From his body, monstrous ripples of gold spread out, covering the area for hundreds of feet around him. The golden light began to sweep towards Lin Ming like the waves of the ocean. Every golden ripple contained a terrifying number of shimmering runes. Feeling the terrifying golden ripples rush towards him, Lin Ming didn't show any expression at all. He was able to immediately see that this was the Purple Chestnut King's unique force field. If a weaker martial artist were to enter this force field, then they wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. Even then, he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength either. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. From his inner world, a loud, rumbling sound spread out. In a vast sea of true essence, 3 vast and boundless palaces floated up, slowly appearing as they were lifted by 3 massive stars. Each palace shined with dazzling starlight. As this endless mystic strength was released, mystical lines of the Tao appeared, seeming to resemble a mysterious and unreachable goal. As these 3 palaces floated in Lin Ming's inner world, they completely suppressed the force field that the Purple Chestnut King had released. These 3 palaces were the 3 Tao palaces Lin Ming had opened. Every Tao palace possessed the mark of the great Tao, although they couldn't be thrown out towards enemies. They were still more than enough to resist the impact left by the force field in his inner world. Lin Ming felt the pressure on him lighten up. The phoenix blood spear shot forwards like a dragon swimming through the ocean, running out from his spatial ring and roaring in the air, causing the surrounding soul force to wildly shiver. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Endless strength erupted from his body and man, and spear became one. The energy within his hand was like thousands of suns imploding together. Waves of spear strikes gathered together, forming a radiant column of light that was unstoppable. In an instant, Lin Ming pierced out with his spear tens of thousands of times. Each spear strike contained a near-endless mystic strength, completely crushing the golden ripples to nothing. The endless golden ripples twisted with the sea of spear light and were then completely submerged. What? The Purple Chestnut King cried out. By the time he discovered something was wrong, it was already too late for him. So. Infinite howling spear phantoms appeared in front of him, as if they were passing down a summons from the true god of death. From the back, the Purple Chestnut King felt his scalp tingle with fear. He exploded with a roar and spat out a mouthful of essence, energy, and blood vitality. The drops of blood condensed in the void, forming a thick wall of blood. He cried out pitifully and was forcibly cast back over 100 feet. Atop his massive body, endless spear lights had produced bloody holes. Even so, the Purple Chestnut King hadn't died, and was only severely wounded. Lin Ming's spear had heavily wounded the Purple Chestnut King, but it wasn't able to kill him. This left Lin Ming surprised. Although he didn't put his full strength behind his attack, it was still far more than enough. For this Purple Chestnut King to not die left him surprised. It seemed that the spirit race was far more formidable than he first thought. Lin Ming was only surprised. As for the others still on Limitless God Mountain, all of them were shocked, speechless. This is... The Violet Cloud Princess' eyes widened. She never imagined such a scene would occur. She originally had a deep grudge against the Purple Chestnut King and was well aware of what his limits were. She believed that if she and the Purple Chestnut King had the same level of cultivation, she wouldn't be his opponent. This was because this Purple Chestnut King was a descendant of an ancient race that existed 10 billion years, and also came with a top bloodline. If there was a race that could exist for 10 billion years and only decline now, then that meant this clan wasn't as simple as he first thought. Right now, the fact that they had existed for this long was a testament to their strength. As for the Purple Chestnut King, he was one of the most outstanding individuals amongst the juniors of the spirit race. Yet such a person had been defeated by Lin Ming's spear, and his entire body marred with blood holes. This difference was too great. Moreover, the Violet Cloud Princess suspected that Lin Ming wasn't using his full strength. Goodness, what a strong fellow. The Violet Cloud Princess' normally calm expression was replaced with one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Lin Ming no longer spared the Purple Chestnut King a glance. Without slowing down, he plunged towards the Kirin fruit. He had to obtain this fruit at all costs. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.